Chapter 945. Surrounded by the 48 young disciples from the three major forces, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, his expression would not change. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you're about to die, and you can still smile. Yi Ling sneered. Her eyes gleamed with a ruthless gleam. Are you so sure that the person who will die will be me? Upon hearing Yi Ling's words, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even brighter. His tone was indifferent, as though he did not care about the crisis in front of him at all. In the distance, a group of 5 Element Sect's disciples looked at the group of Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with mockery, mocking them for overestimating themselves. They're really seeking death. Do they really think they can kill Duan Lingtian just because they have more people? Many of the Empyrean Temple and Blade Sect's disciples had disdain written all over their faces. They looked down on the Sun Moon Sect, Skywolf Fort, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples who had surrounded Duan Lingtian. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. A 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level void interpretation concept and wielded a Grade 2 spirit weapon was instantly killed by him with just one punch. Until now, they could still feel chills running down their spines when they recalled the scene. Duan Lingtian's strength was just too terrifying. Until now, nobody knew how strong Duan Lingtian's true strength was. Xian Bei stood by the side. His calm gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to see through Duan Lingtian. Humph. What a bluff. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Ling sneered again. Then, she shouted, "Attack!" Following Yi Ling's order, the 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces, including herself, flew out one after another and pounced on Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by them. The moment they made a move, they utilized their spirit weapons. All of their origin energy exploded, and their concepts followed like shadows as they charged towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that the air resistance in this area had been completely removed by the flight prohibiting formation, although the attacks of the 48 young powerhouses were fierce, they did not cause any sound of wind whistling or air exploding. The several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were originally hovering above the 48 young powerhouses in a circle were also dashing toward the encirclement. Thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. Senior brother Lingtian. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian, many of the 5 Element Sect's disciples were still worried when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure being drowned by the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces in just a blink of an eye. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the several thousand silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were squeezed together gave the onlookers a visual shock. It was as though they were experiencing a visual feast. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu stood by the side with a worried expression on her beautiful face. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. Huang Daniu waved his fist and said with a solemn expression. Very soon, the faces of the onlookers froze. Their eyes narrowed almost at the same time. Oh my God! What did they just see? The 48 young powerhouses who were charging towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner gathered together and drowned Duan Lingtian's figure. At the same time, their figures also came to a halt in the air. Following that, the onlookers only saw a flash in front of their eyes as though a sword light had flashed past. Following that, everyone was shocked to see that the 48 young men who were charging towards Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt in the air and were cut into 2 pieces one by one. Some of their heads were separated from their bodies, some of their upper and lower bodies were separated, some of their legs were chopped off, and many of them even had half of their heads and feet chopped off. Blood splattered all over the high platform as though it had gathered into a river. Blood flowed like a river. Boom! 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 Hundreds of severed bodies fell on the high platform like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Blood splattered on the blood river like beautiful bloody roses. Arg! Arg! At the same time, shrill screams came from the mouths of the young powerhouses whose legs and feet were chopped off. Following that, they fell to the ground one by one and kept rolling around in pain. Not long after, their bodies were covered in blood. As for the other young powerhouses, all of them had turned into severed bodies. Their lives had completely withered away, and they had paid the price for their reckless actions with their lives. Wretch! Wretch! The bloody scene caused many of the young disciples from the various forces to turn pale and vomit. Some of the female disciples, in particular, were so frightened that they kept vomiting. They hurriedly closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene again. Although they had more or less killed people before, they had never experienced such a scene before. To them, the scene earlier was simply purgatory on earth. You overestimate yourselves. At the same time, a cold voice resonated in the air. After the 48 young powerhouses from the three major forces were killed and crippled, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the Devil Seal tablet and rising into the sky, spoke indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 13 young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive with their legs and feet crippled. His eyes were filled with merciless coldness. Spare my life. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian, I was blind. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me. Senior brother Yen, save me. Please save me. Among the 13 young powerhouses, other than the Sun-Moon sect's disciples who were unafraid of death, the disciples from Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect continued to beg for mercy. Some of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples even begged Zhang Yan for help. There were a total of 8 Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, including Zhang Yan, Qi Feng, and Qin Lian. Senior brother Yan, one of the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples, looked at Zhang Yan with a pained expression. It was obvious that he wanted to persuade Zhang Yan to save his fellow disciples who were crippled. Say no more. No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price for their choices. Besides, even if I were to make a move, I might not be able to stop Duan Lingtian from killing them. Zhang Yan's voice was cold as he interrupted the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples' words. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to become so terrifying after just a few months. With just one sword, he did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, but he had already killed 35 people and crippled 13. The speed of that sword was so fast that even he found it difficult to capture it. Initially, I thought that after cultivating the supreme emotion for getting technique and mastering the initial mastery of ice and fire, I've already left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to mine. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed. A thick battle intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Naturally, he did not make a move even though the battle intent rose in his heart. This was because he knew that now was not the time to make a move. As for the Emotion-Severing sect's disciples who were crippled, he did not bother about them at all. In his opinion, everyone had to pay the price for their own choices. If there's a next life, remember this. There are some things that it's best to consider if you have the strength to do so before trying to get your hands on them. Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold gaze swept across the 13 young powerhouses who were lying on the ground as he slowly lifted the sword in his hand. Spare my life. Spare my life. As though they were aware of the impending danger, the surviving Skywolf Fort and Emotion-Severing sect's disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. Their voices were filled with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. There are some things that once you've made a choice, it's hard to turn back. There are some things that you have to pay the price for once you've done them. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the sword in his hand turned into a sword flower that bloomed dazzlingly. At the same time, the spectators could clearly see blood blossoming from the throats of the 13 young disciples from Sun Moon sect, Skywolf Fort, an emotion-severing sect. Boom. 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 13 corpses fell to the ground one after another. They were completely silent. For a moment, the scene returned to its previous tranquility. The spectators' attention shifted to the purple figure standing above the river of blood and the mountain of corpses. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread that came from the bottom of their hearts. Drip. Drip. The purple-clad young man stood with the sword in his hand that was still dripping blood. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Many people felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this voice. God of slaughter. At this moment, many people present had the same thought as they looked at the purple-clad young man standing on the stone tablet with a chipped corner. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was simply a god of slaughter. 48 young disciples from the 3 major forces were slaughtered in less than 10 breaths. Not a single one of them was left alive. They knew that even if they had Duan Ling Tian's strength, they might not be able to achieve this. They were not afraid of killing. However, it was difficult for them to kill so many people with just 2 swords and create hundreds of corpses. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river. It was nothing more than this. Many of the spectators were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. This is too scary. This Duan Ling Tian is too scary. The Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, who had attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier and whose sword was close to Duan Ling Tian's glabella, turned pale. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At this moment, other than fear, there was only joy in his heart. He was glad that Feng Tianwu had made her move in time and severed his arm. Otherwise, he would have died. Huh? Hu Fei, who was originally standing in the corner with a pale face, was stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian unleashing his invincible strength. Horror dawned on his face immediately. He noticed that after Duan Ling Tian killed the 48 young powerhouses from the 3 major forces, his gaze had shifted to him. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour him. No. No. Chapter 946. The Devil Seal tablet under Duan Lingtian's feet moved and brought him to Hu Fei in just a blink of an eye. He hovered in the air in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian looked down at Hu Fei with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. Horror dawned on Hu Fei's face when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His voice was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him before he could finish his sentence. I can't kill you. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, Duan Lingtian smirked. What's the reason? He had long wanted to kill Hu Fei. Previously, the threat that Zi Shang posed to him made him realize the importance of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That year, at the peak of Dubhe Peak in 7-Star Sword Sect, when he had the duel with Zi Shang in the promise of 2 years, if he had killed Zi Shang, none of the things related to Zi Shang would have happened. Hu Fei gave him an extremely oppressive sense of threat. He could faintly sense that as long as Hu Fei was still alive, he would definitely become the second Zi Shang in the future. When they were outside, the vicious gaze that Hu Fei gave him made him realize that Hu Fei must be eliminated. If he did not eliminate him, he would definitely be a huge disaster in the future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood on the Devil Seal tablet and hovered in the air as he looked down at Hu Fei. Hu Fei's life was in the palm of his hand. As long as he waved the sword in his hand, he could instantly take Hu Fei's life. Reason? When Hu Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, I'm the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you go. He'll definitely not let you go. That's your reason? Duan Lingtian initially thought that Hu Fei would come up with some new reason. Who would have thought that he would bring up Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, and use him as a shield? He had to admit that he was very disappointed. When he planned to kill Hu Fei, did he not consider that he would offend Cha Bai? Of course, he did. But he was not afraid. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was indifferent to his reason, Hu Fei's face turned green and pale. In the end, he kneeled on the ground and kowtowed in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kowtowed as he begged for mercy. I was blind in the past and offended you. As long as you don't kill me today, I promise I won't go against you in the future. Spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei kept kowtowing. After a while, his forehead was stained with blood, and his face was filled with fear. It had to be said that Hu Fei's actions had shocked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had never expected that at the moment of life and death, Hu Fei would completely abandon his dignity and kowtow to his former enemy and beg for mercy. Perhaps, I've overestimated him. How can a person who betrays his master who saved his life and nurtured him possibly have any backbone? However, when he thought about Hu Fei's despicable past, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As the saying went, a dog can never change its habit of eating sh*t, this saying was referring to people like Hu Fei. This Hu Fei has really brought shame to Fire Peak and our five-element sect. Huang Daniu said with a disgusted look on his face. Other than a Fire Peak disciple who had a complicated look in his eyes, the other five-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei with disdain. The direct disciple of our five-element sect's peak master of Fire Peak only has this much backbone? Just like what senior brother Daniu said. He has really embarrassed Fire Peak and our five-element sect. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would slap him to death, right? Embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. Each and every one of the five-element sect's disciples looked at Hu Fei and commented on him with disdain. Even the disciples from the other forces were looking at Hu Fei with disdain in their eyes. I can't believe that there's such a cowardly disciple in the five-element sect. I think he's the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the five-element sect. How blind must the Peak Master of Fire Peak be to accept such a disgraceful disciple? The five-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, has profound strength and is iron-willed. He's revered. However, this five-element sect's disciple, Hu Fei, is a complete coward. He's really despicable. The disciples from the other forces were discussing among themselves. Their words were filled with disdain toward Hu Fei. Some of them even compared him to Duan Lingtian, forming a stark contrast. The discussions around him were not soft. They entered Hu Fei's ears clearly, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to kowtow to Duan Lingtian as though he did not hear anything. Duan Lingtian, please spare me. I beg you. I beg you. You're a magnanimous person. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare me. Please spare me. Hu Fei lowered his head and continued to kowtow to beg for mercy. However, his eyes were filled with extreme shame, anger, and hatred. He swore in his heart, that's right. As long as he could survive, he would definitely make Duan Lingtian pay him back tenfold or even 100-fold for what he had done today. If Peak Master Cha Bai sees you kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of me like a coward, I'm afraid I don't even have to lift a finger. He'll personally kill you, right? Duan Lingtian raised the sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly. When Hu Fei saw Duan Lingtian raising his sword from the corner of his eyes and was about to kill him, horror dawned on his face. He quickly stopped kowtowing and begged for mercy. As though he realized that he was about to face a great disaster, he shifted his gaze to a five-element sect's Fire Peak disciple who was standing nearby. He sent a voice transmission into the disciple's ears. If you do as I say, I don't believe that the strongest young powerhouses from all the major forces can't kill him even if they join forces. After the voice transmission, Hu Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you on the road to hell. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Hu Fei would stop kowtowing and begging for mercy at the last moment of life and death. His dignity and backbone seemed to have been awakened in an instant. Then, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait any longer. Soon, Duan Lingtian's face turned cold. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed it down. With just one slash, he ended Hu Fei's life. He had no strength to resist at all. Boom! It was only when Hu Fei's body fell to the ground that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that he had just dealt with a potential threat. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian did not notice it at all. Among the group of 5 element sect's disciples, there was a Fire Peak's disciple who was staring at Hu Fei's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. However, he gritted his teeth and did not reveal his emotions. When the group of 5 element sect's disciples saw that Hu Fei had turned into a corpse, they could not help but sigh. However, none of them felt pity for Hu Fei. When Hu Fei was still in 5 element sect, he already had a bad reputation. He was known as an ingrate. It was apparent that Hu Fei's absurd act of betraying his master who had saved his life and the Wood Peak who had nurtured him to join Fire Peak was still something that many of the 5 element sect's disciples still found hard to let go of. Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei with just a wave of his hand. Many of the young disciples from the other 4 major forces were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on them. The decisiveness of Duan Lingtian's attack caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. Both of you are very smart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian killed Hu Fei, he stared at the 2 black-clad young men who were standing alone at the side. They were the 2 surviving young disciples of Sun Moon sect. The reason why these 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples were still alive was because they did not participate in the encirclement of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have definitely died. In the distance, the Sun Moon sect's disciples who were horrified when they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What do you think now? Hu Lin, the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, took a deep breath and asked the person next to him. Zhang Ping, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect, who was standing next to him, broke out in cold sweat. When he heard Hu Lin's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I listened to you. Hu Lin, I owe you my life. In fact, he originally planned to join forces with the other Sun Moon sect's disciples to deal with Duan Lingtian to avenge Lu Kai. At the critical moment, it was Hu Lin who stopped him. When he recalled the technique that Duan Lingtian cast earlier, cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. More and more of it was dripping down like rain. Duan Lingtian. I'm looking forward to our battle more and more now. After we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, how about we have a battle? Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple, who had been standing quietly at the side, stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly. I'm more than happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly before adding, however, we don't necessarily have to wait until we get out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As long as you find something that interests me in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, we'll have to fight. What? You want to snatch something from me? When Xian Bei heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed. Of course. As long as you have something that interests me, I'll snatch it from you. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. All right. I'll wait and see then. Xian Bei took a deep breath and said with a face full of anticipation. Let's go. At this moment, Zhang Yan's voice resonated from afar. Subsequently, Zhang Yan led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 6 emotion-severing sect's disciples down the stone stairs at the side of the stone platform and walked towards the dark bottomless abyss. Follow them. At the same time, Xian Bei called out to the group of Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. The 2 remaining young disciples of the Sun Moon sect strode out and followed behind the group of young disciples from the Empyrean Temple. They walked down the stone stairs. Sun Moon sect is really miserable. Out of the 20 young disciples, one of them was killed by senior brother Ling Tian outside. Then, senior brother Ling Tian killed 17 of them here. Now, only 2 of them are left. In my opinion, Skywolf Fort is the unlucky one. Chapter 947. That's right. The most unlucky one is still that Skywolf Fort. 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort came. First, there was an unlucky guy who overestimated himself and launched a sneak attack on senior brother Ling Tian, causing him to lose his footing and fall into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could survive. The remaining 19 disciples were also killed because they coveted the treasure in senior brother Ling Tian's hand. If the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, I'm afraid they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Of course. A total of 20 people from Skywolf Fort came, and they were all killed before they even entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If they knew about this, they would definitely be pissed to death. The group of 5 element sect's disciples discussed animatedly with each other. When they looked at the purple-clad young man who was slowly descending after putting away the stone tablet with a missing corner, all of their eyes were filled with reverence. Senior brother Ling Tian is too strong. That's right. Even though I have confidence in him, when I saw him being surrounded by 48 young powerhouses, I still couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. Me too. However, I didn't expect that senior brother Ling Tian would only use one sword to kill more than half of the 48 young powerhouses. Even though the remaining half didn't die, they were all crippled and no longer had the strength to fight. I've decided. This time, I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brother Ling Tian will eat the meat, and I'll follow him. I only need to drink the soup. You're pretty smart, kid. Duan Ling Tian had just put away the Devil Seal tablet and landed beside Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong when he heard these words. He could not help but smile wryly. The group of Blade Sect's disciples stood quietly at the side. Their eyes were also filled with reverence when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Could it be that I'm destined to be stepped on by you forever and never be able to surpass you? The gaze of a Saber Gate disciple landed on Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. It was precisely Long Yun. Long Yun, the Saber young master that was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had taken the vice sect master of the Saber sect, Saber 5, as his master by chance, and he was able to advance by leaps and bounds in his path of cultivation. Later on, he even became eminent in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and competed with the young experts of the empires and dynasties all along the way to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Presently, he had already followed Saber 5 back to the House of Sabers in the Blade sect and had officially become a disciple of the House of Sabers. This time, he was one of the 20 young disciples from Blade sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Who would have imagined that the young man that revealed his extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great sects a few years ago would have already grown to such an extent? Long Yun sighed and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Let's go. When he saw that everyone's eyes were still on him, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and called out to them. Then, he took the lead and walked down the stone stairs at the side of the high platform. The moment Duan Ling Tian made his move, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind him. Behind them were Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Instantly, the group of 5 element sect and Blade sect's disciples followed one by one. The 5 element sect's disciples were led by Duan Ling Tian. The Blade sect's disciples were led by Feng Tianwu. The 2 brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, followed behind. Their eyes were filled with a complicated expression as they looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader. Once upon a time, the 2 brothers were the most dazzling young disciples of the 5 element sect. However, ever since Duan Ling Tian appeared, he had snatched away all the glory that originally belonged to them. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we'll never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Although Duan Ling Tian had snatched away the glory that originally belonged to him, he did not feel any dissatisfaction toward Duan Ling Tian because of this. This was because Duan Ling Tian had used his own strength to snatch away his glory. He did not use any underhanded means. Perhaps, he had lost. However, he had lost wholeheartedly. In his opinion, if he wanted to reclaim his glory, he would have to surpass Duan Ling Tian. At that time, the glory that originally belonged to him would naturally return as well. I will surpass him. Nangong Chen was still as taciturn as before. He was a man of few words. However, there was a hint of determination in his tone. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. It was apparent that the two brothers, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, felt a great pressure because of Duan Lingtian's sudden rise. This pressure was something that they had never encountered before. At this moment, their martial Dao heart had been tempered to be even purer. At the same time, they had a common goal. They wanted to surpass Duan Lingtian. Between the two of us, whoever surpasses him first will be the big brother in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Nangong Yi looked at Nangong Chen and raised an eyebrow. He wanted to make a bet with Nangong Chen. Then, you'll have to wait to call me big brother. Nangong Chen's expression was cold as he said coolly. Just you wait. Nangong Yi muttered as his eyes gleamed. Currently, he was not as strong as Nangong Chen. Naturally, he knew this very well. The reason he made such a bet with Nangong Chen was to motivate himself to surpass Duan Lingtian head-on. Where would the motivation come from if there was no pressure? Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened between the two brothers. He also did not know that Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were using him as a benchmark to surpass their goal. It's getting darker. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu led the way as they led the group of 5 Elements sect and Blade sect's disciples down the stone staircase. In front of them, the figures of the Empyrean temple's disciples led by Xian Bei and the 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind only darkness. At some point in time, flames rose up. It was Feng Tianwu's body that rose explosively, illuminating the surroundings. However, there was a limit to the illumination. However, after the flames on Feng Tianwu's body lit up the surroundings, a ball of flames also rose from the group of Empyrean temple's disciples. It was obvious that they were inspired by Feng Tianwu. After a while, a ball of flames also rose in front of the group of Empyrean temple's disciples and the 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples. That was where the group of emotion-severing sect, led by Zhang Yan, was. With the emotion-severing sect, Empyrean temple, and Sun Moon sect's disciples leading the way, the 5 Elements sect and Blade sect's disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief as they followed behind at a moderate pace. How long is this stone staircase? An hour later, the stone staircase was still the same. They still did not reach the end. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A hint of doubt could be seen on his face. The emotion-severing sect's people are turning. One of the 5 Elements sect's disciples exclaimed, waking Duan Lingtian up with a start. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he lifted his head and looked over. However, he noticed that the ball of flames in front of him was moving to the left. As for what was going on, it was impossible for him to see it clearly because they were too far away. After a while, the emotion-severing sect's people moved to the bottom left of Duan Lingtian and the others' line of sight. After a while, the group of Empyrean temple's disciples and the 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples also turned to the left and followed them. As they moved closer, Duan Lingtian could see the end of the stone staircase through the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body. Of course, it was only the end of the stone staircase in this direction. The stone staircase in front of them suddenly turned and led to the bottom left, opening up a new, unknown path. Don't tell me there's no end to this stone staircase. Duan Lingtian and the others turned to the left and continued to walk down. Huang Daniu could not help but frown. We've been walking for more than an hour. They're speeding up. Before Huang Daniu could finish his sentence, he noticed that the ball of flames from the emotion-severing sect's people had suddenly sped up and flew forward. The Empyrean temple's flames also sped up. Follow them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He called out to the others and flew after them. Whoosh! 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 The 5 Elements sects and Blade sect's disciples immediately followed them. On top of the magnificent door that led to the exit of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the upper echelons of the 6 major forces stood outside a layer of gray light shield. Their eyes were fixed on the gray light shield, trying to see through it and see what was going on inside. Early on, when Duan Lingtian was the first to pass through the gray light shield and arrive at the high platform, the gray light shield had become even darker, causing the people outside to be unable to see the situation inside clearly. So after Duan Lingtian entered, the people outside were completely unaware of what had happened inside. Sword 13, Saber 5. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian would join your Blade sect, yet I never imagined that he would join the 5 Elements sect in the end. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, looked at the 2 middle-aged men nearby, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Saber 5's face sank when he heard Ning Kan, and he said angrily, "Ning Kan, you still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for your Skywolf Fort interfering that day, how could Duan Lingtian have suddenly gone missing?" Sword 13's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Ning Kan's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wounds of their Blade sect. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Fort interfering that day with the intention of taking away Duan Lingtian, how could the subsequent events have occurred? How could Duan Lingtian have gone missing? Humph. All of you listen up. Once the group of little fellows come out from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, us 2 old fellows will have to make a trip to your Skywolf Fort and ask Azure Wolf to give us an explanation. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Blade sect grunted coldly, and his gaze that was like a blade flashed past the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. If Green Wolf can't give us a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to have to move my old bones a little. The sect master of the Sword sect spoke with a low voice. They were already aware of the incident from a few months ago, but they didn't take it to heart at that time. As far as they were concerned at that time, there was utterly no need for them to shed all pretenses with the Skywolf Fort for a quasi-sword sect disciple that hadn't even joined the sect. But never had they imagined that it was this quasi-sword sect disciple that they didn't take seriously that possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that shocked even them. He wasn't even 30 years old, yet he killed a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist who used a grade 2 spirit weapon and had comprehended 9th-level void interpretation concept with just a punch. Chapter 948. It was precisely because of the Skywolf Fort that such a young powerhouse who could be considered as a peerless monster did not manage to join their Blade sect and become their disciple. How could they not be angry? Upon hearing the words of the 2 sect leaders of Blade sect, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort merely frowned. However, they were not bothered by it at all. If the 2 old fellows from Blade sect could deal with the fort master of Skywolf Fort, their Skywolf Fort would not have been able to survive until now. The 4 major forces in the southern of the northern desert were evenly matched. None of the forces dared to declare war on another force. Unless they could guarantee that their own powerhouses would not be harmed, they would still be annihilated by the other 2 forces even if they managed to annihilate another force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The group of 5 Elements sect senior officials, led by Guochong and Chiyu, stood quietly at the side. Looks like our 5 Elements sect is pretty lucky. Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Elements sect, could vaguely hear something from the conversation between the Blade sect and Skywolf Fort's senior officials. He could not help but laugh. Only now did he know that Duan Lingtian was preparing to join the Blade sect. It was all because of the trouble caused by the Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian managed to come to the eastern district of the northern desert by chance and joined their 5 Elements sect. This is the fate between our 5 Elements sect and him. Chiyu's eyes gleamed as a gentle smile crept up the corner of his mouth. The him that Chiyu was referring to was naturally Duan Lingtian. I hope that Duan Lingtian can surprise us. However, it doesn't matter even if they don't find the profundity fragment. With the 9th level advanced water concept and 9th level advanced fire concept that you've comprehended, it's only a matter of time before you make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Guochong looked at Chiyu. His eyes gleamed brightly like the stars in the sky. Don't count on me. Chiyu shook his head. You should know that even if I really make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, I won't continue to stay in the northern desert. You should know what I yearn for. If it wasn't for the accident that happened 20 years ago, Perhaps I wouldn't be in the northern desert now. When Qiyu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with yearning as he looked toward the north. I thought you've already given up on leaving the northern desert and going to the central district of the Cloud Continent. I can't believe that you still want to go there. Guochong smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows. There are some things that will never change. Qiyu muttered. After 10 hours, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally reached the end of the stone staircase at the side of the high platform. The 10,000 element sects as well as the Skywolf sect as well as the Black the platform was surrounded by black fog, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Sect. The young disciples from the various sects had a confused expression on their faces. Duan Ling Tian's sect stood on the fort. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to spy on the situation behind the black fog. However, he discovered that there was an inscription formation that prevented his spiritual energy from getting closer. Welcome, young people from entrance number 2. All of a sudden, an old voice resonated from all directions. It clearly entered the ears of everyone, including Duan Ling Tian's sect. At once, everyone felt as though they were struck by lightning. Duan Ling Tian's sect was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. After looking around for a while, he confirmed it. It's the Polyphony Formation. The Polyphony Formation was an inscription formation that was similar to the voice transmission jade slip. Once the Polyphony Formation was set up, one would be able to condense one's voice into it. Once the Polyphony Formation was triggered, the voice would spread out and enter the ears of the people nearby. The owner of the voice earlier. Is he the powerhouse from Emperor Wu who left behind this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Duan Ling Tian's sect took a deep breath. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Who's there? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Show yourself if you're so capable. Many young disciples from various forces who were so frightened that their faces turned pale looked around and shouted hysterically. They wanted to use their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. There's no need to shout anymore. Other than us, there's no one else here. Hu Lin, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, said nonchalantly. Although his voice was not loud, it contained origin energy that overpowered the hysterical roars of the disciples from various forces. Huh! At once, the young disciples from various forces quieted down. Their eyes shifted to Hu Lin in unison. What did you say? You said that other than us, there's no one else here? The disciples from various forces looked at Hu Lin skeptically. It was obvious that they did not believe his words. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Duan Ling Tian. I think he knows better than me what happened earlier. In the face of so many people's skeptical gazes, Hu Lin shrugged and looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he wanted Duan Ling Tian to clean up this mess. As the group of young disciples from the 4 major forces, 5 Elements sect, Blade sect, Empyrean temple, and Emotion severing sect, looked at him, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Lin deeply. He did not expect this Sun Moon sect's disciple to have such an amazing observation skill. He knew that the reason why Hu Lin said that was definitely because he saw that a realization on his face just now and saw something from it. After catching his breath, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the group of young disciples and glanced at them one by one. He's right. Other than us, there's no one else here. The young disciples from the 4 major forces might not believe Hu Lin's words. However, they did not dare to question Duan Ling Tian's words. If there's no one else here, then what was that voice earlier? That's right, we all heard it clearly. It was an old voice. It was obviously an old man talking to us. That old man seemed to be welcoming us. Although the young disciples from the 4 major forces did not dare to question Duan Ling Tian, they still could not help but whisper to each other and voice out their doubts. Old man? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Do you think there's an old man who can enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure through the inscription formation at the entrance that tests one's age? The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian continued. The voice earlier came from an inscription formation called the Polyphony Formation. The polyphony formation's principle is similar to the voice transmission jade slip. The latter requires a martial artist to use his origin energy to trigger it, and it can only be transmitted to one person's ear. The former, on the other hand, has many ways to trigger it. It can transmit the voice like a normal person speaking. After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in one breath, he added, although this polyphony formation isn't a complicated inscription formation, the spiritual energy it requires is extremely high. At the very least, it requires a spiritual energy above the martial emperor stage to be able to successfully inscribe and set it up. Polyphony formation? An inscription formation that can only be inscribed and set up by an Emperor Wu's inscription master? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the young disciples from the four major forces, including Feng Tianwu, Xian Bei, and Zhang Yan, were shocked. They were stunned and could not regain their senses for a long time. You know about the polyphony formation? Before the young disciples from the four major forces could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Sun-Moon Sect's disciple, Hu Lin, and asked curiously. I've read about it in an ancient book before. Hu Lin nodded. At this moment, the young disciples from the four major forces regained their senses one by one. Since the polyphony formation is an inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu's inscription master. Could the voice earlier be his voice? I guess it's very likely that he's the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. No wonder he said we're welcome. The young disciples from the four major forces discussed among themselves. Soon, they came to an answer. The owner of the voice earlier was the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left this Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind. Welcome. Young people from entrance number 2. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, that old and aged voice once again sounded from all directions, clearly entering the ears of everyone present. This time, everyone who was mentally prepared did not lose their composure like before. However, among the various forces, there were still some female disciples who were more timid. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and were on the verge of collapsing. Entrance number 2. This time, many people began to chew on the words. They confirmed one thing from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. That Emperor Wu powerhouse said that we're the young people from entrance number 2. Don't tell me there are other young people from entrance number 1, entrance number 3, entrance number 4, and entrance number 5 in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Huang Dania's eyes widened as he questioned with a horrified expression on his face. When Huang Dania's voice entered the ears of the young disciples from the major forces, most of them felt as though they were struck by lightning. Initially, they thought they were the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Moreover, many of them were killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Therefore, they should be able to obtain a lot of benefits from it. However, they realized that the young disciples from the 6 major forces were not the only ones who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the entrance that they came from, there were other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This could be deduced from the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse earlier. What should we do? There are actually other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I wonder how strong are the young powerhouses who came from other entrances? There shouldn't be any young powerhouses from second-rate forces who came in, right? One of the Blade Sect's disciples gasped as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud and did not contain any origin energy. However, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent atmosphere. Everyone heard what he said. Chapter 949. That was right. Since there might be other entrances to this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they would definitely be discovered by other people as well. Once they were discovered, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the other forces near the entrance would definitely send in young disciples below the age of 40 to search for the treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would tempt even the second-rate forces. The second-rate forces were much more powerful than the third-rate forces they were in. They even had martial monarch powerhouses in their ranks. In such a force, there would definitely be no lack of talented young disciples with monstrous comprehension. The overall strength of those young disciples would definitely surpass them. After all, they were only disciples from third-rate forces at most. Not only that, this time, it was not just the young disciples from the second-rate forces who came in. Even if it was the young disciples from the other third-rate forces who came in from the other entrances, they would still feel pressured. This was because it meant that there would be another group of people who would want to share the loot with them. The young disciples from the second-rate forces were generally stronger than them. If they encountered them, they would only be tortured. They would not be able to win or win. In the end, they would only end up empty-handed. Not only that, they might not even end up empty-handed. Who knew if there would be a ruthless person among the young disciples from the second-rate forces who would kill them indiscriminately the moment they saw them? The moment they thought of this, most of the disciples from the various forces felt pressured. Perhaps, among the group of disciples from our five-element sect, only senior brother Ling Tian is not afraid of the young disciples from the second-rate forces. Even senior brother Chen, senior brother Yi, and senior brother Dainu would be at a disadvantage if they encounter the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. One of the five-element sect's disciples took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on Duan Ling Tian before it swept past Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Huang Dainu. The other five-element sect's disciples agreed with this five-element sect's disciple. They had seen senior brother Ling Tian's strength before. They believed that even the outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces might not be a match for their senior brother Ling Tian. What are you afraid of? Anyway, I've already decided that I'll follow senior brother Ling Tian in this trip to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With senior brother Ling Tian around, even if we can't get too many treasures, we can at least keep our lives. Very soon, some of the five-element sect's disciples locked their gazes on Duan Ling Tian as they spoke with a determined look on their faces. I also want to follow senior brother Ling Tian. Although the treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure are good, they are far less important than my own life. Of course. If the treasure is gone, at most it will be a pity for a while, but if you lose your life, then you will have nothing left. Life is more important than anything else. I've decided that I will also follow senior brother Ling Tian. The group of five-element sect's disciples discussed animatedly. At the same time, they looked at the purple-clad young man nearby, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing there and looking around as though he was observing something. At the same time, other than the two remaining disciples from Sun Moon sect, the group of Blade sect's disciples began to approach Feng Tianwu, wanting to seek protection from Feng Tianwu. The Empyrean temple's disciples also followed Xian Bei, the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean temple. Right now, there were only 8 people left from the emotion-severing sect. Zhang Yan stood there with a calm expression on his face. His mood was not affected at all by the fact that there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Qi Feng, Qin Ran, and the other 5 emotion-severing sect's disciples followed Zhang Yan closely. Zhang Yan was not afraid, but it did not mean that they were not afraid as well. Elder brother Duan. When Feng Tianwu saw Duan Ling Tian frowning, a hint of doubt appeared on her delicate face. She vaguely realized that her elder brother Duan might have noticed something. Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who were not far away, also noticed that something was amiss. Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong? Huang Dainu asked loudly. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Huang Dainu's voice was like a clap of thunder. At once, it attracted the attention of the young disciples from various forces. Their eyes fell on Duan Ling Tian in unison. The rest of us. I'm afraid we'll have to walk on our own in the future. Duan Ling Tian's furrowed brows relaxed as he said slowly. Huh. The moment they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, everyone was confused. They could not make heads or tails of it. At this moment, the old voice continued to sound. Little fellows who came from entrance number 2. As long as you enter the surrounding black fog, you'll be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure in no time. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, there's a lot of wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life. The most precious thing is none other than the 5 monarch stage profundity fragments. On top of that, there's a palace in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that I left behind. That's where I'll be resting when I die. The wealth that I've accumulated throughout my life has been scattered all over the Emperor Wu's secret realm. You'll have to search for it yourself if you want to obtain it. The only thing you'll be able to obtain from the place where I'll be resting is the 2 monarch stage profundity fragments and the emperor stage profundity fragment in my body. The old voice stopped abruptly when it reached this point. At this moment, all the young disciples from various forces, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. Their eyes narrowed as they shone brightly. 8 profundity fragments? Did I hear that right? Huang Daoist sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered to himself in disbelief. You didn't hear it wrong. It's indeed 8 profundity fragments. 7 monarch stage profundity fragments and 1 emperor stage profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong shook his head and said blankly. At this moment, he looked like he had lost his soul. Nobody knew where his heart had flown to. Emperor stage profundity fragment? What's that? Feng Tianwu frowned. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. The profundities that martial monarch powerhouses master are usually the monarch stage profundity. If a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse wants to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he must first comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. The Emperor stage profundity is the pass for a 9th level martial monarch powerhouse to enter the Emperor Wu stage. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's question, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu as he replied to Feng Tianwu. The significance of the Emperor stage profundity to a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse was similar to the significance of the void transformation concept to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist and the significance of the monarch stage profundity to a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. If he didn't comprehend it, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. If a 9th level void transformation powerhouse hasn't comprehended the monarch stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. In that case, if a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse hasn't comprehended the emperor stage profundity, it's impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Duan Lingtian explained word by word. Naturally, he had obtained this information from the rebirth martial emperor's memories. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. When the people present heard about the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they guessed that it was related to the Emperor Wu powerhouse. However, when they found out about the Emperor stage profundity fragment's specific function, they could not help but gasp. Then, does this mean that the Emperor stage profundity fragment is more precious than the Monarch stage profundity fragment? Huang Daoist's breathing quickened as he panted heavily. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he could not calm down for a long time. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, the difficulty of a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse to break through to the Emperor Wu stage is more than 100 times harder than a 9th level void transformation martial artist to break through to the martial monarch stage. The reason for this is that it's difficult for them to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity. However, if there's an Emperor stage profundity fragment that's suitable for them, they can use it to comprehend the Emperor stage profundity and achieve the cultivation base of the Emperor Wu stage, becoming an Emperor Wu powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but feel excited. His eyes shone brightly. The Emperor stage profundity fragment. He had to admit that he was tempted. The message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse said that as long as we enter the surrounding black fog, we'll enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. A disciple from an unknown force said. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes fell on the black fog surrounding the platform they were on. Let's go. Zhang Yan ordered. He led Qi Feng, Qin Lian, and the other 5 emotion-severing sex disciples and flew into the black fog surrounding the platform. In just a blink of an eye, the 8 emotion-severing sex disciples, including Zhang Yan, disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first as well. At this moment, Xian Bei nodded at Duan Lingtian. After greeting Duan Lingtian, he flew into the surrounding black fog. Behind him, the 19 Empyrean temple's disciples, including O Chen, followed like shadows. After the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner, they also flew into the black fog. Duan Lingtian, you've killed so many Sun-Moon sect's disciples. However, these two fellows don't seem to hate you at all. Not only that, but they even greeted you in such a friendly manner. Huang Daniel looked in the direction where the two Sun-Moon sect's disciples left. He could not help but feel surprised. They're smart people. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I admit that. If they weren't smart, I'm afraid they would have been cut into 2 or 3 pieces like the other Sun-Moon sect's disciples. When Huang Daniel recalled the scene where Duan Lingtian made his move on the high platform earlier, he could still feel chills running down his spine. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian, who was usually gentle and humble, would have such a bloodthirsty side to him? At that time, Duan Lingtian was like an Azura who had crawled out of purgatory. In a fit of rage, blood flowed like a river and bodies piled up like a mountain. Elder brother Duan, let's go in together. Chapter 950. Perhaps. We can't go in together. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Feng Tianwu's greeting. Why? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Her beautiful face was filled with puzzlement. The group of 5 Element sect's disciples and Blade sect's disciples, including Huang Daniel, also looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. They did not know what Duan Lingtian meant by his words. I've investigated the surrounding black fog. There are numerous illusory inscription formations within it, and the number of them is beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding black fog with dread. He muttered, there's only one function of these inscription formations. It's to separate the people who enter and scatter them in every corner of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it was only natural that he knew the meaning of the inscription formations in the black fog. This was because there were similar inscription formations in some of the games that the reincarnation Emperor Wu played in the past. The main purpose was to separate the people who were gathered together and scatter them in different places to undergo the cruel test of survival. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest would survive. Only those who survived in the end would be rewarded. Oh, I see. Feng Tianwu finally understood. Huang Daniel looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled wryly. Originally, I wanted to stay by your side to be more secure. But now, it seems like my plan is going to be ruined. Whoosh. Whoosh. The moment Huang Daniel's words left his mouth, 2 figures flew out like the wind and entered the black fog around the platform in a flash. Their figures disappeared. It's Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Yi. One of the 5 Element sect's disciples exclaimed. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and strode out toward the black fog around the platform. He was ready to enter the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniel, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed him. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The group of 5 Element sect disciples and Saber sect disciples did not seem to believe Xiao Qin. They just followed the 5 of them, making Xiao Qin feel helpless. These fellows. Did they really think that I was lying to them? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he did not say much. As long as a group of people entered the black fog, they would naturally know that everything he said was true. After a short while, the group of people led by Duan Lingtian walked toward the black fog surrounding the platform in a mighty manner. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the black fog, and his figure disappeared. Feng Tianwu, Huang Daniel, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. Behind the 4 of them, the group of disciples from 5 Elements sect and Blade sect followed suit. All of them entered the black fog, completely disappearing from sight. For a moment, the vast platform that was surrounded by black fog became empty and devoid of human habitation. After Duan Lingtian entered the black fog, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Then, he discovered that he was alone on a vast grassland. The grassland was beautiful and lush with greenery. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Head northwest. At the end of the grassland, you'll find the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, an old voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. It was none other than the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It seems like the inscription formations in the black fog that can create illusions are more or less accompanied by some polyphony formations. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian knew that everything before his eyes was an illusion, he also knew that he had to follow the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At this moment, he, who was in the illusion, was destined to part ways with the others and go his own way. I should be able to fly here, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the thought left his mind, he tried to step into the air. With a leap, his entire body rose into the air. As expected. After discovering that this place was not shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although it was not a problem for him to run across such a vast grassland, it was much more strenuous than flying. As expected of the illusion created by the inscription formation inscribed and set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. It's really sturdy. When Duan Lingtian flew out, he could not help but extend his spiritual energy out in an attempt to shake the illusion that he was in. However, in the end, he discovered that the illusion did not budge at all. He was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not surprised. That was an inscription formation set up by the Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he could really shake it, he would be shocked instead. There shouldn't be any test in this illusion, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he muttered to himself. Soon after flying out for a short while, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Looks like I really jinxed it. There's actually some offensive inscription formations mixed in with this inscription formation that created the illusion. Almost at the same time Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, a gust of violent wind suddenly rose in the air that he flew past. The vast violent wind swept across the sky and swept towards Duan Lingtian. The violent wind raged, and the corporeal green wind blades followed like shadows as they swept towards him from all directions. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. Whoosh! After his spiritual energy stretched out and sensed the strength of these violent winds and wind blades, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The strength of these violent winds and wind blades was at most comparable to a 5th or 6th level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th or 6th level intermediate wind concept, and they were unable to form any threat to him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he punched out with his full strength, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens. Bang! 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 Instantly, a wave of explosive sounds that were like thunderclaps resounded out without end, and it flashed through the sky and shook the hearts of others. Bang! An enormous bang exploded out, and it was Duan Lingtian's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that collided with the violent winds and wind blades that followed the violent winds like a cannonball. The strength of a first-level void transformation stage martial artist when his origin energy exploded out was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Second-level advanced wind concept was comparable to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts were combined together, it was similarly the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. When such a formidable force swept out, it easily crushed the violent winds and wind blades, causing them to completely vanish before Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 After crushing the violent winds and wind blades that covered the sky, the force that gushed out from Duan Lingtian's fist didn't reduce in the slightest as it tore through the sky, and it once again gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. When the force completely vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes, the surrounding space finally returned to calm. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian, who swung out a punch with his full strength, spat out a mouthful of foul air to his heart's content. He didn't hold back in the slightest in the punch from before, and his origin energy exploded out as 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows, causing the hot blood in his entire body to boil. Let's go. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian continued to fly towards the direction that Emperor Wu's powerhouse left behind, which was the northwest direction, and he headed towards the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was continuously disturbed by some offensive inscription formations. However, before his domineering strength, the energy that stretched out from those inscription formations was completely destroyed by his punch. There was no surprise at all. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 3 9th-level void interpretation concepts, 1 2nd-level void transformation concept, and his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st-level void transformation stage. He was simply like an invincible ferocious beast that rampaged all the way in this illusory realm. I wonder how the others are doing. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian still hadn't entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure, and he couldn't help but think of the others because he was bored. He knew that the others must be in the same situation and experience as he was. The purpose of this inscription formation's existence is to put me in a corner of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I've been traveling at full speed for 10 days, but I still haven't arrived at my destination. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. However, he also knew that he had no other choice but to travel obediently. Only then would he be able to enter the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The northern desert, starting from the central area all the way to the northern area, formed 2 different worlds from the western, southern, and eastern areas of the northern desert. In the latter area, the third-rate forces could be considered as the strongest. In the former area, which was the central area and northern area of the northern desert, there were 3 powerful forces. They were also the 3 giants of the northern desert. These 3 colossi were all second-rate forces without exception. All the second-rate forces on Cloud Continent were forces that had as many experts as the clouds. Most importantly, they had martial monarchs holding down the fort, and it was far from something a third-rate force could compare to. There was a Hengduan mountain range at the border between the central area and northern area of the northern desert. It was uninhabited all year round, and very few people came here. However, there were many people here today. Whoosh! 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 Swift figures came from the north and flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived above the Hengduan mountain range. There were a total of 11 people in total. The person in the lead was an old man with a cold expression and a thin body. The old man was dressed in gray, and when he flew across the sky, a gust of wind began to flow in front of him. One could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. Behind the old man in gray, there were 8 young men and 2 young women. They all had one thing in common, and that was they did not look more than 40 years old. Supreme Elder, are we late? Behind the old man in gray, a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes who was dressed in green could not help but ask. He was carrying a sheathed long sword on his back. It's only a few hours. It's all right. The old man in gray shook his head. He did not seem to care at all. After a while, the old man in gray dove down and brought the 10 young men and women into the Hengduan mountain range. They landed in the sky above a valley. Chapter 951. We thought you wouldn't come, old fart. When the gray-clad old man appeared with 10 young men and women, the 2 old men in the sky above the valley reacted. One of them looked at the gray-clad old man and said nonchalantly, "Humph. Since you 2 old farts are here, why wouldn't I be here?" The gray-clad old man snorted and looked down at the valley. The ground in the middle of the valley was covered by a deep gray light shield, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. "All of you, go in." The gray-clad old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and his voice was majestic. "Yes." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, the 10 young men and women flew out and fell toward the gray light shield. In the next moment, 7 young men and 2 young women passed through the gray light shield and disappeared before the eyes of the 3 old men. Only a young man who looked to be in his 40s was left. He landed on the gray light shield and was completely blocked. At the same time, the gray light shield trembled. You hid your real age?" The gray-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The other 2 old men could not help but frown. Before the young man could react, the air around his body swayed as though it had been sucked away. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, and the young man's body exploded without any warning. He turned into a rain of blood and completely disappeared from this world. A man over the age of 40 wants to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure. How naive. One of the other two old men could not help but sneer. In the sky above the vast plain. Whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning streaked across the sky, heading towards the northwest direction. It's almost been a month, and we still haven't reached the end of this plain? The person who was traveling in the sky above the plain was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. With my speed. Such a long time is enough for me to return to the Five Elements sect in the southern of the northern desert. The real Emperor Wu's secret treasure hasn't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How big is the Emperor Wu's secret treasure that the Emperor Wu powerhouse opened? It can't be bigger than the northern desert, right? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little scared. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was an underground project. It was located in the underground of the northern desert. If it covered a larger area than the northern desert, it would undoubtedly be spread all over the northern desert. Once it collapsed, the entire northern desert would experience a huge earthquake. 3 days later. Is that the end of the grassland? Duan Lingtian, who was running all the way and gradually became a little numb, saw the black fog that appeared in the distance in front of him with just a glance. It separated the grassland. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw the black fog. He knew that he had reached the end of the grassland. As long as he entered the black fog, he would arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret realm. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian increased his speed. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew into the black fog. After entering the black fog, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black. After flying for a while, a small light spot appeared in the pitch-black environment. Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian knew that the small light spot must be the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What he needed to do now was to pass through it and arrive at the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The treasures in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Ordinary pills and spirit weapons are not attractive to me at all. The small light spot continued to enlarge in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, unless there's some special treasure. I'm only interested in the profundity fragment. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance to the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was a cave entrance that could accommodate one person. The other side of the cave entrance was as bright as day. Enter. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew through the cave entrance. Almost at the same time, the message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Remember this place. Apart from being the entrance to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this place is also the exit for you to leave the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. When you pass through the cave entrance, the inscription formation at the cave entrance will record your aura. From this moment onward, only you can enter and exit this cave entrance. The message from the Emperor Wu powerhouse came to an abrupt end at this point. I'm the only one who can enter and exit this cave entrance. Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around to look at the cave entrance behind him. The other side of the cave entrance was gray, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding cave walls. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover its existence at all. After searching through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian soon found out the principle of the inscription formation. It was similar to a spatial ring that had recognized its owner. Unless the owner died, it would not recognize a second owner. However, the inscription formation that covered the cave entrance was slightly different. Even if the owner died, it would not allow a second person to enter and exit. In other words, after I obtain enough benefits from the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I can only leave through this cave entrance. It's the same for the others. Each of them has their own cave entrance, and I can only leave from there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. After he realized what was going on, he began to look at his surroundings. All he saw was an empty cave. It was as though someone had forcefully hollowed it out. Although this was an underground cave, there was no lack of light. It was as though it was daytime. There should be an inscription formation that was inscribed and set up using the luminous pearl as the material. Duan Lingtian could easily guess the reason. The cave was huge. The surface area was as big as a standard football field on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. There were a total of 4 exits that led to 4 different directions. Duan Lingtian searched the cave for a while. After he did not find any treasures, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found himself in another cave. The difference between this cave and the previous one was like the difference between a hall and a room. There were only 4 exits in the previous cave. However, standing in this cave, Duan Lingtian could see more than 10 different exits that led to more than 10 different places. This place. It's like a maze. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he randomly chose an exit and flew out. Duan Lingtian did not stop as he traveled. After an hour, not only did Duan Lingtian not find any treasures, he did not even see a shadow of a person. Moreover, he did not encounter any danger. There's no offensive inscription formation? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian flew into a bigger cave. This cavern looked like an empty training ground. Duan Lingtian stood inside and looked around the cavern. For a moment, he felt that he was so tiny. Huh! Suddenly, as though he noticed something, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the top of the cave in the middle. There was an exquisite box that was embedded there. Half of it was exposed. I finally found it. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Although he was not sure if he would be interested in the item in the exquisite box, it was still the first treasure he found after entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was a good start. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out with the intention of taking the exquisite box. However, as soon as he was in mid-air, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically as though he had noticed something. He moved his body and retreated in a hurry. He turned into a purple lightning and returned to the place where he was standing earlier. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a khaki-colored lightning flashed across the sky and pierced through the air where Duan Lingtian was standing. It set off a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds. In the end, the khaki-colored lightning landed on the ground and disappeared. All that was left was a bottomless hole that looked like it was pierced by a sharp arrow. Duan Lingtian gasped, and he broke out in cold sweat from fright. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been pierced through. Rumble. 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock, a series of loud noises resonated in his ears. At the same time, he felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. The entire cave began to shake as though the ground was shaking. **T. Extending his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian immediately noticed that the aura of many inscription formations around him began to fluctuate violently. It was obvious that they had been activated. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he noticed this. After a while, waves of vast khaki-colored energy rose from the ground all over the cave. It gradually solidified and transformed into khaki-colored puppets. Not long after, hundreds of khaki-colored puppets appeared. Their eyes flickered with a khaki-colored flame. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and locked onto Duan Lingtian. How extravagant! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the hundreds of khaki-colored puppets that appeared before him. Through the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew. Each of the khaki-colored puppets before him had an earth concept fragment in their bodies. That was one of the sources of their energy. Naturally, their energy did not only consist of earth concept but also origin energy. In their bodies, there were more or less inscription formations formed by origin stones that provided them with origin energy. It allowed them to fuse the earth concept and origin energy together like ordinary martial artists to fight their enemies. These puppets are different from the earth puppets I encountered in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It's difficult for the latter to use the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. However, the former can completely unleash the energy of the earth concept fragment embedded in their bodies. Duanling Tian looked solemnly at the hundreds of puppets that surrounded him. He knew very well that he was facing a group of people whose strength was not inferior to a void transformation martial artist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 952. Boom. Soon after, one of the khaki puppets stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duanling Tian like the wind. Milky white origin energy soared from its body before it merged with the earth concept that soared up. It transformed into a rolling khaki energy that coiled around its body and helped it raise its speed to the limit. Whoosh! At the same time, 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the khaki puppet before another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level void interpretation stage origin energy. 1st level advance earth concept. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really worried that the group of puppets before him had 7th level earth concept fragments or above in their bodies. If that was the case, then he was bound to be unlucky today. The khaki energy that suffused the body of the puppet that charged towards Duanling Tian quickly resonated with the earth. At this moment, there was no distinction between them. Whoosh! In the sky, another 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 300 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They can actually borrow the earth energy with their earth concept. Apart from the fact that they don't have intelligence and can't use spirit weapons, what's the difference between them and human martial artists? Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly as he stared blankly at the 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that pounced towards him. Whoosh! At the same time, the khaki puppet arrived before Duanling Tian. Its speed was so fast that it was not affected by its seemingly cumbersome body at all. It swept its fist out and smashed towards Duanling Tian's head like a cannonball that was shot out from a barrel. The puppet's fist was coiled with waves of vast khaki energy that rolled out. It was earth-shattering, and the air was compressed to the point it set off a wave of ear-piercing air explosions. Boom! 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 The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons swept out along with the continuous air explosions. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Duanling Tian and was about to descend onto Duanling Tian. Humph! Duanling Tian, who had been accumulating strength since a long time ago, met the attack with his fist fearlessly. His origin energy exploded out, and 4 types of concepts followed like shadows. The energy that was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons swept out. Bang! As Duanling Tian's fist and the puppet's fist collided, a loud sound reverberated in the air. Duanling Tian stood on the spot without moving. Duanling Tian, the puppet's fist, Duanling Tian. The Duanling Tian. In the next moment, the puppet crashed to the ground and transformed into a pile of rubble. A yellow fragment was mixed in the rubble, and it was particularly conspicuous. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian Duan Ling Tian Ling Tian. Although this first-level Earth concept fragment was of no use to him, it was still a concept fragment after all. Its value was extraordinary, and it might be of use to him in the future. So strong. The person hiding in the corner of the cave was a young man in blue clothes. He witnessed the scene of Duanling Tian destroying the puppet with one punch, and his face couldn't help but change greatly. That puppet could exert the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if it used all its strength. But it was still destroyed by his punch in a head-on collision. He's a disciple of the North Nether sect? When did such a person appear in the Dark North sect? The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath. There was a hint of fear between his brows. At the same time, he secretly guessed the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him. Looks like I can only wait for him to be besieged by the remaining puppets before I can retrieve the box that contains the treasure. Otherwise, once he discovers me, I'll definitely die. The blue-clothed youth made up his mind. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. After killing one of the puppets, he turned his attention to the remaining puppets. At this moment, the remaining group of puppets also began to move. Whoosh! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was tensed up, a group of puppets charged at him from all directions. Their speed was as fast as the puppet that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian earlier. Moreover, among these puppets, there were many existences whose strength far surpassed that puppet. Whoosh! 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 Along with the group of hundreds of puppets that surrounded Duan Lingtian were tens of thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him from all directions. The khaki-colored flames in the eyes of the puppets soared and raged as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they were going to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew that there was only one direct method to deal with these puppets that didn't possess human intelligence, and that was to completely annihilate them. Only in this way would he be able to deal with the danger before him. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that emitted waves of destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Although the strongest puppet among the group of puppets that pounced at him only had the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons after borrowing the earth energy, the strength of the strongest puppet was only comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. However, the problem was that he was not facing one or two puppets, but over 100 puppets. Perhaps the strength of these puppets could not be combined, but once they covered the sky and covered the earth as they descended towards him, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What he needed to do now was to charge out of the encirclement and destroy these puppets separately. If he were to go head-on with them, then he would definitely be courting death. Bang! 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 Over 100 puppets pounced at Duan Lingtian and punched out in unison, causing the air to be compressed and set off a wave of noise and ear-piercing explosions that continued without end for a long time. Moreover, at the same time that the explosions spread out, the airflow in the air was swiftly compressed, causing waves of invisible airwaves to surge out and set off a wave of vast gales that blew dust all over the cavern. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Faced with the encirclement of over 100 puppets, Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared since the beginning, looked straight to the side and flashed out. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook, and a vast energy swept out through it. Instantly, 3 material divine dragons whistled out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed brilliantly as they shot out 6 extreme flashes that blasted 6 puppets to death. As soon as the 6 puppets fell, a small gap appeared in the encirclement. Whirlwind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind and was blown out rapidly, dodging the encirclement of the group of puppets. However, after he left the encirclement, the group of puppets still chased after him. Although they did not have spiritual intelligence, they seemed to regard Duan Lingtian as an enemy that they would not rest until he was dead. It was as though they would not stop until Duan Lingtian was dead. Humph. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed out of the encirclement, snorted coldly in the face of over 100 puppets that were attacking him. His body moved like the wind, and in the next moment, he flashed toward more than 10 puppets that were not far away. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Sword drawing art. Every time Duan Lingtian swung the sword in his hand, either 3 divine dragons would surge out and shoot out 6 extreme flashes, or it would transform into a bolt of lightning and destroy a puppet. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, he'll definitely be able to slaughter all the remaining puppets. The blue-clad young man who was hiding in the corner gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When the blue-clad young man saw that Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the ceiling in the middle of the cavern, he took a deep breath and flew out. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed toward the ceiling of the cavern. Duan Lingtian, who was one-sidedly crushing and destroying the group of puppets, was completely immersed in the battle. Naturally, he did not notice that someone had appeared, let alone that someone was going to take the exquisite box in the middle of the cavern. That exquisite box was the box that contained the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. The 100 puppets that Duan Lingtian was facing now were the test that he had to go through in order to obtain the treasure. Now that Duan Lingtian was facing the test here, someone was secretly trying to take the treasure away. Whoosh! 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 The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out like a bolt of lightning and like a venomous serpent. Every single time it flashed out, it would easily destroy one or a few puppets, and not a single puppet was able to survive under his sword. Boom! 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 After their companions were killed, the puppets that did not have intelligence continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian without any fear. They would not rest until they were dead. However, without exception, there was only destruction in their end. At the same time, the blue-clad young man's figure had already approached the top of the cavern. He reached out at lightning speed and took the exquisite box that was embedded in the top of the cavern. A brilliant smile appeared on the blue-clad young man's face as he looked at the exquisite box in his hand. He had succeeded. After he fought with his life on the line and killed all the puppets, he'll only find out that the treasure has been taken away by someone else. I think he'll be so angry that he'll vomit more than 3 liters of blood, right? The blue-clad young man thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on his face. However, when he looked over, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because he noticed that when he took the exquisite box from the top of the cavern, the puppets that were charging toward the purple-clad young man stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at him. The khaki flames in their eyes continued to rise as though they were declaring their anger. Run! When the blue-clad young man saw that the group of puppets was about to give up on the purple-clad young man and charge toward him, horror dawned on his face. He did not dare to hesitate as he moved his body and fled into the distance. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the blue-clad young man made his move, the remaining khaki puppets gave up on Duan Lingtian and chased after him. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned by the actions of the group of puppets. He instinctively turned his head to look at them. With just a glance, a layer of frost appeared on his face. You want to take something that belongs to me, Duan Lingtian? Chapter 953. Whoosh! The blue-clad young man's speed was very fast. As he fled, 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. They were as fast as the wind. First-level void transformation martial artist. He had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Is it someone who came in from another entrance? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He quickly overtook the group of khaki puppets and easily arrived behind the blue-clad young man. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian moved again and caught up to the blue-clad young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook and turned into a flash of lightning. The sword whistled briefly. Cough! The blue-clad young man did not even have time to react when a clear sword mark appeared on his throat. As he coughed, the sword mark opened and blood spurted out. Boom! 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 Subsequently, the blue-clad young man fell to the ground along with the box that contained the treasure. He flew out from the inertia and only came to a stop after his body brushed against the ground for dozens of meters. At the same time, the exquisite box fell to the ground and opened with a "pa" sound. A fragment that was emitting a deep khaki energy appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Earth Profundity Fragment? Duan Lingtian, who had just caught up, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the fragment. He raised his hand anxiously and used his origin energy to pull the fragment from the exquisite box into his hand. *T. Almost at the same time when he held the fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and sensed a familiar aura from the box. It was the aura of an inscription formation. Congratulations, young man. This 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment is yours. The martial monarch's voice resonated from the exquisite box. His voice spread far and wide with a terrifying penetrating force. It's actually an improved polyphony formation. Duan Lingtian frowned. Even if the polyphony formation was activated, the sound would only spread to a radius of 100 meters. However, the improved polyphony formation had a terrifying penetrating power. It could spread the sound to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time and enter the ears of everyone within 10,000 meters. That Emperor Wu must have done it on purpose. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the purpose, it was none other than to make it too easy for the person who obtained the treasure. Boom. 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 Unknowingly, the remaining dozens of earthen yellow puppets had caught up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Their stone fists pierced through the air and smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly cold, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash in the sword drawing art, instantly annihilating a small portion of the puppets. Kill. As Duan Lingtian's eyes filled with killing intent, the remaining puppets all died at his hands. When all the puppets fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows as though he had sensed something. Whoosh. 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 3 silhouettes ran from 3 different directions and arrived near Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. They came to a halt and revealed their true identities. The 3 young men looked at each other before their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. 3 pairs of eyes shot out 3 burning and greedy gazes as they focused on Duan Lingtian. They completely ignored the puppets that had turned into rocks all over the place. They did not even notice the blue-clad young man's body that was completely crushed by the rocks. Hand over the profundity fragment you obtained. Otherwise, die. Among the 3 young men, the young man who had a cold expression glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said coolly. Although the other 2 young men did not say anything, they were also glaring at the fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand that was shining with khaki energy. They knew that it was the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. The martial monarch's voice came from afar and entered their ears. They had followed the voice and rushed over immediately. They're not the ones who came in with me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 young men who surrounded him. He immediately realized that they were not the ones who came in from entrance number 2 with him. Which entrance did you come in from? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly with a gleam in his eyes. Entrance number 1. The young man who had a cold expression on his face answered. Entrance number 1? Duan Lingtian came to a realization and asked again, are all of you from the northern desert as well? Are you from the northern desert as well? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other young man raised an eyebrow and questioned him in a condescending tone. He was not courteous at all. Duan Lingtian did not care about the other party's tone. Now, he had confirmed the other party's origin from the other party's words. Do all of you want this profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian weighed the fragment in his hand and asked calmly. Of course. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier shouted as if it was a matter of course. But there are 3 of you. Who should I give this profundity fragment to? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously. No matter who you give it to, you have to hand it over first. The words of the stern-faced young man were filled with an unquestionable tone. Then who should I give it to? Duan Lingtian asked again. Leave it to me. The young man who questioned Duan Lingtian earlier said. I have no objections. The young man who had remained silent all this while also chimed in. The minority obeys the majority. The young man in front looked at the young man with a cold expression and said with a smile. Humph. Don't think that I don't know that all of you are Azumo sex disciples. The Azumo movement skill that all of you displayed when you came in has already exposed your identities. The young man with a cold expression said in disdain. Then, does this mean that you're from North Nether sect? The 2 young men who were echoing each other earlier shifted their gazes to the young man with a cold expression and asked in a deep voice. That's right. The latter nodded and did not deny it. When our Izumo sect and Anika sect came in, your North Nether sect was nowhere to be seen. I can't believe that all of you actually made it in time. The Izumo sect's disciple who spoke rudely sneered. Izumo sect. Anika sect. North Nether sect. When Duan Lingtian heard the conversation between the two young men, his eyes narrowed immediately. Before he left the Five Elements sect, he had never heard of these three sections. However, during the 1 month he spent traveling to the entrance of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in the southwest of the Northern Desert after leaving the Five Elements sect, he had learned a lot about the Northern Desert from Huang Dainyu and Chen Wei. In the Northern Desert, other than the eastern, southern, and western regions, there were a bunch of third-rate forces that ruled supreme. In the central area of the Northern Desert and the northern area of the Northern Desert, there were three powerful second-rate forces. They were sects that had existed for thousands of years. Izumo sect in the central region of the Northern Desert. North Nether sect in the northern region of the Northern Desert. Other than these two sects, there was another sect that was located at the intersection of the central and northern regions of the Northern Desert. It was Anika sect. They're from Izumo sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as realization dawned on him. No wonder they're so powerful. As it turns out, they're young powerhouses from second-rate forces. Senior Brother Su, why are we wasting our breath on him? Let's kill him first and then snatch the profundity fragment from that boy. Another Izumo sect's disciple suggested. All right. The moment the Izumo sect's disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Su heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately flew out and charged toward the North Nether sect's disciple who had a cold expression on his face. The other Izumo sect's disciple followed closely behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! One of them used a sword while the other used a saber. They unleashed their full strength the moment they made their move. They attacked the North Nether sect's disciple who stood motionless in the distance as though he was scared silly. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of their heads, displaying their full strength. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. When their origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Both of them used grade 2 spirit weapons that could amplify their strength by 78% on top of their origin energy. It was close to the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. On top of that, both of them had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Once they unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. When the three of them were added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 550 ancient horned dragons. If that's the case, the blue-clad young man who wanted to seize the opportunity to take away the 7th-level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment might be from Izumo sect, North Nether sect, or Anika sect as well. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side and being ignored by the two Izumo sect's disciples and the North Nether sect's disciple, could not help but recall the blue-clad young man whom he had killed with a single slash of his sword. The blue-clad young man was also a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. Moreover, he did not come in through entrance number 2 with him. Clang! 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 At this moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated in his ears. Gusts of violent wind blew in his face, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. He saw that the North Nether sect's disciple was facing the two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. With his pair of iron fists, he easily blocked their attacks. Of course, the North Nether sect's disciple did not fight the two Izumo sect's disciples empty-handed. He used the grade 2 spirit weapon glove that he wore on his hand and easily blocked the opponent's spirit saber and spirit sword. Faced with the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not surprised at all. Whoosh! Above the North Nether sect's disciple, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased again until it reached more than 830. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward the two Izumo sect's disciples in a menacing manner. second-level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the second-level void transformation concept. I wonder if this North Nether sect's disciple is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Chapter 954. The North Nether sect's disciple did not use his full strength in the beginning. He only fought with the two Izumo sect's disciples with his strength that was on par with theirs. When the two Izumo sect's disciples saw this, they increased the speed of their attacks. Just as the two of them were getting closer to the North Nether sect's disciple, the North Nether sect's disciple who had successfully lured his enemies and had a chilling expression on his face. In an instant, his entire strength exploded. The strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons gushed out from his iron fist, setting off a series of wind whistling sound and air exploding sound. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he smashed one of the Izumo sect's disciples. The punch was like a landslide. It was earth-shattering. Boom! A loud sound resonated in the air. The North Nether sect's disciple smashed the spirit saber in the Izumo sect's disciple's hand away with just one punch. The iron fist that was flying across the sky seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer as it continued to smash down on the Izumo sect's disciple's head. Bang! A loud explosion resonated in the air. The Izumo sect's disciple's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere as the headless body fell to the ground. Why, you actually concealed your strength? The other Izumo sect's disciple who used a sword, the one who had been speaking in an unfriendly tone, turned horrified when he saw his junior brother's head exploding from just one punch from the North Nether sect's disciple. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! Even with his full strength, he only had the strength of more than 550 ancient horned dragons. His opponent, on the other hand, had the strength of 830 ancient horned dragons. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent. However, the only thing on his mind right now was to flee. It did not cross his mind that with his strength, he would not be able to escape from this North Nether sect's disciple. The Izumo sect's disciple had just fled for more than 10 meters when the North Nether sect's disciple caught up with him. Shocked, his head exploded with just one punch and he followed in the footsteps of his junior brother. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sect's disciple had already killed two Izumo sect's disciples. His expression did not change at all. After taking the two spatial rings, his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Boy! You're very smart. The North Nether sect's disciple with a cold expression looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "It's a good thing you didn't run. Otherwise, you'll die before them. But now, you should be on your way to accompany them." As he spoke, the North Nether sect's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent soared to the heavens. "If I give you this profundity fragment, will you kill me as well?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible gleam flashed in them as he asked with interest. "Of course." The North Nether sect's disciple said matter-of-factly, "If you survive and spread the news that I've obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Wouldn't I become everyone's target? Only dead people don't talk nonsense." The moment his words left his mouth, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the North Nether sect's disciple's head began to fluctuate. The 830 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons became even more corporeal. They were ready to charge out at any time. "Thank you for reminding me." Duan Lingtian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as his gaze fell upon the North Nether sect's disciple. "What do you mean?" The North Nether sect's disciple could not help but ask in a deep voice when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. "Only dead people don't talk nonsense." Duan Lingtian repeated the North Nether sect's disciple's words. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, his body moved and shot out rapidly. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he swept toward the North Nether sect's disciple in a menacing manner. A khaki energy vibrated on Duan Lingtian's body. Accompanied by streaks of purple lightning and a vast green wind, it spread all the way to the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand. A sword whistle resonated in the air. An incomparably sharp aura appeared on the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength the moment he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian charged out, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand trembled. The heaven and earth energy above his head began to stir and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes rushed out and pounced toward the North Nether Sect's disciple with bared fangs and brandished claws. The North Nether Sect's disciple only saw a flash in front of his eyes before the purple figure was already not far away from him. The 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky caused an inexplicable shock to rise from the bottom of his heart. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The North Nether Sect's disciple was shocked. It had never crossed his mind that this purple-clad young man who looked like he was only 25 years old would actually possess such a powerful strength. It was obvious that the two Izumo sect's disciples had never seen the purple-clad young man before this. Moreover, the Izumo sect's disciple had said that they came in together with the Anika sect's disciple. If the purple-clad young man was an Anika sect's disciple, they would definitely recognize him even if they did not know him. Therefore, the purple-clad young man was neither Izumo sect's disciple nor Anika sect's disciple. Since he was a North Nether sect's disciple, he was almost certain that the purple-clad young man in front of him was not from the North Nether sect as well. Based on his words earlier, he revealed that he's also from the Northern Desert. The strongest forces in the Northern Desert are the three second-rate forces. There are North Nether sect, Izumo sect, and Anika sect. At this moment, the North Nether sect's disciple's mind began to spin. Don't tell me he's from a third-rate force? Such a thought suddenly appeared in the North Nether sect's disciple's mind. For a moment, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Since when was there such a powerful young powerhouse in a third-rate force? Whoosh! The sound of a sword whistling reverberated in the air, causing the North Nether sect's disciple to regain his senses. He hurriedly threw out a punch to meet the swift sword ray that appeared briefly. Interesting. Seeing how the North Nether sect's disciple actually dared to dodge the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, a hint of coldness crept up the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The sword that was originally going to dodge the opponent's fist suddenly trembled. Whoosh! The sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword skyrocketed as it met the iron fist of the North Nether sect's disciple and directly pierced through it. The sword ray swept out in a destructive manner and mercilessly poured into the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. Ha! When the North Nether sect's disciple saw this, he suddenly shouted out loud. The energy in his fist skyrocketed as the strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons surged out. He gave it his all and did not hold back at all. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword ray collided with the energy in the North Nether sect's disciple's fist. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. At this moment, a vast airwave swept out like a ripple from the center of the collision between the two of them. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions continued to reverberate in the air. At the same time, it set off gusts of raging wind that blew in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Pa! 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 A series of crisp sounds reverberated in the air. A series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground beneath the North Nether sect's disciples' feet. The cracks continued to spread out like a gigantic spider web. On the other hand, not a single crack appeared beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. From this, one could see that the current collision did not cause any pressure to Duan Lingtian at all. Boom! In the next moment, the energy in Duan Lingtian's sword ray was completely released. The strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons completely crushed the North Nether sect's disciples' strength of more than 830 ancient horned dragons as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in his fist was completely dispersed. That was not all. Spurt! The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword was sent out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It pierced through the grade 2 spirit weapon glove on the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist and entered his arm. With a sudden shake, his entire arm was crushed into pieces. Humph. A muffled groan that was mixed with a hint of pain came out from the North Nether Sect's disciple's mouth. In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backward and fell hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there with his sword in his hand. He looked at the North Nether Sect's disciple coldly like an undefeatable god of war. "You've got some backbone." A hint of astonishment flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. His sword earlier went through the North Nether Sect's disciple's fist and entered his entire arm. It had completely crushed and crippled his arm. The pain he experienced was far from being comparable to having his arm chopped off. However, this North Nether Sect's disciple only let out a muffled groan from the beginning until the end. After he was sent flying, he even managed to catch his breath in a short period of time. It was truly frightening. In the next moment, the North Nether Sect's disciple's actions shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes could not help but shrink. Wang! The North Nether Sect's disciple raised his left hand and turned it into a blade. Origin energy bloomed and transformed into a ray of white saber light. He decisively chopped off the broken arm that could no longer be restored to its original state. Humph! The North Nether Sect's disciple let out another muffled groan as he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he consumed a healing pill. His extremely pale face finally regained some color. He can even be so ruthless to himself. This person is really terrifying. Upon seeing this, the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes became even more intense. The killing intent in his heart rose and was difficult to suppress. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it was needless to say that he would be even more ruthless to others. Although Duan Lingtian still admired this North Nether Sect's disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, his heart did not soften at all. Just like what the other party had said, only a dead person would not speak carelessly. What exactly is the sword in your hand? Even if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, it's impossible for it to destroy my gloves. The North Nether Sect's disciple took a deep breath and stared at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dread. "You have a good eye." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "How can a mere grade 1 spirit sword be compared to the sword in my hand? Let alone your grade 2 spirit weapon, even if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon, I can still destroy it as long as I want to." A quasi-royal grade spirit weapon had broken through the shackles of an ordinary spirit weapon. Other than having a twofold increase in strength, it also possessed an indestructible and powerful characteristic. Chapter 955. Many of the materials used to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon were difficult to refine even with the weapon fire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Due to this reason, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon possessed the ability to destroy ordinary spirit weapons, including grade 1 spirit weapons. Even a grade 1 spirit weapon could be destroyed? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the North Nether Sect's disciple could not help but narrow his eyes. Shock was written all over his face as he asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a nobody." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, he slowly raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was ready to kill the North Nether Sect's disciple at any time. "I'm a North Nether Sect's disciple. If you dare to kill me, the North Nether Sect will never let you go." The North Nether Sect's disciple threatened in a deep voice. Faced with the faintly discernible killing intent in the eyes of the purple-clad young man in front of him, he did not run away. This was because he knew he could not escape. His opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. "There's no third living person here. Do you think anyone will know that I'm the one who killed you if you die here?" Upon hearing the North Nether Sect's disciple's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He then looked at him as though he was looking at an idiot. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian directly killed him with his sword before he could even react. After killing the North Nether Sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian took his spatial ring and the earth concept fragments from the hundreds of puppets. After putting the hundreds of Earth concept fragments into Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the huge cavern that was as spacious as a training field. For a time, the only things left in the huge cave were some stones piled up everywhere, as well as 3 ghastly corpses. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. Not bad. Duan Lingtian weighed the profundity fragment that was sparkling with khaki energy in his hand as he flew forward. He muttered to himself, together with the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, and 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. I have all the profundity fragments that I can use. The most important thing now is to find a profundity fragment that I have no use for and hand it over to the sect. Duan Lingtian put away the profundity fragment in his hand that was glowing with an earthy yellow energy. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he searched around. Along the way, he also met some young experts from other forces. In addition to the young disciples from other forces who had entered through entrance number 2 with him, he also encountered many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the disciples from the second-rate forces who had entered through entrance number 1. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed many battles. They were either fighting for grade 2 spirit weapons, grade 1 spirit weapons, or concept fragments that were above the 7th level. The battles were fierce, and there were young experts who died from time to time. However, Duan Lingtian did not interfere. Whether it was a grade 2 spirit weapon or a grade 1 spirit weapon, he was not interested in them at all. As for concept fragments, the only thing he lacked was a 9th level Earth concept fragment. However, he did not encounter it along the way, and he was not interested in the rest. When he was passing by a spacious cave, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a saber chiming entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the sound, he looked over and saw a muscular young man swinging the spirit saber in his hand and killing another young man easily. After the muscular young man succeeded with his saber, he looked at the 2 young men who were standing nearby with a grave expression on their faces and said disdainfully, "Now, are the 2 of you still coveting the 9th level Earth concept fragment in my hand?" When the 2 young men heard this, they looked at each other. For a moment, they did not dare to attack the muscular young man anymore. 9th level Earth concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was still wondering when he would come across a 9th level Earth concept fragment. He did not expect to encounter one in just a blink of an eye. For a moment, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and probed the muscular young man's cultivation base. Third level void transformation? After probing the man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The North Nether sect's disciple from before had a cultivation base at the 2nd level void transformation, and it had already shocked him. Now, he had encountered an even stronger existence, a young powerhouse at the 3rd level void transformation stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study the muscular young man seriously. The muscular young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although he looked careless, his big eyes were gleaming with wisdom. It was apparent that he was not as simple as he seemed. 3rd level void transformation. His strength is equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when he fully explodes his strength. The spirit saber in his hand is a grade 2 spirit saber. Although its amplification strength is not as good as the spirit weapon that I personally refined, it's not weak either. It can amplify strength by at least 78%. After Duan Lingtian probed the man's cultivation base, he began to ponder in his heart. A 78% amplification on the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons is equivalent to the strength of 310 ancient horned dragons. In other words, he can unleash the strength of over 710 ancient horned dragons without using his concept. As long as he has comprehended the void transformation concept above the 2nd level. I'm no match for him in terms of strength. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he gasped. When he exerted his full strength and relied on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the strength he could exert was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If his opponent had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, he would be able to exert the strength of 1010 ancient horned dragons when he exerted his full strength. If that was the case, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him and could fight him. However, if his opponent had comprehended the third-level void transformation concept or an even higher-level void transformation concept, Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was a third-level void transformation martial artist. It was not impossible. However, Duan Lingtian was a little reluctant to give up the 9th-level Earth concept fragment just like that. If you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands, I'll be happy to exchange the 9th-level Earth concept fragment that I just obtained with you. If you don't, scram. At this moment, the sturdy young man's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears again, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten up immediately. 9th-level Saber concept fragment? He happened to have one in his hands. It was the one he won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two young men standing at the side were originally anxious. However, when they heard the sturdy young man's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. They did not dare to stay any longer and left in a flash, disappearing into the cavern in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the sturdy young man were left in the entire cavern. What? You want to snatch the 9th-level Earth concept fragment from me too? After noticing Duan Lingtian's presence, the sturdy young man raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes, a wrong decision can cost you your life." When Duan Lingtian heard the sturdy young man's words, he could not help but laugh secretly. This person did not seem like a ruthless person. He had the attitude of, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. "You said earlier I can use the 9th-level Saber concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in your hands?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he narrowed his eyes. "That's right." The sturdy young man nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother. Since you said so, could it be that you have the 9th-level Saber concept fragment in your hands?" When the sturdy young man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a fragment appeared in his hand. It was the 9th-level Saber concept fragment that he had won from the sect leader of Sun Moon sect not long ago. 9th-level Saber concept fragment. When the sturdy young man saw the fragment that Duan Lingtian took out, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out a deep yellow fragment. It was the 9th-level Earth concept fragment. "Little brother, let's exchange." As though he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words, the sturdy young man raised his hand and threw the 9th-level Earth concept fragment in his hand to Lingtian. It was as though he was not worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words after taking his concept fragment. Duan Lingtian did not expect the sturdy young man to be so straightforward. He could not help but have a good impression of him. When he took the 9th-level Earth concept fragment, he threw the Saber concept fragment in his hand to the other party as well. The sturdy young man reached out his hand to catch it and put it away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "My name is Peng Bao, and I'm a disciple of Anika sect. May I know how I should address you, brother?" Anika sect was one of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian, who had a good impression of Peng Bao, replied with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, a disciple of 5-element sect." 5-element sect? When Peng Bao heard this, his eyes gleamed as he asked in surprise, "Is it the 5-element sect in the southern of the northern desert?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. "I've heard about your 5-element sect from my master before. It said that there was once a talented martial artist in your 5-element sect who had the potential to become a martial monarch. Unfortunately, he was injured more than 20 years ago, and he could not recover from the setback since then," Peng Bao said. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Naturally, He could guess that the person Pang Bao was talking about was Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak in the Five Elements sect. However, it did not cross his mind that Qiyu was so famous that even the people from the second-rate forces in the northern desert knew about him. That's the peak master of our Five Elements sect's Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 956. Upon hearing Pang Bao's reminder, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The interaction between him and Pang Bao was nothing more than an exchange of equal value. The fact that Pang Bao was willing to do this meant that he was a friend worth making. All right. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Then I'll make a move first. Be careful. Pang Bao nodded at Duan Lingtian and left after bidding farewell to him. After Pang Bao left, Duan Lingtian left as well. However, he did not leave in the same direction as Pang Bao. There were 7 exits in this cavern that led to different places. He simply chose a different one from Pang Bao. In one of the thousands of caverns in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Boom. 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 In an extremely humid cavern that was covered in vegetation, the sound of collision and explosion reverberated in the air. It was continuous and did not stop for a long time. 2 figures crossed each other constantly. They would collide and separate from time to time. For a moment, they seemed to be evenly matched. Unknowingly, a series of hideous cracks had appeared on the ground beneath their feet. The cracks were densely intertwined and spread out, forming a huge spider web. Is there any meaning in continuing like this? Why don't I give you a 7th level concept fragment, and you give me the 2nd spirit fruit? What do you think? One of the figures said as he retreated. Give it to me, and I'll give you an 8th level concept fragment, the other figure said disdainfully. He continued to charge at his opponent. The energy from the fusion of origin energy and concept on his body soared and swept towards his opponent in a ferocious manner. Humph. Then there's nothing more to say. The former snorted coldly and shot out to fight with his opponent again. Both of them continued to fight here. Sounds of explosions swept out from where they collided and set off gusts of violent wind. It blew until a plant in the damp cavern was on the verge of collapse. This plant was very special. It was not green like ordinary plants. Instead, it had 3 different colors. Its slightly exposed rhizome was golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Most importantly, there were 3 different colored spirit fruits hanging on the plant. They were gold, purple, and red respectively. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this plant, he would be very surprised. 3 spirit fruits of different colors grew on one of the plants. It was extremely strange. Most importantly, these 3 spirit fruits were not of the same type. In other words, a cultivator could consume these 3 spirit fruits at the same time, allowing them to increase their cultivation without any diminishing effect. Now, the 2 young experts fighting in the cave were fighting because they had discovered these 3 spiritual fruits at the same time. Judging from the deep color of these 3 spirit fruits, it was clear that they had just ripened. Now was the best time to take it. Clang. 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 The figures of the 2 young men constantly crossed each other, and the spirit weapons in their hands would occasionally collide with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that shook people's hearts. More than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. Both of them were first-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept. The spirit weapons in their hands were all grade 2 spirit weapons that had a 78% boost in strength. The reason both of them were fighting was because of the 3 spirit fruits. If there were only 2 spirit fruits, they would have stopped fighting long ago after knowing their opponent's strength was on par with theirs. They would have gotten 1 each and everyone would be happy. However, there were 3 spirit fruits in total. Now, they wanted to use their own strength to decide who would get the spirit fruits. The loser would definitely die, and the winner would get all 3 spirit fruits. However, they were still unable to determine the winner even after fighting for a long time. I think we shouldn't continue like this. It won't benefit anyone if someone else tries to take a share of the loot from us. One of the young men retreated and said in a deep voice. Sure. However, I must get 2 of the 3 spirit fruits. The other young man nodded in agreement, but he stated a condition that was difficult for his opponent to accept. Humph. Since you're so greedy, I'll continue. The former's face darkened, and he snorted angrily before continuing to fight with his opponent. Time passed by quietly. Outside the cave, a white figure flew in and stopped at one of the entrances of the cave. His gaze landed on the 2 people fighting in the cave. They must be fighting here because of some benefits. The owner of the white figure was a white-clad young man. He looked at the 2 people fighting in the cave and muttered to himself. Xianxia boy, you're in luck. At this moment, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the depths of the white-clad young man's mind. The white-clad young man could not help but be stunned. The white-clad young man was none other than Xianxia, who had fallen from the high platform below the entrance of the Emperor Wu's secret realm. He should have died after falling into the bottomless abyss, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had even entered the real Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Elder Ghost, what did you find? Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard Ghost Flame's words in his mind. Look at the inside of the cave. Do you see the tricolor plant? Ghost Flame's voice resonated in Xianxia's mind. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately looked into the cave. With just a glance, he saw the tricolor plant with 3 different colored fruits hanging on it. It was especially eye-catching. Spirit fruits? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and his breathing became hurried. Although I don't know what kind of spirit fruits they are, my soul energy can sense that they're not the same type of spirit fruits. Moreover, their medicinal effects are between the void interpretation stage's spirit fruits and the void transformation stage's spirit fruits. Ghost Flame's voice continued to resound in Xianxia's mind. What do you mean? Xianxia was puzzled when he heard Ghost Flame's words. What I mean is, regardless of whether it's a void interpretation stage martial artist or a void transformation stage martial artist, those 3 spirit fruits can be consumed. If consumed by a void interpretation stage martial artist, the effect will be even greater. Ghost Flame explained. Spirit fruits that can be consumed by both void interpretation stage and void transformation stage martial artists? Xianxia's eyes lit up. His originally hurried breathing became even faster, and he could not calm down for a long time. A spirit fruit that could be consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist would naturally have a strong medicinal effect. He was only a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist. Once he consumed these 3 spirit fruits, would his strength not improve by leaps and bounds? The 2 types of concepts that he had comprehended were already void transformation concepts. Therefore, he did not have to worry that his cultivation base would not be able to enter the void transformation stage after quickly breaking through to the 9th level void interpretation stage. These 3 spirit fruits are mine, Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he glanced at the 2 people who were still fighting with disdain. He flew into the cave, and he did not intentionally conceal himself in front of the 2 people who were fighting. Who's there? As soon as Xianxia appeared, he was noticed by the 2 young men who were fighting. Instantly, the 2 of them stopped fighting and stared at Xianxia. I, Xianxia, want those 3 spirit fruits. Xianxia glanced at the 2 young men and said indifferently. Xianxia glanced at the 2 young men and spoke indifferently. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment, but his tone contained traces of an unquestionable tone. When they heard Xianxia's words, the 2 young men's faces changed drastically, and they said angrily, "Dream on." At this moment, Xianxia, who paused for a moment, had a cold gleam in his eyes. There was coldness in his voice. As for the 2 of you, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. One had to admit that Xianxia's words were very domineering. At the same time, it completely infuriated the 2 young men. You're courting death. One of the young men's eyes was filled with killing intent. His voice was cold as though it came from an extremely cold ice cave. Whoever kills this kid will get the 2 spirit fruits. What do you think? The other young man took a deep breath and asked the former. Sure. The former did not refuse and nodded fiercely. For a moment, the 2 young men looked at Zishang with a ruthless gaze. It was as though they were going to devour him. Kill. In the next moment, the 2 of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The origin energy and concept on their bodies merged together and transformed into a vast and rolling energy. Together with the spirit weapons in their hands, they attacked Zishang mercilessly. In the void above their heads, the heaven and earth energy rolled and rolled. In the end, it gathered into more than 550 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was a total of more than 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws at Zishang. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing 2 first-level void transformation martial artists, Zishang, who was a 7th-level void interpretation martial artist, was not afraid at all. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth as a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing the 2 young men charging at him without holding back, a cold gleam flashed in Zishang's eyes. He shook the long spear in his hand and suddenly shot it out fiercely. Whoosh! Where the long spear was pointed, flames wrapped around the body of the spear as though it had transformed into a fire dragon that kept flashing around the spear body. Soon after, a gust of green wind appeared beside the fire dragon and pierced into the fire dragon's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the fire dragon soared with the help of the wind. At the same time, as the 7-foot-long spear in Zishang's hand swept out like a bolt of lightning, 878 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons swept out from the void above his head. The 7th-level void interpretation martial artist's strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. With the boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, it could be raised to the strength of 178 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level Advanced Wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the 1st-level Advanced Wind concept that was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons, and the 1st-level Advanced Wind concept that was enhanced by the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons with the help of the wind through the fire. Currently, Zishang could unleash the strength of 878 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. *T. Chapter 957. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the 2 young men realized what was going on. They had never imagined that this young man in white, who looked even younger than them, would be so powerful that he could completely crush them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zishang shook the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. 2 spear rays flashed out like a pair of wind and fire dragons. They easily killed the 2 young men who overestimated themselves. He killed 2 first-level void transformation martial artists in just one move. If there was a 3rd person present, the person would surely turn pale with fright and be dumbstruck when such an accomplishment occurred on a 7th-level void interpretation stage martial artist. This was because this was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage killing 2 martial artists at the 1st level of the void transformation stage in a single move. No matter who heard of this, they would only think that this was a fantasy story and a great joke. 2 pieces of trash. Zishang, who kept the 7-foot-long spear in his hand, glanced at the 2 young men's corpses with disdain. Void transformation martial artists. That's all there is to them. At this moment, Zishang seemed to have forgotten everything. Not long ago, he was forced by a void transformation martial artist to abandon the Devil Seal tablet fragment and escape into the bottomless abyss. That was how he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse now. These 3 spirit fruits. They're all mine now. Zishang walked to the 3-colored plant in the innermost part of the damp cave and plucked the 3 spirit fruits of different colors. He held them in his hand and studied them carefully. According to my judgment, any one of these 3 spirit fruits is enough to help you advance from the 7th level void interpretation to the 1st level void transformation stage in one go. At the same time, Ghostfire's voice resonated in Zishang's mind. The medicinal effect is so strong? Zishang was shocked when he heard Ghostfire's words. After all, he was only at the 7th level void interpretation now. He was 3 levels away from the 1st level void transformation stage. One spirit fruit was enough to help him break through 3 levels in a row. At this moment, Zishang's breathing quickened. Of course. As long as a void transformation martial artist is not at the 4th level void transformation stage or above, any one of these 3 spirit fruits can raise his cultivation base by at least 1 level. Ghostfire said matter-of-factly. All right. Don't try to convince me. Even if I only consume one of them, my strength will surpass that Duan Lingtian once I break through to the 1st level void transformation stage. Zishang's eyes flickered with a bright light, and then he gnashed his teeth and said, Duan Lingtian, I'll surely kill you and seize the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, I, Zishang, will soar into the sky. You are destined to be trampled under my feet. There's no rush to seek revenge from that Duan Lingtian for now. You should first find a secluded place, consume the spirit fruit, and cultivate properly. Your priority is to raise your cultivation base to the 1st level void transformation stage. Ghostfire said. Yes. Zishang nodded and agreed with Ghostfire's words. At the same time, he began to look for a secluded cave in the surroundings. He was prepared to consume the spirit fruit he had just obtained to increase his cultivation base. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened here. Duan Lingtian did not know that Zishang, who should have fallen to his death in the bottomless abyss, was still alive. He also did not know that Zishang had obtained 3 spirit fruits that could be considered as treasures, and that his strength would surpass his at any time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shuttling through the caves, trying to determine the location of the palace that Emperor Wu left behind in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. According to the Emperor Wu powerhouse, the palace where he died was located in the center of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian's target was the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Apart from the 3 profundity fragments, there were only 5 profundity fragments in the entire Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Right now, he had obtained one of the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. There were 4 more. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, he was already considered lucky to have obtained one of them. Otherwise, he might not have obtained it at all. I can't believe I didn't encounter a single 5-element sex disciple who's still alive. Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly solemn as he moved. Although he had encountered a few 5-element sex disciples along the way, all of them were dead bodies. Moreover, they had all been killed a long time ago. He could not find the murderer even if he wanted to avenge them. Inside an incomparably spacious cave, 2 swiftly moving figures suddenly stopped in their tracks. There were countless rocks piled up around their bodies. Among the rocks, there were many red fragments mixed in. They were fire concept fragments, and there were hundreds of them. The 2 of them did not collect the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Their eyes landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cave at the same time. Half of the exquisite box was embedded in the top of the cave. It was obvious that the treasure left behind by the powerhouse Emperor Wu was stored inside. The 2 young men quickly shifted their eyes away from the exquisite box. Lu Qi, I can't believe that your strength has improved so much. Looks like a Nika sect came prepared this time. You're quite ambitious, aren't you? One of the young men looked at the other young man and said in a deep voice. Isn't Azumo sect the same? The Anika sect's disciple who was called Lu Qi smirked. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Xiaoping, we fought once in the martial competition of the 3 sects. I lost to you that time. Today, not only do I want to avenge my humiliation, but I also want to kill you and take the treasure for myself. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Xiaoping replied indifferently. Almost at the instant Xiaoping's words left his mouth, Lu Qi made his move. He chose to make the first move and charged toward Xiaoping. A soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand out of thin air. Whoosh! The soft sword that was filled with a chilling intent pierced through the air and set off a series of piercing whistling sounds. The moment he made his move, he aimed for Xiaoping's vital point between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled above Lu Qi's head as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and formed. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Lu Qi's head one after another. There was a total of over 830 of them. Lu Qi's cultivation base was at the second-level void transformation stage. When the origin energy in his body burst out, it was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. With the 78% boost from the Grade 2 spirit weapon, it could be raised to the strength of over 230 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, Lu Qi had also comprehended the second-level advanced sword concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, when Lu Qi unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons. The sword that contained the strength of over 830 ancient horned dragons reverberated in the air wherever it passed. The airflow in the air stirred and set off a series of slight air explosions. Whoosh! He pointed his sword at Xiaoping's glabella, intending to kill Xiaoping in one strike. When Xiaoping saw Lu Qi had made the first move and displayed such strength, his face turned slightly solemn. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and charged forward. Whoosh! A narrow saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The saber ray bloomed and emitted waves of sharp aura as it charged toward Lu Qi's sword. Whoosh! The heaven and earth energy swirled in the air as the heaven and earth phenomenon consolidated and transformed into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons increased to over 800. Kill! Lu Qi's eyes gleamed coldly as he faced Xiaoping, who charged toward him. The soft sword in his hand raged as it charged toward Xiaoping's narrow saber. It was as though he wanted to fight head-on with Xiaoping. However, the confidence on his face soon froze. He could clearly see that the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xiaoping's head had increased to over 930 in just a blink of an eye. It was 100 more than him. No! Horror dawned on Lu Qi's face when he saw this. It did not cross his mind that Xiaoping had been concealing his strength since the beginning. It turned out that Xiaoping, who had a similar cultivation base to him and possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons, had already comprehended the third-level saber concept and completely suppressed his second-level sword concept. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. Boom! At the same time, the two forces collided with each other. A loud bang reverberated in the air and set off waves of air that spread out like ripples. It caused gusts of violent wind to blow. Smack! 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 The floor beneath Lu Qi's feet shattered. Countless ferocious cracks appeared and spread out in all directions as though they had transformed into a huge spider web. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Qi's sword ray was crushed by Xiaoping's saber ray. In just a few moments, Lu Qi was completely enveloped by Xiaoping's saber ray and was cut into two. Lu Qi's broken body fell to the ground. His blood stained the ground like a small stream that flowed slowly. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Lu Qi was the Anika sect's disciple who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. His strength could be ranked in the top 5 among the 10 Anika sect disciples who entered this time. However, he still died in the hands of Izumo sect's disciple, Xiaoping. Lu Qi, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me, Xiaoping. Xiaoping sneered. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down, preparing to take the spatial ring from Lu Qi's hand. However, before he could reach out his hand, his body stiffened. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Xiaoping hurriedly turned around and looked at the young man who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His face turned slightly grave. Who are you? The young man ignored Xiaoping. His gaze landed on the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. His eyes gleamed with a scorching luster. Leave. I don't want to kill you. Finally, the young man looked at Xiaoping and said coldly. From the beginning until the end, his face remained cold. May I know who you are? Xiaoping asked again. Emotion-severing sect, Zhang Yan. Chapter 958. Emotion-severing sect. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Xiaoping could not help but be stunned. After pondering for a moment, he asked, the third-rate force in the southern of the northern desert, the emotion-severing sect? Zhang Yan's face remained cold, and he did not answer Xiaoping. Xiaoping, on the other hand, confirmed it himself. When he looked at Zhang Yan again, a mocking smile appeared on his face. A disciple from a third-rate force dares to spout nonsense in front of me, Xiaoping? What a joke! Do you know who I, Xiaoping, am? Zhang Yan still did not speak. Let me tell you. I, Xiaoping, am a disciple from Izumo sect, one of the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. You're just a disciple from a third-rate force, an ant-like existence. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me, Xiaoping? When Xiaoping reached this part of the sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted, You'll definitely die today. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaoping no longer spouted nonsense. His body flashed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. The narrow saber in his hand seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake as it shot out rapidly to bite Zhang Yan's vital points. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Xiaoping once again. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged toward Zhang Yan. Xiaoping, Izumo sect's disciple. Among the 10 Izumo sect's young disciples who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. Due to this reason, Xiaoping was very confident in his strength. In his opinion, a mere third-rate disciple was just an ant-like existence in front of him. He only needed to meet face to face, and he could completely obliterate him from this world. In the face of Xiaoping, who was charging at him menacingly, Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged. However, his eyes turned completely cold as he quickly extended both of his hands. At that instant, a pair of spirit weapon gloves that were made of an unknown material appeared on each of Zhang Yan's hands. The moment the gloves appeared, a chilly aura exuded from them. Ice concept. When Xiaoping sensed the chilly aura exuding from Zhang Yan's hands, his eyes narrowed as a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. The concept of ice could be considered to be the concept of nature with the greatest might, and unless one possessed extraordinary natural talent and fortuitous encounters, it was practically impossible to comprehend it. However, when Xiaoping saw that there were only 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head, he could not help but sneer, so it's only the first-level advanced ice concept. In his opinion, the first-level advanced ice concept posed no threat to him at all. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because at the same time that Zhang Yan's hand emitted waves of frightening cold air, Yuan power rose along with it, transforming into strands of raging flames that perfectly fused together with the cold air. In that instant, blue flames appeared on Zhang Yan's hands. They gave off a scorching hot aura and a cold aura. The contradictory combination gave off a formless pressure. Whoosh! At the same time, another 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan. Among them, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons belonged to the first-level advanced fire concept. The fire concept was born from the ice concept. This technique was one of the miraculous techniques of the top cultivation method that Zhang Yan cultivated, the supreme emotion forgetting technique. As for the other 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, they were triggered by Zhang Yan's 7th-level void interpretation cultivation base. Almost at the same time, another 78 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. It was the amplification ability of the Grade 2 spirit weapon gloves on Zhang Yan's hands. There was a total of 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. However, everything did not end there. Dual heaven of ice and fire. As Zhang Yan spoke coldly, the blue ice flame that was the combination of ice and fire on his hands suddenly soared and emitted waves of frightening aura. In that instant, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 578 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Yan's head. There was a total of 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If the sect leader of emotion-severing sect, Payan, was here, he would be shocked to see this. This was because this meant that his direct disciple, Zhang Yan, had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. It could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire. The dual heaven of ice and fire was a technique in the supreme emotion forgetting technique. The initial stage could double the strength of the combination of ice and fire, while the mastery stage could double the strength. Currently, Zhang Yan had mastered the mastery stage of ice and fire dual heaven. How's this possible? The reason why Xiao Ping's expression changed was because he saw this unbelievable scene. The 978 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the emotion-severing sect's disciples' head had completely exceeded the strength of 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that he could display when he unleashed his full strength. At the same time, Xiao Ping's narrow saber that was charging toward Zhang Yan in a menacing manner showed signs of slowing down due to the shock in his heart. At this moment, a figure with a vast blue ice flame on his body appeared in front of Xiao Ping in just a blink of an eye. Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face. Whoosh! Xiao Ping no longer dared to hesitate. The strength on the narrow saber in his hand skyrocketed as he charged toward Zhang Yan. It was as though he wanted to cut Zhang Yan into two. Humph! A cold snort sounded from Zhang Yan's mouth. In the next instant, Zhang Yan's hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. It was as fast as lightning as it pressed down on the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand. Slap! Zhang Yan swung his hand out and slapped the narrow saber in Xiao Ping's hand away from its original trajectory. His hand remained on the narrow saber. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the narrow saber. The frost swept and spread, covering Xiao Ping's body in just a blink of an eye. It caused Xiao Ping's body that was about to dodge to show signs of stopping. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Yan's other hand that was surrounded by blue ice flames swept out like a cattail leaf fan at lightning speed. It was aimed at Xiao Ping's head. No! Horror dawned on Xiao Ping's face when he saw Zhang Yan's palm that was surrounded by blue ice flame and contained the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons was about to land on his head. He wanted to defend himself, but he realized that his body had become a little sluggish due to the cold air that came from Zhang Yan's palm. It was impossible for him to defend himself in time. Slap! Zhang Yan's palm landed on Xiao Ping's head and cracked it like a watermelon. The red and white matter that splattered out was completely frozen by a layer of frost. It did not touch Zhang Yan at all. Xiao Ping's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The narrow saber in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and casually took Xiao Ping's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit saber before putting them away into his spatial ring. Subsequently, he took Lu Qi's spatial ring and grade 2 spirit sword that had been dead for a long time. He also put away the fire concept fragments that were scattered all over the ground. There were a total of hundreds of fire concept fragments. A rare faint smile crept up on the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth after he put all of them away. Not bad. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. This time, he could be considered as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the fisherman that reaped the benefits. Soon after, Zhang Yan's gaze landed on the exquisite box at the top of the cavern. He flew out and took the exquisite box. I wonder what's inside. With curiosity in his heart, Zhang Yan lifted his hand and opened the exquisite box. After a short moment, a fragment that flickered with a deep fiery red energy appeared before his eyes, causing his eyes to light up and his breathing to become hurried. This isn't a concept fragment. Don't tell me it's a profundity fragment? Or a fire profundity fragment? Zhang Yan sucked in a cold breath. Almost at the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated from the box. When it entered Zhang Yan's ears, it carried a terrifying penetrating force that spread in all directions. Congratulations, young man. This 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment is yours. Soon after, Zhang Yan reacted. He could tell that it was the voice of the martial monarch powerhouse who left behind Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There's actually a polyphony formation in this box. However, the voice just now seems to have a strong penetrating force. I'm afraid it has spread to the surrounding area now. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. As soon as Zhang Yan reacted, he heard 3 swift sounds of wind whistling. In just a blink of an eye, they entered the cavern that he was in. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before his eyes. Junior brother Lu. One of the figures belonged to a young man in black. Horror dawned on his face when he saw Lu Qi's body on the ground. It was apparent that he was also a disciple of a Nika sect just like Lu Qi. Senior brother Xiao Ping. The other 2 young men looked at Xiao Ping's body. Horror dawned on their faces. When they looked at Zhang Yan again, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly turned around and intended to escape. What a joke. The person who could kill senior brother Xiao Ping was not someone they could deal with. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhang Yan's cold voice resonated in the air. As he lifted his hands, 2 vast blue ice flames swept out and caught up to the 2 Izumo sect's disciples. They enveloped them and killed them instantly. The 2 bodies fell to the ground with 2 soft thuds and lifted a cloud of dust. Ice concept? Fire concept? The black-clad Anika sect's disciple's face turned solemn. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Zhang Yan. You're quite strong to be able to kill junior brother Lu and Izumo sect's Xiao Ping. However, you're still nothing in front of me. The moment the Anika sect's disciple's words left his mouth, his body shot out like an arrow that was released from a bow as he charged toward Zhang Yan. A spirit weapon appeared in his hand. Origin energy and concept followed him like a shadow and merged into the spirit weapon. At the same time, more than 930 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and charged toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan? Chapter 959. This was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Just by standing there, it was as if everything around her paled in comparison. Her red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Her graceful figure was enough to make one's imagination run wild. It gave one the urge to rush up and embrace her. However, the lady's appearance was so quiet that it did not alarm Zhang Yan and the black-clad Anika sect's disciple. 2nd-level Void Transformation Stage. Comprehended the 3rd-level Void Transformation concept? Zhang Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, could not help but sneer when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the Anika sect's disciples' attack. He initially thought that the other party dared to say such words because he had a strength that surpassed Xiao Ping, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had just killed. However, it seemed like the other party's strength was only on par with Xiao Ping. Perhaps, in his impression, Xiao Ping's strength is not on par with him. Zhang Yan thought to himself. Xiao Ping, whose strength was on par with this Anika sect's disciple, was killed by Zhang Yan in just one blow. Naturally, this Anika sect's disciple would not be an exception as well. In just one blow, Zhang Yan's hands surged with ice flames and killed him directly. Fusion of ice and fire? When Zhang Yan killed the Anika sect's disciple, took his spatial ring and spirit weapon, and was about to leave, a soft and pleasant voice resonated in his ears all of a sudden. This voice was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan, so his expression changed slightly. When did she appear? A strange thought rose in Zhang Yan's heart. He turned around and looked at the lady standing nearby who looked like she had transformed into a fire spirit. It was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu was not unfamiliar to Zhang Yan. A few months ago, Feng Tianwu had already displayed her extraordinary strength during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held in Skywolf Fort. However, compared to his strength, it was still worlds apart. It was not worth mentioning at all. It did not cross Zhang Yan's mind that Feng Tianwu actually possessed the strength to appear behind him silently after a few months. If Feng Tianwu made a move on him, he could not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Zhang Yan's forehead. Feng Tianwu. Zhang Yan calmly stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he didn't dare relax in the slightest when facing this young woman that admired Duanling Tian. The fact that the other party was able to silently appear behind him meant that the other party was no longer the same as before. Hand over the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and leave. Feng Tianwu stood there. When she looked at Zhang Yan, her beautiful face was filled with calmness, as if no other emotions had arisen. She asked for the Profundity Fragment in Zhang Yan's hand. Obviously, she had also been attracted by the extremely penetrating message left by Emperor Wu. If you want me to hand over the Profundity Fragment, you'll have to have the ability to do so. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. If it was the Feng Tianwu of the past who said this to him, he would think it was a big joke. However, he did not dare to think that way now. The fact that Feng Tianwu was able to appear behind him without making a sound meant that her current strength was on par with his at the very least. She might even be slightly stronger than him. Whoosh! In the face of Zhang Yan's provocation, Feng Tianwu's eyes narrowed. The red dress on her body fluttered, making her look like a real fire elf. She was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, strands of milky white origin energy rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It was like a milky white flame that twined around her body gently and rhythmically. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon quickly condensed into form. As a long whip that looked like a red spirit snake appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. Some silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, Zhang Yan's cold face was slightly stunned. It wasn't that the heaven and earth phenomenon was extremely terrifying, but it was too out of his expectations. In the sky above Feng Tianwu, 60 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 42 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Grade 3 Spirit Whip. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides a 70% amplification of strength? In next to no time, Zhang Yan's attention moved to descend onto the long whip that was like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand, and his eyes were filled with surprise. A Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification of strength could be said to be the best amongst the various Grade 3 spirit weapons. Zhang Yan found it difficult to imagine. Which weapons craftsman was actually capable of refining such an abnormal Grade 3 spirit weapon? Wait! In next to no time, Zhang Yan returned to his senses, and his eyes squinted. How could she possibly be so simple as a 4th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist? If she's only a 4th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, then it's absolutely impossible for her to appear behind me without me noticing. This was something that Zhang Yan could determine. After a short moment, when Zhang Yan saw the milky white flames around Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a fiery red color, he finally obtained the answer and solved the puzzlement in his heart. The milky white flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose into a fiery red color before transforming into a true flame that covered the sky, and it enveloped her entire body within it while emitting strands of terrifying aura. At this moment, Feng Tianwu soared into the sky along with the flames, and her graceful figure stood in the sky. She who was enveloped by the flames that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a true spirit of fire. Whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the heaven and earth energy roiled once again at the side of the 102 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before converging into a new heaven and earth phenomenon. After a short moment, 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before Zhang Yan's eyes. 1st level Advanced Fire Concept. Zhang Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. In next to no time, Zhang Yan's pupils constricted successively, and in the end, he was slightly numb. Heavens! What did he just see? He saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above Feng Tianwu's head continue to rise until it reached 1,002 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before the heaven and earth energy in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original calm state. 8th level Advanced Fire Concept. The scene before his eyes completely crushed the coldness on Zhang Yan's face, and he was so shocked that he could not help but be tongue-tied. The 8th level Advanced Fire Concept was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. Such a concept appearing on a 4th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist caused Zhang Yan to feel as if he was dreaming. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. 4th level Void Interpretation comprehended the 8th level Void Transformation concept. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would definitely not believe this was real. No wonder you still asked me to hand over the Profundity fragment after witnessing my strength. As it turns out, your strength is actually so strong. Zhang Yan said in a low voice. His gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu again was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Almost at the instant Zhang Yan's words left his mouth, waves of soaring and raging flames rose from his body as well. Unlike the red flames on Feng Tianwu's body, the flames on his body were blue. Ice flame. Waves of scorching aura and waves of cold aura were emitted from the ice flame. The contradictory combination caused the air around Zhang Yan to tremble before it emitted a slight air explosion. Boom! Without warning, Feng Tianwu made her move. Her speed was so fast that only a fiery red could be seen. The scorching aura that covered the sky and earth swept out as the vast flames enveloped Zhang Yan. Whoosh! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand that was like a red spirit snake swept out swiftly. It was as though it had transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it rained down on Zhang Yan. Its speed was so fast that it was like bolts of lightning. Zhang Yan's expression was extremely solemn. His hands suddenly trembled as they danced swiftly in front of him. In the end, a thick shield condensed in front of him. It was a shield that was completely condensed from waves of ice flame. Boom! 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 The long whip in Feng Tianwu's hand transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky as it swept down and landed on Zhang Yan's shield, causing the shield in front of Zhang Yan to tremble. In the end, it was unable to withstand the attack and was completely shattered. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the shield was shattered, Zhang Yan swiftly retreated. He did not dare to hesitate at all. I can only fight head-on. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yan's gaze was slightly cold as he stared at the red-clothed lady in the distance who was rushing toward him. The red-clothed lady was surrounded by raging flames that gave him a formless sense of oppression. Whoosh! Seeing the red-clothed lady brandishing the long red whip in her hand once again, Zhang Yan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and met her head-on. In the next moment, Zhang Yan's hands, which were surrounded by wisps of ice flame, stretched out and grabbed the long red whip with lightning speed. Pa! A loud sound was heard as the long red whip ruthlessly landed on Zhang Yan's palms. The destructive flame energy swept out and pressed down on Zhang Yan's body. Wah! The vital energy and blood in Zhang Yan's body roiled as he directly spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, even though his internal organs were injured, Zhang Yan still firmly held onto the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. At the same time, an icy aura swept out from his hands with the intention of using ice concept to suppress Feng Tianwu's fire concept. Water countered fire. Ice was condensed in water, and it was colder than water. Therefore, ice was much stronger than water when it came to suppressing fire. Waves of icy aura spread out from Zhang Yan's hands and swept through Feng Tianwu's entire body through the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. For a moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused slightly as if they were being suppressed. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. However, his pupils could not help but constrict as his expression changed drastically. Bang! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body paused for a moment before exploding abruptly. In a short moment, the icy aura that enveloped her body was melted and expelled. The raging flames surged into the long red whip and gave it an even stronger strength. The long whip shook as the flames soared and blasted Zhang Yan's hands away. Subsequently, a monstrous flame gushed out and seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that pounced at Zhang Yan menacingly. Shit! Chapter 960. Zhang Yan's ice concept might be able to restrain the fire concept, but that was only if both of their strengths were on par. Presently, when faced with the 8th level advanced fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, Zhang Yan's ice concept was not worth mentioning at all, and it was easily defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Yan braced himself and slapped his palms out in the face of the flames that surged out of Feng Tianwu's whip. He exerted the strength of 978 ancient horned dragons. However, his strength was still slightly inferior in the face of the vast flames that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons that swept out from Feng Tianwu's whip. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. The flaming beasts that filled the sky swallowed Zhang Yan and gradually disappeared after a while. On the other hand, Zhang Yan's body flew out. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Here you go. Zhang Yan's face turned grave when he saw Feng Tianwu was still flying towards him. He lifted his hand and threw the 7th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment that he took out from the exquisite box earlier. Slap! Feng Tianwu reached out her hand to catch it. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Zhang Yan with killing intent. Oh, no! Zhang Yan's face changed dramatically when he saw Feng Tianwu's eyes that were filled with killing intent sweeping towards him. He finally realized that Feng Tianwu wanted to keep him alive to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, who was shrouded in the blue ice flame, turned into a blue lightning and fled without looking back. After fleeing for a while, Zhang Yan slowed down a little when he did not notice any wind whistling behind him. At the same time, his forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. Why didn't she chase after me? Could it be that I'm being paranoid? Shaking his head, Zhang Yan's figure flashed once again. Then, he disappeared into another cave and completely disappeared. Due to the fact that Zhang Yan had fled quickly, he did not notice the unusual change that had occurred to Feng Tianwu after he fled. When Feng Tianwu caught the 9th level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment that Zhang Yan threw out, she really wanted to kill Zhang Yan to prevent him from spreading the news that she had obtained the profundity fragment. Once the news of her obtaining a profundity fragment spread out, she would face a lot of trouble. Although she was not afraid of trouble, she did not like it either. However, just as she was about to attack Zhang Yan, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand seemed to have resonated with some kind of energy in her body, causing the origin energy in her body to become restless. At this time, she could only watch as Zhang Yan escaped from her eyes. At the same time, she hurriedly circulated her cultivation technique and tried her best to suppress the restless yuan power in her body. Is it the power of the fire spirit body at work again? It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess this. For a moment, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a bitter smile. Huh! After finally calming down the restless yuan power in her body, something flashed in front of Feng Tianwu's eyes. She noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand flashed with a cold red light and cut her palm. For a moment, blood splattered out of her palm. The blood continued to flow out and dyed half of her palm red. Drip. Drip. Drops of blood dripped from Feng Tianwu's hand onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Just as Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly, and she was about to stop the bleeding with her yuan power. However, she noticed that the profundity fragment in her hand that was flashing with a fiery red energy suddenly softened strangely and turned into a pool of fiery red liquid that entered her body through the wound on her palm. At the same time, she noticed that the wound on her palm was healing on its own. If it was not for the blood, she might have thought that everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Where's the profundity fragment? Feng Tianwu's expression changed immediately when she regained her senses. Only then did she recall that the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment seemed to have merged with her palm and body earlier. At the same time, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. Her beautiful eyes narrowed immediately. At this moment, she could clearly feel a scorching warm current entering her arm from her palm and spreading to her entire body. Not only that, but the power of the fire spirit body that was originally lurking in her body also became restless when it sensed the arrival of this scorching hot current. It was like a passionate host welcoming the arrival of a guest. A moment later, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something again. With just a thought, a monstrous flame rose from her body. It burned and emitted a scorching aura. This is the 9th level advanced fire concept? Almost at the same time when the flame rose, Feng Tianwu instinctively lifted her head to look at the sky above her head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already formed there. 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there and descending. They were ready to attack at any time. At this moment, she did not use any origin energy or spirit weapon. She only used her fire concept to communicate with the heaven and earth energy to trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. She did not know when the fire concept she had comprehended had improved from the 8th level void transformation concept to the 9th level void transformation concept. Wait. I feel like it can be even stronger. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something. She shook her head in a daze and thought again. Boom! Almost at the same time when Feng Tianwu thought about it, the flame that was hovering around her body soared again. Its color became even darker. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred again. In the end, it gathered into the embryonic silhouettes of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Unfortunately, they disappeared again before they could form. Ah! When the 1,000 ancient horned dragons disappeared before they could form, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed abruptly. She was in so much pain that she could not help but cry out in pain. Earlier, when she was elevating her fire concept, she felt as though her entire body was burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable scorching energy rose in her body and almost made her explode. Due to this reason, she hurriedly stopped elevating her fire concept. At the same time, the inexplicable scorching energy that was spreading all over her body and almost made her explode finally calmed down. That's the energy from the fire spirit body, but it seems like there's another energy. Oh yeah, it's the energy from the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's pretty face turned pale. She had never thought that after the profundity fragment had inexplicably turned into a liquid and merged with her body, it would cause such a huge change to her. First, her fire concept had inexplicably elevated to the 9th level advanced level. Then, when she communicated with the 9th level advanced fire concept, she could faintly feel that she could continue elevating her fire concept. The fire concept that had been elevated was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Perhaps, it could no longer be considered as the fire concept. Isn't that the energy that can only be obtained by comprehending the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity? Feng Tianwu could not help but gasp when she thought of this. The 1st level monarch stage fire profundity was twice as powerful as the 9th level advanced fire concept. Once she communicated with it and unleashed it, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I can communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face froze when she recalled what had happened earlier. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. With just a thought, Feng Tianwu began to check the situation in her body. At the first possible moment, a deep-colored fiery red fragment appeared before her eyes. It was the fire concept fragment that had condensed in her body after she comprehended the advanced fire concept. Currently, it was already a 9th level fire concept fragment. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that the 9th level fire concept fragment in her body was different from the ordinary concept fragments. There was a small gap on it. Wisps of fiery red gang qi were flickering from this small gap, ready to burst out at any moment. Isn't this the energy flickering on the surface of the profundity fragment? My 9th level fire concept fragment is showing signs of transforming into a 1st level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face again. Although I can communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity now, it'll trigger the energy from the fire spirit body in my body. It's going to explode my body. If I didn't withdraw the fire profundity in time earlier, I'm afraid my body would have exploded in no time. At that time, I won't even have to wait until I'm 30 years old. I'll be blown into ashes by the fire spirit body's energy. Feng Tianwu gasped when she thought of this. Fear still lingered in her heart. What's going on? Feng Tianwu could only smile wryly when she thought of the transformation that happened to her body. After a while, Feng Tianwu suppressed the throbbing in her heart and recalled the cause and effect. Soon, she had an answer in her heart. It's the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment. It must be the energy from the fire spirit body in my body that melted it into liquid and merged with my body. Then, it caused me to undergo a transformation. After confirming the cause, Feng Tianwu could not help but sigh. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I've successfully comprehended the fire concept to the 9th level advance. I can even risk my body exploding to communicate and unleash the 1st level monarch stage fire profundity by force. Feng Tianwu did not expect a profundity fragment to cause such an outcome. Chapter 961. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly. Her lovely and moving appearance aroused pity in others. Until now, she still had no idea why the 9th level monarch stage fire profundity fragment would turn into liquid and enter her body. It resonated with the energy from the fire spirit body. However, it was no longer important to her. Elder brother Duan, a purple figure suddenly appeared in Feng Tianwu's mind. It was a young man who always wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Even if the prophecy isn't true. I, Feng Tianwu, will never regret knowing you. Feng Tianwu blushed as she muttered to herself. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Her bashful look was enough to captivate all living things. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see Feng Tianwu's bashful look. He was currently shuttling through the caves as he continued to search for the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He intended to head to the palace in the central area. That was the highlight of the treasure hunt for the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In terms of value, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the Emperor Wu's body was more than the sum of all the other treasures, including the 7 monarch stage profundity fragments combined. So what if there's no other way? I must get the Emperor stage profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, knew very well how precious the Emperor stage profundity fragment was. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu only has 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment in the great treasure left behind by him. Moreover, it's not his. He used up his Emperor stage profundity fragment when he was reincarnating. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that when the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he had to burn his own Emperor stage profundity fragment. Therefore, the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind his Emperor profundity fragment. The Emperor stage profundity fragment left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu is only a 1st level Emperor stage profundity fragment. Moreover, I have no use for it. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, the Emperor stage profundity fragment in the body of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is something I can use. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became more and more anxious. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to search faster and faster, as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian was still searching non-stop. Along the way, the corpses of the 5-element sect's disciples appeared before his eyes one after another, causing his expression to turn slightly unsightly. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples were even Wood Peak's disciples that he was familiar with. Earlier, before he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, these Wood Peak's disciples were extremely respectful to him. They kept calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian and Senior Brother Ling Tian. He had to admit that every time he heard the group of Wood Peak's disciples calling him Senior Brother Ling Tian, he felt a little happy in his heart. After all, those Wood Peak's disciples were even older than him. Now, all of them had become corpses. Tian Wu, Su Li, Big Brother Zhang, Dainu, Chen Wei. All of you should be alright, right? A few figures flashed past his mind, and Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with worry. Up until now, the thing he felt most fortunate about was that there was no one he was familiar with among the pile of corpses he saw along the way. He could not help but feel fortunate. Time passed by quietly. A month's time passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian continued to move through the various caves in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Along the way, he encountered some ignorant young powerhouses who took the initiative to attack him. However, without exception, all of them died in his hands. Up until now, the strongest young powerhouse Duan Lingtian had encountered was still that Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that there were definitely other young powerhouses whose strength was on par with or even stronger than Peng Bao in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao was from the second-rate force, Anika sect. There were also two other young powerhouses who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure this time. Among the young experts from the two second-rate forces, there must be someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as Peng Bao, or even surpass him. Along the way, as long as it was someone who took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian, they were basically all killed by him in one move. It's a pity that I didn't encounter the other 4 monarch stage profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about this. However, he soon felt relieved. At the same time, he could not help but laugh at himself. I'm too greedy. I've already obtained 1 monarch stage profundity fragment, and I'm still thinking about the other 4. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and soon entered a cave. With just a glance, he saw the 2 corpses lying on the ground. The bodies were already rotten and emitted a disgusting stench. Duan Lingtian did not cover his nose, nor did he show any disgust on his face. In his previous life on Earth, as a weapons specialist, he had encountered many similar scenes. He had experienced many more disgusting scenes than this, so he was already immune to them. Initially, this cave was just a random place that Duan Lingtian had passed by. He had encountered many similar scenes along the way, so it was not enough to surprise him. However, he suddenly stopped when he was about to move to the other exit of the cave. It was as if he had discovered something special. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by a plant in the innermost part of the cave. It was an extremely unique plant. It was not the usual green color, but 3 other colors. Its slightly exposed roots were golden. Its branches were purple. Its leaves were red. Duan Lingtian subconsciously felt that this unique plant was not simple when he saw it. He could not help but search through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of memories in an attempt to find the answer. Soon, he found the answer. Tricolor tree? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in an instant. Shock filled his face, and his eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a precious treasure. However, Duan Lingtian's expression soon froze. This was because he saw 3 small holes on the plant. It seems like this tricolor tree has already borne the tricolor fruit. The tricolor fruit is not a single spirit fruit, but a collective name for 3 spirit fruits. They have different colors, and their medicinal efficacy will not decrease. Their medicinal efficacy is mild, and even a void interpretation martial artist can consume them. Any one of the fruits is enough to help a martial artist below the 4th level void transformation break through a level. If the 3 spirit fruits are consumed by a 1st level void transformation martial artist, they can even cross 3 levels in a short time and enter the 4th level void transformation in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and frowned. Who is it? I can't believe he's so lucky. Looking at the holes on this tricolor tree, the spirit fruits had been harvested for at least a month. Soon after, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the tricolor tree and muttered to himself, if I were that person, I would definitely look for a remote place to consume the spirit fruits and cultivate after obtaining the 3 spirit fruits. After all, in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the stronger one is, the longer one can live and obtain more precious treasures. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he thought of this. Perhaps, I can search for the person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits nearby. He must be consuming the spirit fruits and cultivating in a remote place nearby. It's impossible for him to consume all 3 spirit fruits in such a short time. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think that perhaps the 3 spirit fruits were obtained by 3 people and had become part of the origin energy in their bodies. However, after he carefully observed the 2 bodies in the cave, he noticed that they were killed by the same weapon and method. It was obvious that the person who killed them was the same person. It should be the same person. Even if it's not, I still have to take a gamble. If I make the right bet, I'll be able to obtain at least 1 spirit fruit. If I make the wrong bet, I'll just waste some time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Although he had made the decision, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to leave. His gaze fell on the 3-colored tree, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks like the person who took away the tricolored fruit is not someone who knows what's good for him. Although this tricolored tree itself is not as precious as the 3 spirit fruits, as long as some medicinal herbs are added to it, it can be refined into a tricolored pill that can slightly increase one's cultivation. There was nothing ordinary about the tricolor tree. In fact, even if he used his spiritual energy to examine it, he would not be able to discover anything special about it. However, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory told Duan Lingtian that the tricolor tree, as the carrier of the tricolor fruit, had accumulated a lot of heaven and earth origin energy over the years. The heaven and earth origin energy had merged perfectly with the tricolor tree. Only by using a special refining method could one mobilize the heaven and earth origin energy accumulated in the tricolor tree to refine the tricolor pill. The tricolor pill is not a difficult pill to refine. A grade 3 alchemist can refine it as long as they know the method. Let alone a grade 1 alchemist like me. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He already had a plan in his heart to refine the tricolor pill. It just so happened that he had the other medicinal herbs to refine the tricolor pill. If it's just the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill, it won't be enough to help me break through. However, the medicinal efficacy of the tricolor pill can trigger the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill. It won't be difficult for me to break through to the 2nd level void transformation. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian was thinking at this moment. After he had entered the void transformation stage, the speed of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had increased a lot. It was not something an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist could compare to. However, there was still a limit to it. If he wanted the rebirth pill to unleash its overbearing medicinal efficacy, he still needed the medicinal efficacy of the spirit fruit to trigger it. Chapter 962. At this moment, the main medicinal catalyst, the tricolor tree, was right in front of Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian had the other medicinal materials he needed to refine the tricolor pill, he was able to refine the tricolor pill. Therefore, he decided immediately. He would refine the tricolor pill. In terms of grade, the tricolor pill was a grade 3 pill. Only alchemists above grade 3 could successfully refine it. If one was not an alchemist above grade 3, it would be useless even if one knew how to refine it. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor and inherited the lifetime worth of the rebirth martial emperor's medicine refinement methods and experience. He was a qualified grade 3 or above alchemist. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, he could condense a grade 1 pill fire with the help of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. For this reason, he was now a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was extremely rare even in the foreign lands. They usually only existed in some first-rate forces, and there were very few of them. It was rare for a first-rate force to have a grade 1 alchemist. Some first-rate forces did not even have a grade 1 alchemist. If they wanted a grade 1 pill, they could only ask for it from a grade 1 alchemist outside. They would have to pay a high price. However, even then, they were still scrambling for it. The preciousness of a grade 1 medicinal pill was not something a grade 2 medicinal pill could compare to, let alone those grade 3 medicinal pills and medicinal pills below grade 3 that were not even comparable to grade 2 medicinal pills. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's achievements in martial Dao, just the fact that he had become a grade 1 weapons craftsman before the age of 30 was enough to shock many people. However, with the pill fire I have now, I need a grade 1 cauldron to refine the pill. After all, an ordinary cauldron can't withstand my pill fire. When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a purple flame lit up in his hand. There was a golden border around the purple flame. Violet gold pill fire. It was a grade 1 pill fire. Only a grade 1 cauldron could contain a grade 1 pill fire. A low-grade cauldron would be melted into a puddle of liquid in just a blink of an eye when it was enveloped by a grade 1 pill fire. Not to mention concocting medicinal pills. It's not difficult for me to refine a grade 1 cauldron now. However, I don't seem to have enough materials to refine a grade 1 cauldron. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought of this. Ever since his cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, not only could he use his origin energy to condense a grade 1 pill fire, but he could also condense a grade 1 weapon fire. As someone who had fused with the Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifelong memories and had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor's methods and experience in refining medicine and weapons, Qin Wendian had also inherited the Rebirth Martial Emperor. From the moment he was able to condense a grade 1 pill fire and a grade 1 weapon fire, he could be considered a qualified grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. Moreover, since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman on Cloud Continent, he could be considered as one of the top alchemists and grade 1 weapon craftsmen since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman. Let's talk about refining pills first. If he could refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above, could other grade 1 alchemists do the same? Let's talk about weapon refining. If he could easily refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification, could other grade 1 weapon craftsmen do the same? Since he had a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapon craftsman, he was like the reincarnation of Emperor Wu when it came to refining pills and spirit weapons. He could easily refine the best of the best. I do have quite a few spatial rings with me. I haven't opened many of them yet. Perhaps, I can find the materials I need to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He took out a pile of spatial rings from his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on them. He intended to look for the materials he needed to refine a cauldron in these spatial rings. These spatial rings were his spoils of war in the past. He usually threw them into his spatial ring and did not bother to look for them. After looking through more than 30 spatial rings, Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. He had gathered all the materials he needed to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. I should perform a blood ownership claim on the remaining spatial rings when I'm free in the future and take out the things inside. Otherwise, I won't know what's inside at a critical moment. After this lesson, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Since he had gathered all the materials, Duan Lingtian began to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon cauldron. He did not deliberately look for a remote place. With the weapon crafting attainments he inherited from Emperor Wu of the reincarnation era and his current status as a grade 1 weapon craftsman, he could ignore the interference from the outside world to a certain extent. Even if there was interference from the outside world, it would at most affect the quality of the medicinal cauldron that he refined. The grade 1 spirit cauldron was an auxiliary spirit weapon instead of an offensive spirit weapon, so it did not need to be of high quality. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron, the higher the chances of forming a pill. However, Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed Emperor Wu's memories and inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of artifact forging skills and experience, did not need to care about the quality of spirit artifacts at all. Even if the quality of the cauldron was even worse, when refining pills, he could still produce pills with a 100% success rate. All of this was because he had not only inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, but he had also inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes. In terms of weapon crafting Dao and medicine refining Dao, he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian, who had absorbed his memories, was naturally not inferior to him. Begin. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron from before and began to refine the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron with another pile of refining materials. One by one, the materials turned into puddles of liquid and floated in the air under Duan Lingtian's guidance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved at lightning speed. The extremely mysterious refining technique was at his fingertips. His speed was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to see his movements at all. Soon, all the liquids merged together. As time went by, the embryonic form of the spirit artifact medicinal cauldron began to appear. After Duan Lingtian continued to refine it, a grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron was formed very quickly. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian only spent 3 hours. If the other grade 1 weapons craftsmen on Cloud Continent witnessed this refining speed with their own eyes, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to regain their senses for a long time. An ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman would need at least 3 to 5 days to refine a grade 1 spirit artifact like the medicinal cauldron. If they were to refine it carefully, it would not be strange if they spent more than 10 days. However, Duan Lingtian had successfully refined the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in just 3 hours. Due to the fact that there was no one to disturb him, the quality of the medicinal cauldron was extremely high. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and grabbed the medicinal cauldron. After glancing at the cauldron, he looked at the few exits of the cave and muttered to himself, "It seems like there aren't many living people left in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's been 3 hours, but there's no one else who came here." There were many treasures in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was enough to make the group of young powerhouses who came in from the outside go crazy. At the same time, the group of young powerhouses would naturally fight for the treasures. Deaths and injuries were inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw no less than 50 corpses. They came here for the treasures. When they first came in, they must have had good dreams. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the end, they all lost their lives here. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he recalled the corpses that he saw along the way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the grade 1 spirit artifact medicinal cauldron in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. "Now, I can start refining the tricolor pill." With just a thought, Duan Lingtian slowly pulled out the tricolor tree. After cleaning the soil on it, he rolled it into a ball and tossed it into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out some herbs. They were all ordinary herbs. Although the tricolor pill was a good grade 3 pill, due to its low grade and the fact that it mainly relied on the main herb, the tricolor tree, the other herbs were not rare. After gathering the herbs, a purplish gold flame appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a grade 1 pill fire. As a grade 1 alchemist, naturally, refining a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill did not pose any pressure to him. Following the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian's hand moved faster and faster. It was as though he had transformed into 2 streaks of lightning that crossed each other. Even the airflow in the air was stirred. Faint sounds of air explosions reverberated in the air. The compressed airflow swept out and set off gusts of strong wind that blew the flowers and plants in the damp cave. Even if it was another grade 1 alchemist, it would only take 3 to 4 hours at most to refine a grade 3 pill like the tricolor pill. However, Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist. Naturally, other grade 1 alchemists could not compare to him. It only took him an hour to retract his pill fire. Smack! As Duan Lingtian's hands landed on the medicinal cauldron, a pill shot out from the medicinal cauldron. It was a strange pill. The reason why it was strange was because its surface was a mixture of 3 colors: gold, purple, and red. They were the 3 colors of the tricolor tree. Tricolor pill. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly threw the tricolor pill into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged at a low altitude and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the void interpretation stage, he cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. Apart from helping him comprehend the sword concept, the Sword Dragon form also came with a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. It was an extremely domineering sword skill. Now that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, he naturally no longer cultivated the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. Chapter 963. The 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form. In just a short moment, it had completed one cycle. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill entered his body through his throat and started to come into contact with his origin energy. The overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill that was hidden in Duan Lingtian's dantian seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed out. It merged with the origin energy and merged with the medicinal effect of the tricolor pill. At that moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body started to circulate faster like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, it had completed a few cycles according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mind started to sink into his cultivation. Of course, his spiritual energy was constantly on guard against the outside world. Once someone came near, he would immediately wake up and attack. Seeing that the origin energy in his body was circulating according to the mental cultivation method of the roaming dragon form and everything was on the right track, Duan Lingtian finally had time to think about other things. Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens is the heaven-rank advanced martial skill that comes with the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Its foundation is the spirit serpent movement skill and whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he muttered, however, if I want to use whirlwind as the foundation to cultivate Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens to the initial stage, it's still slightly lacking. Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens was similar to ordinary martial skills. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. If it was only the rudimentary stage Dragon Soaring through the 9 Heavens, then in terms of speed, it was even inferior to the perfection stage whirlwind that Duan Lingtian had grasped. Therefore, Duan Lingtian didn't directly cultivate the Dragon Soaring through the 9 Heavens. During this period of time, following the memories left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he wanted to use whirlwind as the foundation to master Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens to the initial stage in one go. At that time, his speed would be even faster, and it would not be a problem for him to traverse the strength of more than 10 ancient horned dragons. In addition, the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, had a very special characteristic. It emphasized the use of wind to nurture fire, and relied on the wind concept to comprehend the fire concept. Once he comprehended the fire concept, he would be able to master the ability to use the fire concept with the help of the wind concept, allowing the might of the fire concept to increase. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to using the wind to fuel the fire. His sworn enemy in the past, Zi Shang, had mastered such a technique. It was able to increase the strength of the fire concept by 50%, and it was similar to how the earth concept relied on the earth energy. At some point, a fragment appeared in each of Duan Lingtian's hands. A deep cyan fragment and a deep purple fragment. They were the 9th level advanced wind concept fragment and the 9th level advanced thunder concept fragment. They originated from the body of the sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect, one of the 3 major forces in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. The sect leader of Crimson Moon Sect was killed by Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Elements Sect, and Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. The 2 concept fragments were in Qiyu's hands, and he gave them to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian held the 2 concept fragments in his hands. While comprehending the 2 types of concepts at the same time, he was silently cultivating the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. While he was cultivating, he discovered that the elevation of his wind concept was a little strange. It was completely out of his expectations. The speed of the advancement was far faster than before. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that he had been enlightened. However, he soon realized that it was not him who had suddenly been enlightened. The reason this happened was entirely due to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form. When the origin energy in his body circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept was much faster than before. At this moment, he was completely certain. The eighth form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the roaming dragon form, could help him to comprehend the fire concept to a certain extent and help him comprehend the wind concept as well. This is not recorded even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes, he had never truly cultivated it. After Duan Lingtian muttered to himself in his heart for a while, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. His cultivation base rose rapidly. His wind concept and thunder concept were also quietly rising. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from Duan Lingtian's body. It was the origin energy that was guided by the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and broke through the bottleneck of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base that was leading to the second-level void transformation stage. After the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation base broke through to the second-level void transformation stage in one fell swoop. At the same time, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to Duan Lingtian's dantian. As for the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy, it had long been exhausted. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete the breakthrough in such a short period of time with just the tricolor pill's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I feel like my wind concept and thunder concept are going to break through soon. My harvest this time is not bad. As he felt the origin energy in his body that had undergone a transformation, Duan Lingtian probed to sense the advancement of his wind concept and lightning concept, and for a time, his face revealed a satisfied smile. With these 4 9th-level concept fragments, I don't need to deliberately search for another concept fragment. Unknowingly, 2 more concept fragments appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were the 9th-level Earth concept fragment and the 9th-level Sword concept fragment. Duan Lingtian weighed the 4 9th-level concept fragments in his hand, and the smile on his face grew brighter. Senior Brother Wei, these are the 9th-level concept fragments. Suddenly, a hurried and unpleasant voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to wake up immediately. At the same time, he put away the 4 concept fragments in his hand. I see them. 4 9th-level concept fragments. Another cold voice sounded, mixed with a hint of greed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood up hastily, saw 2 young men appear in the cavern with just a glance. They were staring at him covetously. Between the 2 of them, the skinny young man stood in front, and a young man with a ferocious and terrifying face stood slightly behind him on his right. His appearance was extremely ugly. Boy, there's no need to hide anymore. We've already seen the 4 9th-level concept fragments in your hand earlier. The young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned. However, his grin was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than crying, and his voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears as well. It was the owner of the first voice earlier. When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the young man with the ferocious and terrifying face, he raised his eyebrows lightly. However, he did not pay any attention to the other party. At the same time, his spiritual energy swept out immediately and probed the cultivation base of the 2 young men. Ha! Senior Brother Wei, look at him. He's scared silly by us. When the young man with the terrifying face saw Duan Lingtian did not make any movement and stood still on the spot, he laughed complacently. His laughter became even more arrogant. Senior Brother Wei, leave this boy to me. After I kill him, I only want the 9th-level fire concept fragment in his hand. I'll give the rest to you. When the young man with the terrifying face reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the strong young man with a humble expression. All right. The strong young man who was addressed as Senior Brother Wei nodded indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not look Duan Lingtian in the eye at all. It was as though he did not take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. Of course, this was also because Duan Lingtian only looked to be around 25 years old. It was inevitable that people would look down on him when he was so young. When the young man with the terrifying face heard the strong young man's agreement, his eyes lit up. With a raise of his hand, a thick and heavy spiked club appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged within it before it was entwined with a ball of flame. Brat, to be able to die in my hands, you can consider yourself lucky. As the young man with the terrifying face looked at Duan Lingtian, his figure flashed out as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot out swiftly. His entire body was suffused with vast flames as he fiercely smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Everywhere he passed, the spiked club that was entwined with flames would be swung, causing the airflow in the air to be compressed before it exploded. It set off a series of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. At the same time, waves of scorching air waves turned into gales and blew in all directions, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise by a few degrees. Whoosh! After a short moment, the young man with the terrifying face arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He swung the spiked club that was entwined with flames in his hand and smashed it towards Duan Lingtian like a falling meteor. At the same time, more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws above the terrifying young man's head as they charged towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. First level Void Transformation Stage. First level Advanced Fire Concept. Grade 2 Spirit Weapon. This was the strength of the terrifying-looking young man. Smack! Just when the terrifying young man thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by his spiked club, he was shocked to find that the spiked club that he had swung out violently had stopped in midair. When he focused his eyes and looked forward, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man that he had not taken seriously since the beginning had unknowingly raised one of his hands and forcefully grabbed the spiked club that he had swung out earlier. After all, the swing of his club contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. How's this possible? The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he exerted force in his hand in an attempt to pull back the spiked club that was grabbed by the purple-clad young man. Chapter 964. Duan Lingtian had already detected the terrifying young man's cultivation base before he even made his move. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian watched as the terrifying young man coveted the 9th level concept fragment in his hand and attacked him. Duan Lingtian did not get angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. The mace in the young man's hand contained the strength of more than 500 ancient horned dragons. It was ferocious like a falling meteor. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. In his eyes, the strength of over 500 ancient horned dragons was nothing at all. With a casual raise of his hand, he caught the mace in his hand effortlessly. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed the spiked club in the terrifying young man's hand, and the latter's expression changed drastically when he failed to pull the spiked club back even after using all his strength. Duan Lingtian made his move again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding the mace shook. He easily lifted the mace and the young man who was holding it. In the next moment, a terrifying energy bloomed in Duan Lingtian's hand and swept out. No! The terrifying young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly let go of the mace in his hand and tried to escape. At this moment, the purple-clad young man before him was a god of death. A god of death that could take his life at any time. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It was a khaki energy that was entwined with green energy that swept out. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the terrifying young man and killed him. After the young man was killed, his body continued to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! His body crashed into the cave wall in the distance, leaving behind a pool of dazzling blood. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. He was dead. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head. A total of 700 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. They wriggled and fell. Awesome! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. Earlier, he'd only utilized 2 concepts, the 2nd level Advanced Wind concept and the 9th level Intermediate Earth concept. Of course, the combination of these 2 concepts was only equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. However, apart from using these two concepts, Duan Lingtian had also used his second-level void transformation stage origin energy that had just undergone a transformation. Once the origin energy at the second level of the void transformation stage was utilized, it gave Duan Lingtian a completely new feeling, and the hot blood in his body seemed as if it was completely boiling at that moment. I underestimated you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he focused his gaze and looked over. His gaze landed on the sturdy young man standing not far away. It was the senior brother of the young man with the terrifying appearance. When the young man with the terrifying appearance was killed by Duan Lingtian, not only was the sturdy young man not enraged or sad, he did not even have the slightest hint of agitation. It was as if the person who had just died in Duan Lingtian's hands was not his junior brother, but someone who had nothing to do with him. He's actually not running away? When Duan Lingtian saw the sturdy young man staring at him coldly, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier, under the circumstances that he did not use any spirit weapon, he had demonstrated a strength that was equivalent to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. This second-level void transformation stage martial artist actually did not feel afraid after witnessing his attack with his own eyes. When Duan Lingtian had probed the cultivation base of the young man with the terrifying appearance, he had already probed the sturdy young man's cultivation base. It was the second-level void transformation stage. In his opinion, a second-level void transformation stage martial artist would usually comprehend the first or second-level void transformation concept. Even if he had comprehended the second-level void transformation concept, without using any spirit weapon and with his origin energy, he would only be able to unleash the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons at most. It was far inferior to his strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was puzzled. How could this sturdy young man be so confident in front of him after witnessing his strength? Whoosh! Soon after, the heaven and earth energy above the sturdy young man's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The origin energy on the sturdy young man's body raged and transformed into waves of khaki energy. It was the perfect combination of the earth concept and origin energy. Subsequently, the khaki energy that rolled around the sturdy young man's body seemed to have resonated with the entire cavern. The color became darker and seemed to have an additional trace of destructive aura. At the same time, 300 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the sturdy young man's head before another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. In the end, 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The second-level void transformation stage had the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when his origin energy was fully unleashed. The third-level advanced earth concept had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. With the help of the earth energy, the earth concept's strength would increase by 50%. In other words, it was the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Without using any spirit weapon, the sturdy young man's strength was equivalent to the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. It completely overpowered the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier. I see. Upon seeing the strength that the sturdy young man displayed, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the sturdy young man was so confident. The sturdy young man had actually comprehended the third-level void transformation concept. Moreover, it was the earth concept. However, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the sturdy young man's strength. Instead, he muttered to himself with interest, "Interesting. Die." At this moment, the sturdy young man glared coldly at Duan Lingtian before he shouted coldly and took a step forward. The moment he took a step forward, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. When the khaki energy on his body surged into the 3-foot-long blade, the 3-foot-long blade seemed to have been bestowed with life. It suddenly trembled and emitted a series of clear sword chimes. Whoosh! In an instant, another 230 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above the sturdy young man's head. It was obvious that the 3-foot-long blade in his hand was a grade 2 spirit sword. On top of the foundation of the second-level void transformation stage's origin energy, it had a 78% increase in strength. It was equivalent to the strength of 230 ancient horned dragons. In other words, at this moment, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand contained the strength of 1,130 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Almost at the instant when the Grade 2 spirit sword chimed, the sturdy young man made his move. He flew out and stuck close to Duan Lingtian like a shadow. If it was the Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough to the second-level void transformation stage, he might panic and fear when facing the sturdy young man. He might not even be a match for him. However, the current Duan Lingtian did not panic at all. Instead, his face was as calm as still water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that emitted a destructive aura. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into waves of khaki energy. Similar to the khaki energy on the sturdy young man's body, it resonated with the entire cavern. Soon after, streaks of deep purple lightning appeared on the surface of the khaki energy. There were also gusts of fierce green wind that emitted waves of terrifying aura. The khaki energy that was intertwined with the lightning and wind gushed into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in an unstoppable manner. It caused the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to skyrocket and emit a sword chime. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head began to stir, the sturdy young man had already appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes with his sword. He was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A sword that was filled with extreme coldness came from the west. The fierce sword chi raged like gusts of cold wind blowing on Duan Lingtian's face. It caused Duan Lingtian to squint his eyes. Sword drawing art. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shook the sword in his hand. It seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and blocked in front of him. Clang! Almost at the same time, the Grade 2 spirit sword in the sturdy young man's hand collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The tip of the sword touched the body of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Humph! A cold snort that was faintly mixed with dread resonated in the air. The sturdy young man's attack did not succeed. His body quickly flashed backward and retreated far away. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, clean and efficient. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head finally condensed into form and appeared before the sturdy young man's eyes. He was so shocked that his eyes narrowed slightly. In the void above Duan Lingtian's head, 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering there. They were accumulating their strength and were waiting to attack. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Impossible. The sturdy young man quickly returned to his senses. Horror dawned on his face as he said in disbelief. Nothing's impossible. At the instant when the sturdy young man's expression changed, Duan Lingtian made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a ghost as he flashed toward the sturdy young man. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand flashed out like a shadow. Run! In the face of the menacing Duan Lingtian and the 1,250 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on the sturdy young man's face again. He no longer had any intention to fight and turned around to flee. Trying to flee? Upon seeing the scene before his eyes, Duan Lingtian laughed wantonly. Whoosh! At the same time, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand had already shot forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. A violent energy surged out and transformed into 3 khaki divine dragons that were surrounded by lightning and green gales. The eyes of the 3 divine dragons flashed, and 6 ultimate radiant flashes shot out. Whoosh! 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 6 ultimate radiant flashes pierced through the sky at a terrifying speed. One had to admit that the sturdy young man's reaction was very fast. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian struck out, his entire state turned around temporarily and the Grade 2 spirit sword in his hand flashed out in an attempt to defend. Clang! He blocked the ultimate radiant flashes, and the Grade 2 spirit sword in his hand fell from the impact. The palm of his hand that was holding the sword was lacerated and dripping with blood. However, he did not have the chance to stop the bleeding. Chapter 965. Spurt. 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 After the 5 blood arrows were shot out from the 5 vital points on the lean young man's body, his eyes that were originally shining dimmed completely. His body trembled and began to sway. Boom. In the end, his body still fell and crashed hard on the ground. He was no longer breathing. At the same time, the 3 khaki-colored divine dragons that were surrounded by purple thunderbolts and green gale disappeared into the air as if they were never there. Duan Lingtian put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and looked at the lean young man's body. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, if my cultivation base hadn't broken through to the 2nd-level void transformation stage, I wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Of course, even if he was certain about this, Duan Lingtian did not feel afraid at all. Even if he was not a match for his opponent and did not have the ability to escape from his opponent, the person who would die in the end would not be him. He had 2 extremely terrifying talismans in his hand. They were the talismans that his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, had left for him. It was not difficult for him to kill a 2nd-level void transformation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, he was fearless. In his opinion, he would just waste a talisman for the sake of his life. After all, nothing was more important than his life. These 2 people. They should be from a second-rate force as well. Duan Lingtian could not help but guess after he put away the terrifying young man and the lean young man's spatial ring and spirit weapon into his own spatial ring. If they were not from a second-rate force, it was impossible for them to have such powerful strength. That was exactly what Duan Lingtian guessed. Their strength. Even among the group of young disciples from their respective factions, I'm afraid they can be considered to be among the best. Duan Lingtian guessed again. Now, it's time to look for the person who obtained the tricolored fruit. If there's really one person who obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he would have at most consumed one of them. With a thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to search in all directions with the damp cave as the center. He wanted to find the person who obtained the tricolor fruit. If it was a person, once he found it, he would be able to obtain an opportunity because of it. If I can obtain 2 of the tricolored fruits and use the medicinal efficacy of the 2 spirit fruits to activate the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, I might be able to break through to the 5th-level void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian had no doubt about this. Through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he knew the effects of the tricolored fruit very well. The tricolored fruit was enough to help him break through to the 4th-level void transformation stage in one go. Coupled with the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was almost 100% certain that he would be able to break through to the 5th-level void transformation stage, and there was even a certain chance that he would break through to the 6th-level void transformation stage. 5th-level void transformation stage. 6th-level void transformation stage. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a surge of emotions. His speed increased even more. I hope there's really only one person who obtained the tricolored fruit. Moreover, he did find a secluded place nearby to cultivate. That way, I'll have a chance to find him and snatch the remaining spirit fruits from him. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart as he searched in all directions. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave not far away from the damp cave, there was a small dark and gloomy cave. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside as he cultivated quietly. This cave was located in the corner of a secluded cave. It was extremely well hidden. Most people who passed by here would most likely miss this place. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, it was not too shabby. It was obvious that it was man-made not long ago. Nobody knew when a sigh of relief came from the dark and gloomy cave. I've finally broken through to the 1st-level void transformation stage. A voice that was filled with excitement and joy resonated in the cave. The owner of the voice was none other than Zishang, who obtained the 3 spirit fruits a month ago. A month ago, after Zishang obtained the 3 spirit fruits, he was prepared to find a secluded place to cultivate. However, after searching for a long time, he still could not find a suitable place. In the end, he found this inconspicuous secluded cave and opened up this small cave in an inconspicuous corner of the cave's ceiling. The small cave was backlit. Not a single ray of light could enter the cave. It was almost impossible for the people outside to discover this small cave that Zishang opened up unless they searched thoroughly. Therefore, Zishang stayed inside and cultivated peacefully. After a month, he finally digested the medicinal efficacy of one of the spirit fruits and successfully broke through to the first-level void transformation stage from the seventh-level void interpretation stage. Quickly consume and absorb the other two spirit fruits. Only then will you be able to do something in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Otherwise, even if my soul is in your body, you might not be able to deal with those outstanding young disciples from the second-rate forces. A gloomy, hoarse, and old voice echoed in Zishang's mind as it reminded him. Yes, Elder Ghost. Zishang replied respectfully when he heard the voice. He did not dare be negligent in the slightest as he hurriedly took out the other spirit fruit and consumed it to cultivate. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again, and his cultivation rose rapidly. Currently, Zishang did not know that his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was searching in all directions with the damp cave where he found the 3 spirit fruits a month ago as the center. It would not be long before they arrived here. In the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in a cavern that was as vast as a martial arts practice field. Shattered rocks were piled up on the cavern's floor. Mixed together with the shattered rocks were numerous azure-colored fragments. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were wind concept fragments. There were 3 groups of people standing in confrontation in the cavern. At this moment, most of them had their gazes on the exquisite box that was half exposed on the ceiling at the center of the cavern. Obviously, they were filled with curiosity and yearning for the treasures stored inside. Dainu, are you confident? At this moment, a red-clad young man standing beside a tall and robust young man took a deep breath and asked in a light voice. A third young man that was close to middle age stood at the side, and traces of dread arose in his gaze as he looked at the other 2 groups of people. We can only give it a try. The tall and robust young man was none other than the 5-element Sexwood Peak's disciple, Huang Dainu. His expression was solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. As for the people standing beside Huang Dainu, they were the Blade Sect's disciples, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. They knew each other because of the same person and became friends. Since everyone wants that treasure, then let's fight. At this moment, one of the groups of people shouted out explosively, and his figure flashed out and flashed towards the other group of people. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the former group easily suppressed the 2 people in the latter group, and in just a short moment, they caused one of the people in the other group to be in danger of death. *T. Huang Dainu and the other 2 did not expect that the 3 people in the former group would actually have such a formidable strength. At the same time that they completely surpassed the 2 people in the other group, they also surpassed the 3 of them. Once the 2 people in the other group were killed, the fate of the 3 of them could be imagined. Let us help all of you. Huang Dainu and the other 2 flew out and joined the battle, and they helped the 2 people in the other group to resist the 3 small groups that were stronger than them, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position for a time. Humph. In next to no time, the blue-clothed young man that hadn't made a move all along suddenly erupted and revealed his 9th-level void interpretation stage cultivation and 9th-level intermediate earth concept to turn the situation of the battle around. For a time, the 3 people in their group fought Huang Dainu's group of 5, and they were evenly matched. However, because there was a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 9th-level intermediate earth concept amongst the 3 people, Huang Dainu's group gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Damn it. The expressions of Huang Dainu and the others were extremely unsightly. In the end, they were forced to retreat far away, and they looked at the 3 people in the distance from afar with faces filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling they were, they had no other choice, as they weren't a match for the 3 people. Humph. The young man with the strongest strength amongst the 3 people glanced at Huang Dainu and the others with disdain, and then he flew up to take down the exquisite box that was at the center of the cavern. Under the envious gaze of Huang Dainu and the others, the young man opened the exquisite box. A fragment that flickered with a green energy appeared before the eyes of everyone present. That's... Huang Danyu's eyes widened. A concept fragment? It doesn't seem like it. There doesn't seem to be any energy flashing on the concept fragment, right? Don't tell me that's a profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and guessed with an aghast expression. Profundity fragment? The moment Zhang Shouyong's words left his mouth, Huang Danyu and Su Li were dumbstruck. It's indeed a profundity fragment. At this moment, one of the two young men standing next to Zhang Shouyong and the other two said. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the fragment that was flashing with green energy in the exquisite box in the distance. It was as though it had taken root and sprouted on it. Congratulations, young man. This 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity fragment is yours. Just when Zhang Shouyong and the other two were wondering why this young man from an unknown force would recognize the profundity fragment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears. The voice came from the exquisite box that was opened, and it was mixed with a strong penetrating force that spread far and wide. 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. Huang Danyu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the young man holding the exquisite box in the distance. However, a hint of helplessness soon appeared on his face. Apart from comprehending the same earth concept as him and being able to borrow the earth energy, the other party was also a 9th level void interpretation martial artist. Therefore, he was no match for him. Damn it. It's actually an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. Chapter 966. At this very moment, even Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were completely stupefied. The profundity fragment had already surprised them. After all, no matter how weak the profundity fragment was, it was still a martial monarch powerhouse's body. To them, a martial monarch powerhouse was a legendary existence that was out of their reach. However, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure behind reminded them that the profundity fragment was not an ordinary monarch stage profundity fragment. An 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment. The monarch stage profundity was divided into 9 levels. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. A 1st level monarch stage profundity fragment could help a 9th level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the corresponding 9th level void transformation concept to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only could the 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment help a 9th level void transformation martial artist achieve the martial monarch stage cultivation base, it could also help a person quickly raise the profundity they comprehended to the 8th level after breaking through to the martial monarch stage. One could imagine how precious an 8th level monarch stage profundity fragment was. Ha 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 ha, the young man who was holding the exquisite box and staring at the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment in the box could not help but laugh out loud. After a while, he stopped laughing and stared at Huang Danyu and the other 4 whose faces were pale. Finally, his gaze landed on the 2 young men next to Huang Danyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The people from Anika sect are really trash. The young man said slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. You. The 2 Anika sect's disciples who were mocked had a drastic change of expression. They were so angry that they could not speak for a long time. Anika sect? Huang Danyu and the other 2 were shocked when they heard the young man's words. They did not expect the people they helped earlier to be Anika sect's disciples. No wonder both of them were so powerful. Even people from second-rate forces are here? Huang Danyu and the other 2 exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew there were other entrances to the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they did not know who would come in from the other entrances. Now, it seemed like there were even people from second-rate forces here. The people from Anika sect are trash. Izumo sect's people aren't that strong either. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the cave. A figure silently appeared in front of everyone. This was a young man dressed in black. His appearance was strange, and his face was cold. His eyes seemed to be lifeless, but they were actually filled with killing intent. He gave off an invisible pressure. No one knew when the black-clothed young man had appeared. It wasn't until the black-clothed young man spoke that everyone, including Huang Dainyu, noticed him. "Who are you?" The Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box could not help but have a change in expression. He then looked at the black-clad young man with dread and asked in a deep voice. "Dead people don't need to know who I am." The black-robed young man spoke again. His voice was still cold. Before the crowd could react, he moved and disappeared before their eyes. "Where is he?" Just as Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong were bewildered, they saw a flash before their eyes. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground entered their ears. Subsequently, they saw something. They did not know when the Izumo sect disciple who was holding the exquisite box that contained the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment had fallen to the ground. There was no trace of injury on his body. However, everyone, including Huang Dainyu, could see that he was no longer breathing. It was obvious that he had been killed. The black-clothed young man stood next to the Izumo sect disciple's body. His face was calm as if the Izumo sect disciple's death had nothing to do with him. The exquisite box that was originally in the Izumo sect disciple's hands was now in his hands. The 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment on it was constantly flashing with green energy. So fast. When Huang Dainyu and the others looked at the black-clothed young man again, their eyes narrowed in shock. From the beginning until the end, they did not catch any trace of when the black-clothed young man killed the Izumo sect disciple. This was because his speed was just too fast. Even a first or second level void transformation martial artist. His speed might not be so fast, right? Huang Dainyu thought to himself. Very soon, Huang Dainyu's expression changed drastically. This was because he noticed the black-clothed young man's cold gaze swept past them after he put away the exquisite box in his hand. Killing intent flashed. For a moment, everyone, including Huang Dainyu, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "If you can block one of my attacks and not die, you can live." At this moment, the black-clothed young man opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as before, but it caused Huang Dainyu and the others to panic. Before they could react, the black-clothed young man had already lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground at lightning speed. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the ground. Bang! As the black-clothed young man stomped on the ground, a loud sound spread out. The terrifying sound wave caused Huang Dainyu and the others' expressions to change drastically. Smack! In the next moment, everyone saw countless cracks spreading out in all directions from where the black-clothed young man's foot landed. It was as if they had formed a gigantic spider web. As the cracks spread out, there were 7 extremely terrifying forces contained in them. They spread out along with the cracks and rushed toward the 7 people, including Huang Dainyu. *T. Huang Dainyu and Zhang Shouyong's expressions changed drastically. They were both martial artists who had comprehended the earth concept, so they had a keen sense of the earth concept. They could clearly sense that the 7 forces were the earth concept. Moreover, it was the advanced earth concept. Its level was not low at all. At the instant when both of their expressions changed, they only had time to hastily mobilize and control the earth concept that they had comprehended to resonate with the ground in an attempt to resist the domineering earth concept. "Su Li, fly up." The instant Huang Dainyu made his move, he suddenly shouted to remind Su Li. When Su Li heard the black-clothed young man's words, his nerves had already tensed up. When he heard Huang Dainyu's sudden shout, he did not hesitate and hurriedly stepped into the air. Boom! 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 Almost at the instant when Su Li leaped up, a series of explosions resonated in the air. All Su Li could feel was a terrifying impact from the bottom of his feet that pushed his entire body up to the top of the cavern. He was caught off guard and crashed onto the top of the cavern with a loud bang, causing him to feel dizzy. As for Huang Dainyu and Zhang Shouyong, due to the fact that they had cast the earth concept in time and resonated with the ground, they were not affected too much. They only spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As for the remaining 2 Izumo sect's disciples and the 2 Anika sect's disciples, they were not as lucky as them. The 4 of them exploded, leaving behind broken bodies and fresh blood all over the ground. All of you are pretty lucky. The indifferent voice resonated again without any emotion as it entered Huang Daniu and the other 2's ears. It was the black-clothed young man's voice. The instant the words left his mouth, the black-clothed young man's figure disappeared before Huang Daniu and the other 2's eyes. Damn it. Just wait until I, Huang Daniu, surpass him in strength. I'll never let him go. Huang Daniu was a little flustered and exasperated. What the hell happened? Su Li, who had finally managed to stabilize his body, flew down from the air and stared at the 5 big pits that appeared on the cavern's vast ground. He asked with his eyes wide open. That fella used his earth concept to attack us. Other than Zhang Shouyong and I, who managed to communicate with the ground with our earth concept in time and received protection to resist his earth concept, the rest of the earth concepts that were flying towards you were all detonated. Huang Daniu said with dread on his face. I was scared out of my wits earlier. Fortunately, Daniu, you reminded Su Li in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid Su Li's ending would be the same as theirs. Zhang Shouyong's face was filled with lingering fear as he looked at the broken bodies and bloodstains all over the ground. Daniu, thank you. Su Li thanked Huang Daniu sincerely. Earlier, he had indeed heard Huang Daniu's reminder. That was why he flew up in time and dodged the earth concept that exploded. There's no need to thank me. I only reminded you subconsciously. Most importantly, you were able to react at the first moment and fly up in time. Otherwise, even with my reminder, you wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Huang Daniu shook his head as he spoke. When he reached the end of his sentence, Huang Daniu's face turned grave. Who the hell is that fella? He simply doesn't care about our lives at all. Even after he obtained the profundity fragment, he still wanted to kill us. When Su Li and Zhang Shouyong heard this, their faces turned grave. With just a few words, the black-clothed young man from earlier had already controlled their fates in his hands. That kind of feeling made them very unhappy. In Emperor Wu's secret treasure, in another cavern that was extremely far away from the cavern where Huang Daniu and the other 2 were at, a series of loud noises resonated in the air. It was only after a long time that it fell into a dead silence. 2 young men stood in the cavern. Around their bodies, the ground was filled with broken stones. There were hundreds of blue fragments mixed among them. They were none other than the water concept fragments. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them at first glance. These 2 young men were the 2 young disciples of the Sun Moon sect who had survived. They were Hu Lin and Zhang Ping. Hu Lin, the treasure that's guarded by so many puppets. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Zhang Ping raised his head and looked at the ceiling in the middle of the cavern. There was an exquisite box inlaid on top of it. It was obvious that there was an extraordinary treasure stored inside. Why don't we just take it down and have a look? Hu Lin said nonchalantly. His body moved as he tried to take the exquisite box down. Whoosh! At this moment, a burst of extreme coldness and scorching heat came from the air. The combination of contradictory auras stopped Hu Lin. At the same time, it made both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turn grave. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of them. It's you. Looking at the young man in front of them, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned grave. This young man was no stranger to them. Chapter 967. So, it's the both of you. Zhang Yan stared at the 2 Sun Moon sect's disciples in front of him with a cold expression and said indifferently, both of you are pretty lucky to actually encounter a profundity fragment. Profundity fragment? Hearing Zhang Yan's words, both Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's pupils involuntarily shrunk. Their expressions also became somewhat sluggish. After a while, Hu Lin was the first to regain his senses. He immediately stared at the exquisite box that was embedded in the ceiling of the cave and muttered, You mean, the treasure in that exquisite box is a profundity fragment? Whether the profundity fragment is inside or not has nothing to do with you anymore. In the face of Hu Lin's question, Zhang Yan continued to speak. His voice was as calm as before. It was hollow and did not contain any emotion. Why? Zhang Ping, who had just regained his senses, instinctively asked in a daze. Because, a dead man doesn't need to know so much. Zhang Yan spoke calmly again. The moment his words left his mouth, he suddenly made a move. He raised both of his hands abruptly and bent both of his arms backward while his back trembled. Both of his arms and his back were like a strong bow that was pulled back. His trembling back was more like a bowstring that was pulled to its limit. It trembled slightly and was ready to shoot the arrow that was pressed against it at any time. Shameless boasting. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Zhang Ping completely regained his senses. Hu Lin, on the other hand, sneered. Origin energy rolled out from his body as his concept followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! In the next instant, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Grade 2 spirit sword that he always carried with him. Whoosh! Hu Lin's eyes turned cold as he turned into a gust of wind and slashed his sword at Zhang Yan mercilessly. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into more than 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at Zhang Yan in a menacing manner. First level void transformation stage. Second level advanced sword concept. This was Hu Lin's true strength as the strongest person among the younger generation in Sun Moon sect. Whoosh! The moment Hu Lin made his move, Zhang Ping also regained his senses. A Grade 2 spirit saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. His origin energy raged as his concept merged with it. Without any hesitation, he joined forces with Hu Lin and charged at Zhang Yan together. There were more than 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Zhang Ping's head. It was exactly 100 silhouettes of them. First level void transformation stage. First level advanced saber concept. Zhang Ping was the second strongest person among the younger generation of the Sun Moon sect. His strength was only below Hu Lin. Hu Lin and Zhang Ping dashed out. With a saber and a sword, they attacked Zhang Yan mercilessly, aiming for his vital points. Zhang Yan's back trembled slightly as he clenched his hands into palms and pulled his arms back like a strong bow. Wisps of blue flames appeared around the Grade 2 spirit artifact gloves on his hands. The scorching hot and icy cold aura coexisted. The contradictory combination caused the airflow in the air to be squeezed. Waves of soft air explosions involuntarily rose and fell in succession. Whoosh! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's Grade 2 spiritual sword and Grade 2 spiritual saber were about to attack Zhang Yan, the turbulent power of heaven and earth above Zhang Yan's head finally gathered into a heaven and earth anomaly. 978 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down and accumulated force while waiting to attack, and it gave others an extremely strong oppressive feeling. No! Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, who were originally full of confidence and thought they could kill Zhang Yan, turned pale when they saw the heaven and earth anomaly that appeared above Zhang Yan's head. Zhang Ping even cried out in horror. Boom! Boom! Just as Hu Lin and Zhang Ping's faces turned pale and Zhang Ping cried out in shock, Zhang Yan finally made his move. His arms, which were pulled like a strong bow, shook, and his back stopped trembling. His palms, which were filled with blue flames, quickly swept out and enveloped Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, meeting the two's fierce attacks head-on. Between Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Hu Lin was the strongest. However, even if Hu Lin attacked with all his might, his strength was only equivalent to over 600 ancient horned dragon strength. This little bit of strength was easily crushed by Zhang Yan's over 900 ancient horned dragon strength. One could easily imagine the outcome. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Hu Lin and Zhang Ping were killed by Zhang Yan without any surprise. After the two of them were killed, their bodies flew out without slowing down and crashed into the cave wall in the distance like an arrow that was released from a bow, stirring up a cloud of dust. From then on, all the Sun Moon sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were annihilated. After killing Hu Lin and Zhang Ping, Zhang Yan casually stepped into the air as though nothing had happened and took down the exquisite box from the ceiling of the cave. He was not in a hurry to open the box. For some reason, his eyes could not help but land on the hundreds of water concept fragments that were mixed among the rubble on the ground of the cavern. According to my previous experience, the profundity fragment in this box should be the water profundity fragment. Zhang Yan's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The fire profundity fragment was useless to him. However, the water profundity fragment was extremely meaningful to him. He could use it to comprehend the water profundity in the future. After all, since he had cultivated the supreme emotion forsaking technique, he could easily condense water into ice and convert ice into water. To him, comprehending the water concept and water profundity was equivalent to comprehending the ice concept and ice profundity. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and opened the exquisite box. Zhang Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as soon as the box was opened. A fragment that was shining with aqua blue energy appeared before his eyes. Young man, congratulations. This 8th level monarch stage water profundity fragment is yours. At the same time, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered Zhang Yan's ears. It carried an extremely terrifying penetrating force as it spread far and wide. *T. Zhang Yan did not dare to delay when he heard the voice. He immediately flew out and left the cave immediately. He did not dare to take the risk again after he learned his lesson. Previously, he had obtained a fire profundity fragment with great difficulty. However, it had fallen into Feng Tianwu's hands because of Feng Tianwu's appearance. As the saying went, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. In order not to repeat the same mistake, Zhang Yan immediately fled. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Zhang Yan left, 2 ghostly figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Both of them frowned at the same time when they saw the water concept fragments all over the ground. You have the water profundity fragment? Both of them looked at each other tacitly and asked in unison. Both of them looked at each other deeply before they left to look for the person who had obtained the 9th level monarch stage water profundity fragment. Inside one of the caves in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a bolt of purple lightning flashed into the cave quickly. He looked around carefully, not missing any detail. It was as though he was looking for something. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Another 10 days had passed since he had made a breakthrough to the 2nd level void transformation stage. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian held 2 concept fragments in his hands and comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. At the same time, he was searching in all directions in an attempt to find the person who had obtained the tricolor fruit. Even if I find that person now, I'm afraid he has already consumed 2 spirit fruits. After searching the cave for a while and confirming that he did not find anything, Duan Lingtian flew away and entered another cave. Duan Lingtian searched the caves one by one. He was very patient. Soon after, Duan Lingtian flashed into a relatively remote cave and began to search around again. He did not miss any corner. In an inconspicuous corner at the top of the cave, a white-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in a small dark cave. He was cultivating quietly. Zishang boy, you and this Duan Lingtian are really enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, a gloomy, hoarse, and old voice resonated in the white-clad young man's mind, waking him up from his cultivation immediately. Duan Lingtian? The white-clad young man was none other than Zishang. When he heard the voice in his mind, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes in the dark as though he was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. From the time he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom until now, that person was like his destined enemy. No matter where he went or how high he stood, that person would always appear in front of him. Moreover, he was always at a disadvantage in the many times he fought with that person, causing him to feel extremely aggrieved. Originally, he was possessed by the remnant soul of a powerhouse and possessed powerful strength. However, he was restrained by a stone tablet in that person's hand, causing him to almost go crazy. Duan Lingtian, it's really you. Sitting cross-legged in the small dark cave, Zishang's eyes immediately landed on the purple figure outside the cave. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Almost at the instant when Zishang focused his eyes on Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt as though someone was spying on him. At the same time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the remote corner at the top of the cave. A pitch-black cave that could accommodate one person appeared before his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use his spiritual energy to investigate the cave, he noticed a white figure suddenly flew out from the cave and slowly descended before his eyes. Zishang. When Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man before him, his eyes widened in shock. Why, you're not dead? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. Previously, when he had just entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Zishang had launched a sneak attack on him on the high platform and both of them had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Moreover, they had fought in the bottomless abyss. During that battle, he had used the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons to suppress Zishang's strength of 878 ancient horned dragons. He had almost killed Zishang. At the critical moment, Zishang took out the fragment of the Devil Seal tablet that was lost outside. After interfering with him, it fell into the bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian thought he would definitely die. Chapter 968. You're not dead yet, so how can I, Zishang, die? Zishang sneered. Duan Lingtian, it seems like enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. To think that we can even meet here. Today, I, Zishang, will settle all the grudges from the past with you. I, Zishang, will make sure that you die a graveless death today. Zishang's face was filled with confidence as killing intent shot out from his eyes. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into a bloodthirsty beast that could pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. Die a graveless death? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard Zishang's confident words. He did not know where Zishang's confidence came from. It was only when he extended his spiritual energy that he obtained the answer he wanted. First-level void transformation. This Zishang has actually broken through to the first-level void transformation. After probing Zishang's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. There was a hint of undetectable shock in his eyes. He knew about Zishang's cultivation base. That day, when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, although Zishang had displayed extraordinary strength, he mainly relied on two types of void transformation concepts. His cultivation base was only at the 7th level void interpretation. How long had it been, and Zishang had already crossed 3 levels and broken through to the 1st level void transformation? Wait a minute. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling inexplicably shocked, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He immediately thought of the reason he found this place. This Zishang is hiding in such a secluded little cave. He's cultivating inside? He crossed 3 levels in such a short period of time and broke through to the 1st level void transformation in one go. Could it be that he obtained the tricolor fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow when he thought of this. Could it really be such a coincidence? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall that the wounds on the 2 corpses in the damp cave where he found the tricolor tree were caused by the same person. The person who attacked them used a weapon like a spear or a spear. What Zishang used was a spear. Looks like it really is such a coincidence. Not only do I and Zishang meet on a narrow road, even the thing I've been looking for over 10 days is in his possession. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze on Zishang became even colder. If you want me to die without a burial place, then bring it on. I will let you know that if I could make you flee that day, I can still kill you today. Duan Lingtian sneered in response to Zishang's provocation. His face was filled with disdain. Ha! Duan Lingtian, do you really think I'm still the same old me? When he saw the disdain on Duan Lingtian's face, Zishang couldn't help but roar with laughter. His laughter was arrogant, and as he finished speaking, his tone carried a trace of ghastly ruthlessness. Today, allow me, Zishang, to send you on your way. Duan Lingtian, remember this in your next life. Don't provoke me again. Shang said sternly. As soon as his words left his mouth, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 2 Spirit Spear. As soon as the Grade 2 Spirit Spear appeared, it was entangled by a milky white origin energy. The origin energy quickly merged with the fire concept and transformed into a vast flame that swam around the body of the spear like a fire dragon. Soon after, the wind concept transformed into a gust of wind that surged into the fire dragon, causing the fire dragon to expand and emit an even more powerful aura. The fire borrowed the power of the wind. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and a heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. In the end, it converged into over 1,050 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that wriggled down in an imposing manner. Previously, when Shang's cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation. Relying on his 3rd level advanced wind concept, 1st level advanced fire concept, and the method of borrowing the power of the wind from his fire, he could exert the strength of 876 ancient horned dragons when combined with the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. Compared to his strength when he was at the 7th level void interpretation, it was 100 ancient horned dragons' strength more. Coupled with the 78% boost from the Grade 2 Spirit Spear, he had a total of 178 ancient horned dragons' strength more than before. It was precisely because of this that Shang, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level void transformation, had the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. Shang, who held the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand, had a confident expression on his face. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's full strength that day was only equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragons' strength, which was more than 50 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to his current strength. It would be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, die. Shang's eyes turned cold. At the same time, his face was filled with killing intent. He shouted loudly, and the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand that was entangled with the wind and fire energy suddenly shook before it pierced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As Shang's figure flashed out, the Grade 2 Spirit Spear shook, and spear rays covered the sky like a meteor shower. Their target was Duan Lingtian. You're not who you used to be. Don't tell me you think I'm still who I used to be. Faced with the spear rays that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke nonchalantly. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Deliberately mystifying. Shang's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all in the face of his attack that contained the strength of 1,050 ancient horned dragons. The strength of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear in his hand skyrocketed again. Whoosh! 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 The wind and fire spear rays that covered the sky seemed like it was raining as they completely enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian completely. Whether I'm deliberately mystifying or not, you'll find out soon enough. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that faintly emitted a destructive aura. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The moment the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and transformed into a khaki energy that was intertwined with purple thunderbolts and green gales before it completely merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword soared and emitted a series of clear and crisp sword cries. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and began to condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Before the heaven and earth phenomenon could fully condense, Shang's spear rays that covered the sky had already arrived. They fell menacingly on Duan Lingtian's head. Wherever the spear rays passed, apart from causing a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds, it also set off countless rolling airwaves, causing a violent wind to blow in the cave and dust to fill the air. The violent wind gushed out and caused Duan Lingtian's purple robe to flutter, making him look even more graceful. Faced with the violent wind that was attacking him, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. His gaze was fixed on the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him. At this moment, it seemed like the world in his eyes was only left with these spear rays. Die. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the spear rays and was about to be killed, Zishang's face revealed a wanton smile. He shouted excitedly, and the energy on the grade 2 spirit spear in his hand continued to surge out. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face completely froze. He clearly saw that Duan Lingtian had made his move in the face of the spear rays that he had unleashed. With just a flash of his sword, the spear rays were shattered wherever the sword passed. Impossible. Seeing this, Zishang hurriedly shook his head. He was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. When he inadvertently saw the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that had completely condensed above Duan Lingtian's head, he was stunned. He was stunned, completely stunned. It had never crossed his mind that Duan Lingtian's improvement would be greater than his in such a short period of time. The strength that Duan Lingtian displayed now was more than 200 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to the last time. It was far from what his improvement could compare to. Of course, Zishang did not know that Duan Lingtian was still holding back when he displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Otherwise, once he borrowed the earth energy with the earth concept, he would be able to gain another 50 ancient horned dragon strength. It was equivalent to half the strength of the earth concept that he had mastered now. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's sword swept out. Without using any martial skill, he easily shattered the spear rays that covered the sky and fell on him one by one as if he was playing a game. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how brilliant the martial skill was, it would be useless. At this moment, the strength contained in Duan Lingtian's sword was more than 140 ancient horned dragon strength than Zishang's. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Zishang. After destroying the spear rays that covered the sky, the momentum of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand did not decrease. It swept toward Zishang rapidly without using any martial skill. Whoosh! The sword that contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons caused the airflow in the air to surge and set off a series of ear-piercing explosions. Airwaves and gales swept out. Whoosh! Facing Duan Lingtian's sword, Zishang did not dare to be negligent. He held his spear and charged forward with a solemn expression. The wind and fire energy on the spear sword. The spear ray swept out like a divine dragon opening its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Clang! Finally, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and the spear in Zishang's hand collided. The two terrifying forces collided and set off a series of terrifying loud noises. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air and set off rolling airwaves. It caused gales to sweep out in all directions and wreak havoc in the entire cavern. Not a single corner was spared. Slap! 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 Zishang's face was extremely pale. His body suddenly trembled. With his feet as the center, countless cracks spread out and transformed into a ferocious and terrifying spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude with a calm expression. He casually placed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand on the tip of the grade 2 spirit spear in Zishang's hand. Get lost! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian roared. The energy in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand soared instantly. It gushed out in an unstoppable manner and drowned Zishang. Boom! In the next moment, Zishang flew out with his spear and crashed into the cavern wall at the side. Chapter 969. Elder Ghost. Although he had the grade 2 spirit spear to support him, he was still kneeling on the ground with one knee. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. The blood splattered on the ground and formed a dazzling stream in front of him. At this moment, he felt like all the energy in his body had been sucked out. He no longer had the strength to fight with Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he could only place his hopes on the ghost fire hidden in his body. However, the ghost fire did not respond to him this time. Elder Ghost, Elder Ghost. Zishang continued to call out in an anxious tone. However, the ghost fire still did not respond. It was as though it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Zishang also felt that something was amiss. He could not help but raise his head with difficulty and look at the purple-clad young man who was walking towards him step by step. When he saw the stone tablet with a chipped corner in the purple-clad young man's hand, his heart trembled. He finally understood why the ghost fire was ignoring him. Since Duan Lingtian had taken out the devil seal tablet that could restrain the ghost fire, it meant that the ghost fire would not help him. Duan Lingtian. Zishang could not help but clench his teeth as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing not far away from him. Apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also a hint of bitterness. He knew that he was finished. With the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, even if he begged for mercy, Duan Lingtian would not let him go. Due to this reason, Zishang stood up with difficulty with the help of the Grade 2 Spirit Spear. He glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred in his eyes. Duan Lingtian. Even if I die, I'll never let you go. I'll never let you go even if I become a ghost. Duan Lingtian, who was holding the Devil Seal tablet in one hand and guarding against the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body in the other hand, stared at Zishang coldly. He only needed to use the sword in his hand to kill Zishang. Now, when Zishang's words entered his ears, he couldn't help but laugh. After that, he glanced at Zishang with disdain and said indifferently, "Zishang, do you think? I wasn't afraid when you were alive, so why would I be afraid when you're dead?" Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, Zishang laughed strangely, and his laughter was wanton and undisguised. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Lingtian frowned and stared coldly at Zishang. At this moment, Zishang's laughter gradually stopped, but his face was still covered in a smile, a gloomy smile. Then, Zishang looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man and sneered, "Duan Lingtian, so what if you kill me? As long as the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort know that the Devil Seal tombstone is in your hands, they won't let you go. I'll be waiting for you on the path to the Yellow Springs. I'll definitely be waiting for you." Zishang chuckled as he spoke. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the upper echelons of Skywolf Fort. "Then you can wait patiently." Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and thrust his sword at Zishang. Zishang's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. Duan Lingtian did not kill Zishang immediately. Instead, the sword in his hand landed on Zishang's right wrist and gave it a jerk. Pfft! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Duan Lingtian had severed the tendons on Zishang's wrist. Zishang, who only had one hand left, was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Zishang could still hold the Grade 2 Spirit Spear tightly with his other hand. Otherwise, he would definitely fall to the ground and fall flat on his face. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Duan Lingtian's second sword landed and severed the tendons on Zishang's remaining hand, Zishang could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, looking extremely miserable. "Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, then give me a quick death. If you don't give me a quick death, then you're a bastard raised by a whore." Zishang let out a muffled groan again. He raised his head with difficulty and glared at Duan Lingtian, who was looking down at him. He shouted harshly, intending to infuriate Duan Lingtian so that Duan Lingtian would give him a quick death. As soon as Zishang finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of scarlet red. It was fine for others to scold him. However, he was not allowed to curse his mother. "If you want a quick death, then I won't let you have it. I'll let you die a slow and painful death." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. It made one's hair stand on end. Zishang, who had wanted to infuriate Duan Lingtian, did not expect to make a fool of himself. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and slowly crippled one of Zishang's legs. During this process, Zishang could no longer hold it in and screamed in pain. Duan Lingtian, you're the devil. You're the devil. Zishang only regained his breath when Duan Lingtian put away his sword and shouted harshly. Whoosh! Soon after, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand descended again. Zishang's other leg was crippled and he continued to scream in pain. His face was pale. He only looked better after he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he swung his sword again and crippled Zishang's dantian. Ah! This time, Zishang fainted after he screamed in pain. At the same time, the origin energy on Zishang's body was annihilated. Blood flowed out ceaselessly from the wounds on his limbs. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a river that drowned his entire body. Even until now, the fierce light in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not fade. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he was an orphan without parents. After he came to this world, he had a mother, Li Ro. Li Ro's love for him caused him to completely take Li Ro as his own mother. If one were to ask who he cared about the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Li Ro, his mother in this life. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched it would die. His mother was his reverse scale. Earlier, Zishang had insulted his mother, and it caused him to be completely enraged. He was enraged to the extreme, and his emotions were difficult to control. Whoosh! When he saw Zishang was about to bleed to death while unconscious, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a raise of his hand, he took out a jar of unopened wine from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian lifted the seal on the wine jar and poured the wine on Zishang's head. The icy cold wine caused Zishang to shudder and completely wake up. However, Zishang, who had just woken up, only felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from all over his body. He continued to scream miserably, and he no longer had the carefree appearance from before. Zishang, whose cultivation had been crippled, could no longer circulate his origin energy to stop the bleeding on his wounds. He could only watch as blood flowed out from his body. Soon, Zishang's eyelids rolled back, and he fainted again. Duan Lingtian patiently poured the wine on Zishang's head again and again, causing Zishang to wake up time and time again. Moreover, Zishang let out waves of miserable screams before fainting again. Duan Lingtian. Give me a quick death. I beg you. I beg you. In the end, Zishang's face was pale and his aura was weak as he begged endlessly. From the moment you insulted my mother, you should have known there would be such a consequence. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zishang and continued to torture him. After half an hour, Zishang's head swung and fell hard on the ground. He died from excessive bleeding, and there was no sign of him at all. Zishang was dead. He was completely dead. When Zishang died, Duan Lingtian's rage gradually dissipated. When he looked at Zishang again, although his eyes still flickered with a cold light, it was no longer as deep as the ocean as before. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly absent-minded as he looked at Zishang's corpse. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Zishang all those years ago. At that time, Zishang rode a flying demon beast and arrived at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Dubhe Peak with the intention of seducing his fiancée, Ker. After that, conflict arose between him and Zishang, and they even made a 2-year agreement. During the 2-year agreement, he relied on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and easily defeated Zishang, whose cultivation base was a few levels higher than him, causing Zishang to be unwilling to leave. The next time he met Zishang was during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition, and the conflict between him and Zishang deepened. After glancing indifferently at Zishang's corpse, Duan Lingtian casually put away Zishang's spatial ring. Chi. Subsequently, a strand of violet flame with golden edges lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. He was prepared to sprinkle it on Zishang's corpse and make Zishang disappear from this world. Wait. Wait. Right at this moment, a ghastly, hoarse, and aged voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian, don't burn it yet. Don't burn it yet. What? Old man, are you afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to let me go and let me live in your body temporarily, I'll definitely help you in the future. As long as I'm here, you'll definitely. This voice was naturally the remnant soul of the powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body. It was the voice of Ghost Fire. Now that its host, Zishang, had been killed, it urgently wanted to find its next host. Otherwise, its remnant soul would completely dissipate. However, before it could finish speaking, it stopped abruptly. After pausing for a moment, it anxiously said, "You. What are you doing?" No. 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 Unfortunately, Ghost Fire was destined to be unable to finish speaking. This was because when Ghost Fire's voice paused, the flame in Duan Lingtian's hand had already sprinkled on Zishang's corpse and ignited the strong wine on Zishang's body. The flames surged and engulfed Zi decease. At the same time, the ghostly fire was unable to continue speaking. It disappeared from this world along with Zi decease. Zishang and Ghost Fire were both dead. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was cold. Naturally, he had heard Ghost Fire's voice clearly, but he did not pay any attention to it. He did not know anything about Ghost Fire. If he allowed Ghost Fire to possess him, he did not know what kind of potential danger he would face in the future. Therefore, he did not dare to take the risk. That's Spirit Fruit. Chapter 970. Just as Duan Lingtian had guessed, only one of the 3 spirit fruits that grew on the tricolor tree was left. Zishang had consumed 2 of them. Zishang probably only had time to digest the medicinal efficacy of 1 spirit fruit. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have definitely risen to the 2nd level void transformation stage once he digested the 2nd spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. Duan Lingtian secretly rejoiced when he thought of this. Once Zishang had broken through to the 2nd level void transformation stage, he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent to him. Earlier, it was precisely because he possessed the strength to crush Zishang that he was able to heavily injure Zishang in 1 blow. Otherwise, it would not have been so smooth. If I didn't find the tricolor tree, or if Zishang had plucked the tricolor tree at the same time when he plucked the 3 spirit fruits, I wouldn't have been able to come here in time and encounter Zishang who was hiding here. Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of dread in his eyes when he thought of this. Once Zishang had absorbed and digested the 3 spirit fruits, his cultivation base would have definitely broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. At that time, I'll definitely lose if I encounter him. If I want to kill him, I'll have to use a talisman. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more shocked he became. After he calmed down, he could not help but rejoice. He rejoiced that he had saved a talisman that his cheapskate father had left behind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention shifted elsewhere. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand that was so red that it seemed as though it would drip blood, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. After I consume this spirit fruit and improve my cultivation base, I'll continue to search for the central area. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the side of the remote cavern's ceiling when he thought of this. The black hole in the inconspicuous corner was where Zishang had hidden earlier. I'll cultivate here. Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the black hole in a blink of an eye. He noticed that it was empty inside and could easily accommodate his entire person. This small cavern is obviously newly opened. Looks like it's Zishang's work. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zishang's death also made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be like a fishbone stuck in his throat. And that ghost elder, he was truly too strange. But fortunately, I annihilated him as well, and he no longer posed any threat to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. This time, 20 disciples of Skywolf Fort all died in my hands. You can say that I took back some interest from Skywolf Fort for myself. If the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt a burst of joy in his heart. Back then, because the people of Skywolf Fort coveted the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, they had almost killed him and caused an innocent person to die for him. From that moment onwards, his hatred toward Skywolf Fort was already deeply rooted in the bottom of his heart. In the future, so long as his strength improved, he would surely go to the ancient desert city to look for Skywolf Fort to properly settle the score. Not to mention the others, the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort that led the group to pursue him would surely die. Meng Li, Ning Kan, Yukong, Feng Wei. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and spat out the names of the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort word by word, and his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, stuffed the red spirit fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it. The medicinal strength transformed into a warm current that instantly fused into his body. In next to no time, the origin energy in his body started to roil, and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was hidden deep within his dantian rose up along with this and completely fused with his origin energy. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roving dragon form. For a time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and his cultivation advanced at an extremely terrifying speed under the dual boost of the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit and the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. Right when Duan Lingtian was concentrating on his cultivation, in a certain cavern in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Bang! 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 Numerous loud bangs resounded out without end, and the entire cavern was enveloped by gusts of violent winds that caused sand and dust to fly, causing it to be difficult to see the situation inside clearly. Within the cavern, there were 2 figures that were constantly crossing each other, and they were evenly matched. One of them condensed a domineering saber light every time the saber in his hand flashed out, and it carried the might of splitting Mount Hua. The other person wore spirit weapon gloves on his hands, and every time he punched out, his fists were coiled with violet lightning, and every time he punched out, it was like a thunderclap exploding out. Peng Bao, hand over that profundity fragment. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you today. The sturdy young man who punched out like thunder had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his voice was loud and clear. Lei Jun, everyone knows how to boast. If you have the ability, kill me and take away the profundity fragment in my hand. However, although the profundity fragment in my hand is an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment, it's suitable for you as well. However, as far as I know, there seems to be a lot of people who have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept among the senior officials of Izumo's sect, right? Even if you obtain this profundity fragment, it'll only benefit someone else. Why do you have to risk your life like this? The young man who kept shooting out the domineering saber light in his hand was not bothered by Lei Jun's threat. Instead, he advised Lei Jun. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika sect's disciple whom he had made a deal with before. The current situation was obvious. Peng Bao had obtained one of the profundity fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not only that, it was an 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment. It attracted Lei Jun, the Izumo sect's disciple, to fight for it with him. He and Lei Jun were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who would win. After fighting for a while, Lei Jun seemed to have realized that it was difficult for him to defeat Peng Bao. His tone changed and became calmer. Peng Bao, as far as I know, none of the senior officials of Anika's sect have comprehended the 9th level advanced thunder concept. Even if you bring it back, the senior officials of Anika's sect won't be able to use it. How about this, you name your condition. As long as you're willing to give this 8th level monarch stage thunder profundity fragment to me, I'll promise you anything that Izumo's sect can do. When Lei Jun reached the end of his sentence, he sounded eager to obtain the profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand. Unless you can help me obtain the profundity fragment that the senior officials of Anika sect need and exchange it with me. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to obtain the thunder profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly. What a joke. The Anika sect that he was in and the Izumo sect that Lei Jun was in had always been at odds with each other. If he gave up the thunder profundity fragment in his hand, there was no doubt that Izumo's sect would have another martial monarch powerhouse. At that time, Izumo's sect would be able to suppress Anika's sect. Therefore, even if nobody in Anika's sect could use the thunder profundity fragment, it was impossible for him to give it to Izumo's sect. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Lei Jun's face turned slightly grave. His body moved and he suddenly retreated. Seeing Lei Jun retreating, Peng Bao did not pursue him. He stood in the same spot and looked at Lei Jun calmly. Peng Bao, I can promise you. Lei Jun took a deep breath and agreed. From this moment onward, the two of us will join forces to search for and fight for the second profundity fragment. A smile appeared on Peng Bao's face when he heard this. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. His strength was not inferior to his. Once he joined forces with Lei Jun, they would be able to sweep away all obstacles and obtain the profundity fragment that Anika's sect needed. However, from now on, other than continuing to search for and fight for the other profundity fragments in the periphery, we also have to confirm the direction to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and head to the central area. Peng Bao said. Then, the small team that was temporarily formed by Peng Bao and Lei Jun began to move rapidly in the periphery. Unfortunately, their dream of finding the other 4 profundity fragments in the periphery would not come true. The 4 profundity fragments already had their own owners. While Peng Bao and Lei Jun were searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the group of survivors in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were also searching for it. The central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure was the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left the secret treasure behind. According to the message left behind by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, his body should be there. Putting aside the many treasures that might be there, just the 3 profundity fragments in the Emperor Wu powerhouse's body were enough to make people go crazy for it. 1 Emperor stage profundity fragment and 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments. While the people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure were searching for the central area and heading to the central area, Duan Lingtian was still immersed in his cultivation. It was as though he had forgotten about the time. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roaming dragon form. The origin energy in his body circulated rapidly according to the roaming dragon form's mental cultivation method, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes that were hidden within the darkness flashed with a strand of bright light. Still lacking a little. After the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill returned to his dantian, Duan Lingtian woke up and stopped cultivating. As for the red spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, it had already been depleted by him. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 3rd level void transformation stage. Even the bottleneck to the 4th level void transformation stage had appeared and was on the verge of collapsing. Wind. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the small dark cave. It grew louder and louder as it went on. 3rd level advanced wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew out of the small dark cave and appeared in the spacious cave that was as bright as day outside. Now, it's time to continue searching for the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Chapter 971. Duan Lingtian, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and comprehended the 3rd level advanced wind concept, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head followed him like a shadow. The khaki-colored energy rolled under Duan Lingtian's feet as though it resonated with the earth. He took a step forward and passed through a few caves. Other than the strands of purple lightning that raged around the khaki-colored energy, there were also strands of solid green wind that followed him like a shadow. Not only that, when Duan Lingtian flew out, there was a faint layer of energy on his body that led the way. Upon closer inspection, it was a solid sword-shaped energy. Above Duan Lingtian's head, ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky followed him in a menacing manner. Due to the fact that the speed was too fast, it was difficult to see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. As long as Duan Lingtian stopped moving, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head could be clearly seen. There was a total of 1,150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The third-level void transformation stage's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when fully unleashed. The third-level advanced wind concept was also equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The other three ninth-level void interpretation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons when added together. Altogether, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. As for the additional strength of 50 ancient horned dragons, it was the earth energy that Duan Lingtian borrowed from the resonance between his earth concept and the earth. It was half the strength of the earth concept itself. Duan Lingtian, who was propelled by the strength of 1,150 ancient horned dragons, was as swift as the wind and lightning. His speed was so fast that many martial artists could not see his movements clearly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. His face was slightly pale. Chen Wei. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a ghastly coldness as though he was about to devour someone. He was not unfamiliar with Chen Wei. It was to the extent that he already knew Chen Wei before he joined the Five Elements sect. Although the first time he met Chen Wei was not pleasant, it was also because Chen Wei was deceived by his biological younger brother. Chen Wei himself was very much to his liking. Before entering the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Chen Wei was still alive and kicking. But now, he had turned into an ice-cold corpse, and it was obvious that he had been dead for many days. Bang! At some point, Duan Lingtian, whose face was gloomy, lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Rumble. Rumble. Instantly, a hideous crack split open on the ground where Duan Lingtian had landed, and it extended all the way to Chen Wei's corpse, causing Chen Wei's corpse to fall into it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, his origin energy fused with earth force surged and collided with the side of the cavern wall. Stone fragments swirled in the air, accompanied by some rubble that fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand once again, and the stone fragments and gravel were guided by his power, filling up the crevice where Chen Wei was buried, allowing Chen Wei to peacefully rest underground. Rest in peace. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he lowered his head and looked at the crevice that was filled up. What's he doing? I came earlier, and I just happened to see. He seems to be burying someone's corpse. It should be a senior brother from the same sect who was on good terms with him. Unknowingly, the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian had attracted many onlookers. These people stood in the distance and whispered among themselves. Duan Lingtian frowned and was about to leave. It's Duan Lingtian. Two people who had just entered the cavern and joined the onlookers could not help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard them. With just a glance, he recognized the two of them. They were the two secular disciples from the Empyrean temple. Although he did not know the two of them, he had some impression of them. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them. It could be considered fate for them to meet here since they had entered from the same entrance. After nodding his head and greeting the two of them, Duan Lingtian was about to leave again. However, before he could move, he realized he was surrounded by three figures who shot out at lightning speed. After the three of them surrounded him, their eyes lit up as they stared at him greedily. It was as though he was a rare treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? The strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect in the eastern district of the Northern Desert? I heard you obtained a profundity fragment. After the three of them surrounded Duan Lingtian, they spoke one after another. Their breathing quickened as they spoke. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. I heard he obtained a profundity fragment some time ago. I heard about it too. Duan Lingtian, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Five Elements sect, obtained a profundity fragment not long ago. So he's that Duan Lingtian. At this moment, apart from the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples, everyone else was staring at him. The other onlookers were glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger watching its prey. They could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. Huh. When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion around him, he frowned and looked at the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples immediately. At once, the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples' expressions changed drastically. They shook their heads and said in a panic, Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you obtained a profundity fragment. That's right. If we had known that you had obtained a profundity fragment, we wouldn't have exposed your identity. The two Empyrean temple's monk disciples were flustered when they spoke. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. If Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could kill both of them in just one move. Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He was not blaming the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples for exposing his identity. Instead, he was curious how the others knew he obtained a profundity fragment. Most importantly, apart from the fact that they had never seen him before, all of them knew his name and where he came from. When I obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment, I even extended my spiritual energy to investigate the surroundings. Apart from me, there's no one else alive who knows I obtained a profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian recalled the scene when he obtained the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth profundity fragment. He was certain of this. There was no one else alive who knew he obtained a profundity fragment. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone's trying to frame me with the intention of making me the public enemy of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He wants me dead. Duan Lingtian was certain of this as soon as he thought about it. His eyes turned red as soon as he confirmed it. At that moment, he could not help but be enraged. What he wanted to do the most at that moment was to find the person who spread the rumor and kill him. Although he was not worried about the impact the rumor would have on him, he was annoyed that the person was trying to frame him secretly. Duan Lingtian realized something again when he regained his senses. Apart from the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples who were standing far away and trembling in fear, the other 4 people who surrounded him in the beginning had surrounded him as well. The 7 of them surrounded him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized what was going on. Apart from the 3 people who were together in the beginning, the other 4 people were also divided into 2 small groups with 2 people in each group. In other words, these 7 people came from 3 different forces. There were a total of 6 forces who came from entrance number 2. Apart from the 20 disciples from Skywolf Fort who were killed by him, he had some impression of the people from the other 5 forces even if he did not know them. However, he had no impression of the 7 people in front of him at all. Are all of you disciples from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the 7 young powerhouses whose origin energy and concepts were rising from their bodies. These young powerhouses could attack him at any time. That's right. Why? Are you scared? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a few young powerhouses who surrounded Duan Lingtian had a smug smile on their faces. As disciples from a second-rate force, they had a sense of superiority when faced with a disciple from a third-rate force like 5-element sect. It seems like there are only 2 entrances to Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The people from Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect came from entrance number 1. Meanwhile, the rest of us came from entrance number 2. So far, I haven't met anyone who came from the 3rd entrance. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart as he vaguely confirmed this. Who's the Anika sect's disciple? Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of fear when he was surrounded by the 7 people. Instead, he asked slowly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm, and his face was calm as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. We're Anika sect's disciples. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a young man and a young woman answered nonchalantly. The young man's face was cold as he stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. The young woman's face was calm, and one could not tell if she was happy or angry. Considering that I know Peng Bao. Both of you can leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 Anika sect's disciples indifferently. His tone was calm and did not contain any emotions. Peng Bao was the Anika sect's disciple he met previously. His cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation, and his strength was extraordinary. At that time, although he and Peng Bao had only made a deal that was beneficial to both of them and could only be considered as a chance encounter, he had a good impression of Peng Bao's straightforwardness. Now that he knew the two people before him were Anika sect's disciples, he remembered Peng Bao and was willing to let them live. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath on them. You know senior brother Peng Bao? The female Anika sect's disciple who had a calm expression since the beginning could not help but exclaim softly. Yes, I do. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. When the female Anika sect's disciple heard this, she nodded her head and retreated. Senior brother Peng Bao saved my life before. Since you're his friend, I won't make things difficult for you today. Humph. So what if you know senior brother Peng Bao? The profundity fragment in your possession is mine. Chapter 972. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear the Anika sect's disciple's words at all. He glanced at the 6 people surrounding him and said nonchalantly, the 6 of you. Come at me together. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the indifference on his face, the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces had a drastic change of expression. They were completely enraged. A disciple from a third-rate force actually dared to challenge 6 disciples from second-rate forces? Provocation. A blatant provocation. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. We'll let you know that a disciple from a third-rate force like you is just an ant in the eyes of disciples from second-rate forces like us. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for us. The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked Duan Lingtian almost at the same time. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed, and their concepts followed them like shadows. The spirit weapons in their hands were all out as they attacked Duan Lingtian with all their might. Several hundred silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed above their heads and followed them to attack Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded in the middle. More than 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons formed a circle and pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and claws. Boom! 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 The 6 disciples from second-rate forces attacked with all their might, causing the airflow in the air to rapidly compress and set off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time as the sound of the air exploding rang out, waves of vast air waves swept out in all directions, transforming into gusts of wild wind, causing the robes on everyone present to flutter, making fluttering sounds. Kill! The spirit weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples from second-rate forces seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper at this moment as they charged toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to reap his life. The female Anika sect's disciple who was watching by the side had a calm expression on her face. In her opinion, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, to survive in the face of 6 young powerhouses from forces that were not inferior to her. However, when her eyes inadvertently landed on the 2 people who were watching by the side, she noticed that the 2 of them were looking at the 6 young powerhouses from second-rate forces with pity in their eyes. Huh! Her heart could not help but skip a beat as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had the strength to deal with the 6 of them? The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt that it was a little absurd. A disciple from a third-rate force, even if he was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, would not be able to withstand the siege of 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to hers. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Then, her face flushed red as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the scene before her. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. God! What did she just see? Under the siege of the 6 young powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his, the purple-clad young man stepped into the air at a leisurely pace. In the next instant, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. This is definitely not a second-grade spirit sword. At this moment, such a thought appeared in her mind subconsciously. However, what shocked her the most was the purple-clad young man's next move. The origin energy on the purple-clad young man's body skyrocketed and transformed into a vast khaki energy. It was surrounded by bolts of purple lightning and was accompanied by waves of solidified green wind. Not only that, but the purple-clad young man's body also exuded waves of fierce aura. Sword concept. As a martial artist who had comprehended the sword concept as well, the Anika sect's female disciple was very familiar with the sword concept. He has comprehended so many concepts. Not only that, but their levels seem to be quite high as well. In a flash of lightning, the Anika sect's female disciple could only have this thought in her mind. In the next moment, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the days that followed, she would be awakened by this scene many times in the middle of the night. At that time, she was so glad that she had made the right choice today. At the same time, the Anika sect's female disciple saw it clearly. As the purple-clad young man lifted his hand and swung his sword, the terrifying sword ray twisted and flashed past like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, the 6 young powerhouses who were charging at him aggressively were sliced into 2 at the waist. Their broken bodies collided with each other due to inertia. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. All 6 of them were dead. None of them even had the time to scream. The Anika sect's female disciple was stunned. She was completely stunned. After a while, she snapped back to her senses. Fear was written all over her face. She could not help but mutter to herself, "Senior brother Peng Bao, I owe you another life." She knew. If the purple-clad young man had not mentioned Peng Bao and caused her to retreat today, there would definitely be more than 6 dead people. She would not have survived either. Boom. 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 The broken bodies that were sliced into 2 at the waist fell to the ground loudly. In just a short while, the place where they landed was dyed into a river of blood. It was a ghastly sight. The 2 Empyrean temple's disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling. Although they had long expected this scene to happen, they still could not help but feel terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. It took them a long time to recover from the shock. Although the 6 young powerhouses were disciples from second-rate forces, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian from 5 Element Sect's cultivation base had long surpassed the ordinary young disciples from second-rate forces. Unless they were the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, it was impossible for them to be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the top young powerhouses from second-rate forces, although they had never seen them before, they could tell with their naked eyes that the 6 people who killed Duan Lingtian were definitely not at that level. The 6 of them could only be considered as the more outstanding young disciples from second-rate forces at most. However, the fact that Duan Lingtian killed 6 first-level void transformation disciples from second-rate forces in just one move still terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Lingtian seems to be even more powerful now. The 2 of them looked at each other and could see the same thought in each other's eyes. The depth of their eyes was filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes swept across the 6 broken bodies on the ground. A hint of coldness crept up the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy had long detected the cultivation base of the 6 people. All of them were first-level void transformation martial artists. They were not worth mentioning at all in front of him now. With a raise of his hand, waves of origin energy swept out. Duan Lingtian kept the 6 people's grade 2 spirit weapons and spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the female Anika sect's disciple and the 2 Empyrean temple's monk disciples. Duan Lingtian, will never tell anyone that you've obtained the profundity fragment. When the 2 Empyrean temple's monk disciples saw Duan Lingtian looking at them, they hurriedly pricked their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky as they swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Since when did he ask them to swear on it? He knew very well in his heart. Since the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment was purposely leaked out by someone, it must have spread to most of the young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Other than those who were ill-informed, the rest of them must have known about this news. I don't care who it is. How dare they plot against me, Duan Lingtian? Just wait for my endless fury. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the fury in his heart soared. Whoosh! Under the fearful gaze of the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples and the female Anika sex disciple, Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. At this moment, the three of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. In front of Duan Lingtian, they felt oppressed from the bottom of their hearts. He was a killing god who sent chills down their spines. When their eyes landed on the 6 mutilated bodies in front of them, their faces could not help but turn pale. A hint of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts could be seen in their eyes. Both of you. Did you already know that he's so powerful? The female Anika sex disciple looked at the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples and asked calmly. Of course. When he just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he already killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces whose strength is not inferior to ours with just 2 swords. He's a monster. I have to say that you made the right choice. Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. When the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples reached the end of their sentence, their eyes landed on the mutilated bodies piled up in the blood river again. Their bodies trembled for no reason. He killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. The female Anika sex disciple could not help but narrow her eyes. Since they were young disciples sent by third-rate forces to enter Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they must be the best among the younger generation of third-rate forces. No matter how weak they were, they would not be too weak. He only killed 48 young disciples from third-rate forces with just 2 swords. She knew she might not be able to do that with her strength. Even if she could, she knew she would not be able to do it so cleanly. Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Peng Bao, what kind of monster do you know? The female Anika sex disciple had a bitter smile on her face. If the other party had not mentioned Peng Bao in time and she had retreated from the battle in time due to the fact that Peng Bao had saved her life in the past, she would have been dead already. Right now, she could not be any more dead. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to figure out the thoughts of the female Anika sex disciple and the two Empyrean temple's monk disciples. At this moment, he continued to search for the direction to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Naturally, along the way, he could not help but speculate who the person who framed him was. He knows my name and my background. The person who framed me could only be one of the 6 major forces who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure with me. The 19 disciples from Skywolf Fort were all killed by me as soon as they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Could it be that Zishang spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he frowned. In his opinion, this was the most likely possibility. Although he had killed Zishang, who knew if Zishang had framed him and spread the news that he had obtained the profundity fragment? No. Chapter 973. The wisp of soul remnant hiding in Zishang's body. It's very likely that it came from the Devil Seal tablet. After all, he used to have a fragment of the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. Most importantly, the soul remnant in Zishang's body that's suspected to be Emperor Wu seems to recognize the Devil Seal tablet. It's very likely that he knows about the Devil Seal tablet. If that's the case, he must know about the Devil Seal tablet's value. In other words, it's impossible for Zishang to frame me like that. Otherwise, the Devil Seal tablet would fall into someone else's hands if I was killed. Duan Lingtian thought about many things in just a short while. First, he was certain of one thing. Zishang knew the value of the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, Zishang had used the Devil Seal tablet to lead the 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to hunt him down. Perhaps, Zishang wanted the people from Skywolf Fort to get the Devil Seal tablet first before he thought of another way to take it back. With the help of the soul remnant that's suspected to be Emperor Wu, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a strength that surpasses Skywolf Fort in the future. However, it's different in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Once he spreads the news that I have the profundity fragment and frames me, he might not even know who killed me, let alone take the Devil Seal tablet back from the person who killed me. Duan Lingtian was completely certain when he thought about this. The person who framed him was not Zishang. As long as Zishang was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in his possession, he would not do such a stupid thing. But if it's not Zishang, who could it be? While he was flying, Duan Lingtian frowned. He still could not figure out who framed him even after thinking for a long time. Could it be the 2 disciples from Sun Moon sect? Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 remaining Sun Moon sect disciples. Without a doubt, their motive was the greatest. After all, the other 18 disciples from Sun Moon sect had died in his hands. If the 2 of them wanted to avenge the 18 people, they indeed had the motive to do so. In addition to them, the people of the emotion-severing sect also have a motive. When he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, not only did he kill 19 disciples of Skywolf Fort and 17 disciples of Sun Moon sect, he also killed 12 disciples of emotion-severing sect. Among the remaining emotion-severing sect disciples, there might be someone who wants to avenge the dead emotion-severing sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. And that Blade Sect's disciple, Lian Xiong, had one of his arms severed by Tian Wu before he even entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure because of me. Although he reattached his broken arm later on, he must have hated me. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to think about suspicious people. He realized that if he continued to think about it, regardless of whether it was the Blade Sect's disciples, the Empyrean Temple's disciples, or even the 5 Element Sect's disciples, it seemed like all of them could have framed him. This is really a headache. Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer thought about it. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. No matter who it is, if they dare to plot against me behind my back. As long as I find them, I'll definitely make sure they die a horrible death. Duan Lingtian's speed was as fast as the wind as he shuttled through the caves one after another. Along the way, Duan Lingtian heard many young powerhouses who were lucky enough to survive talking about him wherever he passed by. They were all talking about how he had obtained the Profundity Fragment. After spending half a month, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the direction of the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make his way to the central area. I've finally confirmed the direction. The palace left behind by Emperor Wu is over there. Duan Lingtian's speed as he made his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure soared to the maximum, leaving behind only his purple, lightning-like silhouette for the young powerhouses along the way. That person's speed is so fast. That's right. I can't even catch his trace at all. Such a fast speed. I'm afraid his strength is at least at the 4th level void transformation stage or above. Looking at the purple silhouette that flashed past, the young powerhouses along the way could not help but sigh and feel ashamed of their inferiority. While Duan Lingtian was making his way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, many young powerhouses in various places of Emperor Wu's secret treasure had also figured out the direction of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure and began to make their way to the central area. Brother Ling Tian has obtained a Profundity Fragment. 2 figures were making their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. One of them could not help but be surprised when he heard the young powerhouse's discussion along the way. Peng Bao, do you know that Duan Lingtian? The other person was Lei Jun, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo sect. The former was Peng Bao, the second strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Anika sect. Yes, I do. He's a friend of mine. However, I didn't expect him to have the strength to obtain a Profundity Fragment. Peng Bao nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but be surprised. He would never have thought that the young man he had met once before would actually have such a powerful strength. As the person who obtained a Profundity Fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he knew very well that in order to obtain a Profundity Fragment, one would need to have sufficient strength in addition to luck. Otherwise, those puppets guarding the Profundity Fragment would be enough to give one a headache. Other than the puppets, the box that stored the Profundity Fragment would also emit a piercing sound that would attract the people nearby to rush over. If one could not fend off the people who came later, the Profundity Fragment would have to change owners. For this reason, if one wanted to obtain a profundity fragment, luck was secondary. Strength was the most important factor. If I meet him and I snatch the profundity fragment from him, you won't interfere, right? Lei Jun's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. If I meet him, I'll ask him what kind of profundity fragment he obtained. If it's something that our Anika sect needs, I'll exchange it with the profundity fragment in my hand. Peng Bao said nonchalantly without answering Lei Jun's question. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's eyes lit up. The profundity fragment in Peng Bao's hand was undoubtedly something that he desperately wanted to obtain. It was impossible for him to obtain the profundity fragment since it was in Peng Bao's hand. However, if it was in the hands of the disciple from the third-rate force, 5-element sect, would it not be a piece of cake for him to snatch it away? Even if a young disciple from a third-rate force was the strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, how could he, the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo's sect, lose to him? Lei Jun was very confident in his strength. Now, I can only hope that the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand is something that Anika sect needs. Even if it's not, I'll still snatch the profundity fragment from his hand. A cold gleam flashed across Lei Jun's eyes as he muttered to himself, an ant from a third-rate force. He doesn't have the right to obtain the profundity fragment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Peng Bao and Lei Jun's speed was very fast as they made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, many people were making their way to the central area as well. Whoosh! A fiery red figure filled with a scorching aura swept past the caves in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was so fast that many young powerhouses along the way felt embarrassed. Elder brother Duan should be making his way to the central area now, right? The figure that flew out was a woman in red. When she moved, she was like a fire spirit dancing gracefully in the air. The lady's appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. She looked like she was only in her early 20s, and there was a hint of anticipation between her brows as she hurried along. The figure of the purple-clad young man appeared in her mind, causing her to blush instantly. It was very pitiful. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, two figures flew out side by side at an extremely fast speed. They were a red-clad young man and a blue-clad young man. They looked exactly the same, and it was obvious they were twins. However, their facial expressions were as different as heaven and earth. The red-clad young man's expression changed a lot, but the blue-clad young man's expression was extremely cold. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Lingtian obtained a profundity fragment. A hint of surprise appeared on the red-clad young man's face. It seems like his luck is not worse than ours. The blue-clad young man raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. The profound assimilation formation we found in Emperor Wu's secret treasure is much more powerful than the profound assimilation formation we went through in the sect. Just by looking at the improvement in our comprehension of concepts, we can tell that there are many concept fragments that have merged with the profound assimilation formation. Not only that, but they're of a high level as well. The red-clad young man sighed. These twin brothers were none other than the Nangong brothers from the 5-element sect. The blue-clad young man with the cold expression was naturally Nangong Chen. As for the red-clad young man with the exaggerated expression, he was Nangong Yi. The two brothers, one was quiet while the other was active. After they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, apart from obtaining a grade 1 spirit weapon each, they had also entered a profound assimilation formation that activated on its own. After spending 3 hours in the profound assimilation formation, their concepts had improved tremendously. Compared to the time when they were in the profound assimilation formation of the 5-element sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. The 5-element sect's profound assimilation formation was nothing compared to the profound assimilation formation in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's a pity that the profound assimilation formation can only be activated once. Otherwise, we might be able to comprehend our concepts to the 9th level advance if we enter it again. Nangong Yi sighed and said with a regretful expression on his face. Greedy. Nangong Chen spat out 2 words coolly. Don't tell me you don't want to. Nangong glanced at Nangong Chen in disdain. However, speaking of which, the fortuitous encounter we obtained is still better than Duan Lingtian. Although he obtained a profundity fragment, he still has to hand it over to the sect. It's very difficult for him to survive. Nangong Chen said as if his words were as precious as gold. That's right. We didn't expect the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure from another entrance would be from the 3 second-rate forces. Chapter 974. Since they had heard that Duan Lingtian had obtained the profundity fragment, it was only natural that the young powerhouses from the second-rate forces had heard about it as well. Right now, Duan Lingtian must have become the target of public criticism. It was not difficult for them to figure this out. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Nangong Yi took a deep breath. Based on his words, it was obvious that he was fearful of the few top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. With his current strength, he could easily deal with ordinary young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. However, he had no confidence in dealing with the top young powerhouses from the second-rate forces. Other than having a martial monarch powerhouse, the reason why the second-rate forces were called second-rate forces was because the young powerhouses they nurtured were much stronger than the young powerhouses nurtured by third-rate forces like the Five-Element sect. It was rare for Nangong Chen to nod his head and agree with Nangong Yi's words. At the same time, more and more people in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure confirmed the direction of the central area and rushed to the central area. Huh! Duan Lingtian, who was rushing to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, saw 3 familiar figures in the distance as soon as he passed through a cave. The 3 of them were heading in the same direction as him. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well. Dainu, Suli, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He caught up with the 3 of them like a ghost and greeted them with a smile when he arrived next to them. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Dainu, Suli, and Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet the 3 of them here. He did not expect the 3 of them to be together. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. The appearance of Duan Lingtian gave Huang Dainu, Suli, and Zhang Shouyong a great surprise. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, the 3 of them were excited. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. I thought you'd already been killed. Huang Dainu jokingly scolded. Duan Lingtian, did you really obtain a profundity fragment? Suli looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a burning gaze. Zhang Shouyong also looked at Duan Lingtian. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Upon hearing Suli's question, Duan Lingtian knew that Suli and the others must have heard the rumor of him obtaining a profundity fragment. He could not help but smile wryly. Although he had obtained a profundity fragment, no one else knew about it. As for the news that was spreading like wildfire now, it was completely a case of someone framing him. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, let alone Suli and Zhang Shouyong, even Huang Dainu could not help but feel shocked. Someone is framing me. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, I don't know who it is for now. However, I'm sure it's the person who came in from entrance number 2 with us. If I find out who it is, I'll definitely kill him. Duan Lingtian's words made Huang Dainu's face turn grave as he waved his fist in anger. It's obvious that the person wants to kill you by framing you like this. That person must have a grudge against you. Could it be the 2 surviving disciples of the Sun Moon sect? Suli speculated. It could also be Lian Xiong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes gleamed as he said in a deep voice, everyone in the Blade sect knows that Lian Xiong is a vengeful person. Previously, he suffered such a huge loss in front of Brother Lingtian. I'm sure he won't let it go so easily. I've thought about all the people that you mentioned. Even the emotion-severing sex disciples and other people are all possibilities. The person who framed me might not necessarily have a grudge against me. It could also be that he's just jealous of me and doesn't want me to survive in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth slowly and revealed his speculation in the end. At once, Huang Daniu and the other two fell silent. That person is really cunning. He put you in danger with just one sentence. Right now, those young powerhouses from second-rate forces must be looking for you. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. Second-rate forces? Upon hearing Huang Daniu's words, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. None of the disciples from second-rate forces that he had encountered or fought with were a match for him. All of them had died in his hands. Even if it's that Peng Bao from a Nika sect. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat him. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian recalled Peng Bao whom he had met once in the past. At that time, his spiritual energy detected that Peng Bao was a third-level void transformation martial artist. If it was him at that time, he would not have much confidence in defeating Peng Bao. However, he was different now. Unless Peng Bao had encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for Peng Bao to defeat him. Duan Lingtian, did you find anything else along the way? Huang Daniu could not help but ask curiously along the way as the four of them made their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Not bad. I obtained a 9th-level Earth concept fragment and a spirit fruit. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, but he did not mention the 7th-level Monarch stage Earth concept fragment. Otherwise, he would have to admit that the person who framed him was telling the truth. At that time, that person would not be framing him, but telling the truth. That was something he did not want to see. What about you guys? After Duan Lingtian told him about his gains, he looked at Huang Daniu and the other two and asked, how did the three of you encounter each other? I met Su Li first, Huang Daniu said. Su Li nodded. Yes. Su Li nodded. After that, Daniu and I met Big Brother Zhang together. The three of us then traveled together, and we did have some gains. Until now, we've basically collected all the 9th-level concept fragments that we can use. It seems like you guys have a good gain as well. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't know. Apart from these gains, the three of us also encountered a profundity fragment. And it's an 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. Huang Daniu sighed as he spoke. His face was filled with pity. 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard Huang Daniu's words. Although he also had a Monarch stage wind profundity fragment, it was only a 3rd-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. It was far from comparable to the 8th-level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment. You guys didn't obtain it? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he saw Huang Daniu sighing. He asked curiously, since you guys didn't obtain it. It means the person who obtained the profundity fragment is more powerful than all of you. However, why did he let all of you go? Isn't he worried that all of you would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment? He wanted to kill us, but we managed to escape with great difficulty. Besides, he didn't seem to care that we spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Zhang Shouyong smiled wryly. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was puzzled. In his opinion, since that person wanted to kill Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, it meant that he was worried that the three of them would spread the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. However, why did Zhang Shouyong say that person did not care that they spread the news? Wasn't this contradictory? Soon after, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on after listening to Su Li's explanation. You mean? He merely lifted his foot and shook the ground to kill the few Izumo sect and Anika sect disciples. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He could guess from Su Li and the other two that the few Izumo sect and Anika sect disciples were the weakest among the group of disciples from the second-rate forces that entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, the black-clad young man was actually able to kill them with just a lift of his foot. Moreover, he almost killed Su Li and the other two as well. This shocked him from the bottom of his heart. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least at the 2nd or 3rd level of the void transformation stage. Most importantly, he has comprehended the earth concept and can borrow the earth energy. Huang Daniu said with a fearful expression. According to what you said. He's at least at the third level of the void transformation stage. Not only that, but the earth concept he has comprehended is at least at the third level advanced stage. Duan Lingtian speculated based on the knowledge in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. It's bad luck to talk about him. Huang Daoist shook his head. Duan Lingtian, now that the news of you obtaining the profundity fragment has spread out, why don't you not go to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure? That's right. Duan Lingtian, what you need to do now is to protect yourself. Su Li agreed. Brother Lingtian, I also think you shouldn't go. Once you're there, human greed will make you a target for everyone. Zhang Shouyong added. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard their concern. Just when he was about to say something, You're Duan Lingtian? A cold snort resonated from the entrance of the cavern in front of Duan Lingtian and the other three. It clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw a black silhouette appear on the path the four of them were taking. It was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, and his eyes seemed to be dim. However, in reality, they were filled with killing intent. He gave off an oppressive aura. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He extended his spiritual energy in an attempt to probe the other party's cultivation base. It's you. At this moment, Huang Daoist, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong exclaimed in surprise. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his spiritual energy almost collapsed. It made Duan Lingtian curious from the bottom of his heart. Huang Daoist and the other two knew this black-clad young man. Duan Lingtian, he's the person we mentioned to you before. It's just that we didn't expect him to be nearby. Not only that, but he also overheard our conversation. Su Li's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and answered the question in Duan Lingtian's mind. Then, does this mean that the 8th level monarch stage wind profundity fragment is with him? When he heard Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the black-clothed young man who stood nearby and blocked their path. Chapter 975. When Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clad young man with killing intent flashing in his eyes, the black-clad young man looked at him with the same cold killing intent as though he was about to devour him. Greed could be seen in the black-clad young man's eyes that were filled with killing intent. It seems like he's also heard about the news of me obtaining the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, who was observant, happened to see the greed in the depth of the black-clad young man's eyes. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly probed the black-clad young man's cultivation base. After probing the black-clad young man's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. I can't believe I met the three of you here again. You were lucky last time, so I spared your lives. This time, since all of you are with Duan Lingtian, then all of you shall die together. The black-clad young man's cold gaze paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it landed on Huang Daoist, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. His tone was cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clad young man lifted his leg. The origin energy on his leg skyrocketed before it merged with the earth concept and transformed into a vast khaki energy that slammed hard on the ground. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air, and the entire cavern seemed to be shaking. A ferocious crack bloomed under the black-clad young man's feet before it split into 4 cracks that led to Duan Lingtian, Huang Daoist, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The speed at which the crack spread was as fast as lightning. It was terrifying. Horror dawned on Huang Daoist, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the black-clad young man's attack today was much more powerful than the last time he attacked them. He held back last time. The same thought appeared in the minds of the three of them at the same time. At this moment, 3 ferocious cracks that contained terrifying energy had already appeared in front of them. It was too late for them to block or escape. At this moment, they felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. Are we going to die? At this moment, a hint of sadness could be seen in their eyes. Boom! 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 At this critical moment, for loud noises exploded and were clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to feel as if they had been jolted awake from a dream. In the next moment, they saw it clearly. The three ferocious cracks that contained extremely terrifying power that were spreading towards them were suppressed by an even more powerful force just inches away from them. It wasn't just the cracks that were spreading toward them. Even the cracks that were spreading toward Duan Lingtian were being suppressed. The person who made the move was naturally Duan Lingtian. At some unknown time, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. His purple robes fluttered without wind, making him look elegant and graceful. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the black-clothed youth with a calm expression. It was as if he wasn't the one who had attacked just now. The black-clothed young man stood there while the heaven and earth energy above him roiled and condensed into 800 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that wriggled down. Third-level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had detected the cultivation of the black-clothed young man when he had extended his mental strength. Third-level advance earth concept. Now that the black-clothed young man had made his move, he could see the level of the earth concept that the black-clothed young man had comprehended. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. This is before he uses the earth energy to resonate with the earth concept and borrow the earth energy. Once he borrows the earth energy, he'll be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons even without the help of a spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes remained calm, he could not help but feel shocked in his heart. Once the third-level advance earth concept was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. If he borrowed the earth energy, he would be able to increase his strength by half, which was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with his fourth-level void transformation stage origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons, the black-clothed young man would be able to unleash the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without the help of a spirit weapon. Huh! The black-clothed young man's originally cold and calm expression could not help but change slightly when Duan Lingtian had made his move to suppress the 4 waves of his energy. His opponent's attack was as fast as lightning. He did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before he was able to suppress his energy. His opponent's energy was even more powerful than the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons that he had unleashed earlier. Although his opponent was like him and did not use a spirit weapon, he was not afraid at all. He did not have the slightest fear. This was because he did not utilize the earth energy when he attacked earlier. Once he utilized the earth energy, his earth concept would gain an additional strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. He believed that at that time, the purple-clad young man before him would not be a match for him at all. He would definitely be trampled under his feet. No wonder you were able to obtain a profundity fragment. I've underestimated you. When the black-clothed young man looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression had regained its calmness. However, there was a hint of seriousness in the depth of his eyes. He truly regarded Duan Lingtian as his opponent. Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Daniu saw the silhouettes of 800 ancient horned dragons that appeared above the black-clothed young man's head, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably. When he regained his senses, his gaze immediately landed on the purple figure standing in the air. At this moment, just the purple figure alone had become extremely tall in Huang Daniu's eyes. The strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was suppressed by Duan Lingtian with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not use a spirit weapon. Huang Daniu only felt that his heartbeat was terrifyingly fast. He could not accept this shocking fact for a long time. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian very well, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a person who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. However, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed in front of him in the past and the strength that he displayed now made him feel like he was a completely different person. How did Duan Lingtian become so powerful in such a short period of time? Duan Lingtian said that he obtained a spirit fruit earlier. Could it be that the spirit fruit helped him to make a breakthrough? At the same time, Huang Daniu could not help but guess. Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Their eyes were filled with a complicated luster. Compared to Duan Lingtian, they knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. They had practically watched him grow step by step. At this moment, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian was getting wider and wider. Such a gap made them feel suffocated. However, although you're quite strong, you'll still have to die today. Not only you, but your 3 friends will also have to die. The black-clothed young man's eyes turned cold. The khaki energy on his body trembled violently and formed a special connection with the entire cave. A few moments later, the khaki energy on his body began to boil. At the same time, another 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head and landed in front of Huang Daniu and the other 2. The 3 of them were horrified. He displayed the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons earlier. Did he not use the earth energy? Huang Daniu's eyes narrowed. With the help of the earth energy, his strength is equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Moreover, he didn't use any spirit weapon. How powerful would he be if he uses his spirit weapon? Su Li and Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed to the extreme. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated, and they could not calm down for a long time. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of their mouths without them noticing. No wonder when he saw his strength being suppressed by Duan Lingtian, not only did he not run away, but he also did not show any signs of fear. As it turns out, he didn't use the earth energy earlier. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyang could not help but feel despair in their hearts. Although the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was very strong, they did not think that Duan Lingtian could defeat the black-clothed young man who could display the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon. Suddenly, a gigantic hammer appeared in the black-clothed young man's hand. The moment the gigantic hammer appeared, it was surrounded by the khaki energy and emitted a domineering aura. Whoosh! For a moment, the heaven and earth energy above the black-clothed young man's head stirred again. Soon after, over 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The black-clothed young man's cultivation base was at the 3rd level void transformation stage. When he fully unleashed his origin energy, it was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The gigantic hammer added another 350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon strength to the black-clothed young man on top of the 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragon strength. It was obvious what grade it was. A boost of 88%. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw through the grade of the gigantic hammer in the black-clothed young man's hand. It was a grade 1 spirit weapon. The black-clothed young man stood there with the gigantic hammer in his hand. The vast khaki energy that filled his body turned into a whirlpool with the gigantic hammer in his hand as the center. The whirlpool swayed and set off a series of faint air explosions. When the vast power spread out and reached the ground of the cavern, the ground began to crack. Dense cracks spread out, forming a huge spider web. Not only that, gusts of strong wind swept out in all directions with the black-clothed young man as the center. In just a blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire cavern, causing Duan Lingtian and the other 3's robes to flutter loudly. All of you, leave first. Duan Lingtian did not turn his head. He stared at the black-clothed young man calmly and said slowly. Naturally, his words were not directed at the black-clothed young man. When Huang Daniu and the other 2 heard this, they looked at each other and sighed one after another before they left the cavern. They stood at the entrance of the cavern and looked at the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and the black-clothed young man from afar. They knew that in the face of such a powerful black-clothed young man, not only would they not be able to help Duan Lingtian if they stayed, they might even become a burden. You're a North Nether Sect's disciple. Duan Lingtian stood in the air as he faced the black-clothed young man with more than 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head. His face remained calm as he asked nonchalantly. He had heard about it from Huang Daniu earlier. This black-clothed young man did not even bat an eyelid when he killed the disciples from Anika sect and Izumo sect. Chapter 976. There's no need for a dead person to know my identity. The black-clad young man who held the giant hammer in his hand like a peerless god of war spoke slowly with a voice as cold as ice. His black clothes fluttered loudly in the wind. That's right. Why should I know the identity of a dead person? Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he laughed. His laughter was extremely brilliant. Duan Lingtian's laughter caused Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong to look at each other. Duan Lingtian can still laugh at this time. Could it be that he's confident in defeating that black-clad young man? Su Li's eyes narrowed as he muttered softly. That black-clad young man can exert the strength of 1,350 ancient horned dragons when he uses a spirit weapon. If Duan Lingtian can defeat him, then Duan Lingtian's strength. When Huang Dainyu reached the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I've known Brother Ling Tian for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he can laugh at this time, it's obvious that he's confident in defeating or even killing that black-clad young man. Zhang Shouyong muttered as he stared at the purple figure standing in the air in the distance with a burning gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Huang Dainyu and Su Li's hearts that were hanging in the air finally relaxed. Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for Duan Lingtian to make his move. You're courting death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the black-clad young man could no longer hold himself back. After he shouted loudly, his entire person disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand pierced through the air. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. Wherever he passed, the airflow in the air would surge, and a series of thunderous air explosions would be heard. As the sound of air exploding rang out, the invisible air wave trembled, pressuring the airflow in the air to set off a vast gale that swept out in all directions, causing the entire cave to be filled with dust. Moreover, it was filled with waves of ear-piercing wind-whistling sounds. The gigantic hammer in the black-clad young man's hand contained the strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons. It was as though it had transformed into a meteorite that fell at lightning speed as it ruthlessly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's head. What a powerful force! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the giant hammer fall and the airflow in the air was dispersed by it. His expression became slightly dignified. Facing the giant hammer that was smashing towards him with the black-clothed youth, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. It was a sword that emitted a fierce aura. As the milky white yuan power rose from Duan Lingtian's body, it turned into an earthen yellow energy and surged into the sword. Bolts of lightning that were as thick as purple electric snakes coiled around the sword. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of slight air explosions sounded. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, a gust of swift green wind appeared and coiled around the sword, emitting a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian raised the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand vertically above his head. At the same time, his entire body emitted a peerlessly sharp aura. In an instant, the energy on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spread throughout his entire body, causing him to seem as though he had become one with the sword. The earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind spread on the surface of his body and the sword in his hand. It enveloped him and the sword within, transforming into a gigantic sword. Whoosh! As the earthen yellow energy that was coiled with purple thunderbolts and green wind under Duan Lingtian's feet exploded, the gigantic sword soared into the sky and pointed directly at the giant hammer that was falling menacingly like a meteor. The peerlessly sharp aura that soared into the sky along with the gigantic sword filled the entire cavern. Even Huang Dainyu and the other two who were standing at the entrance could clearly feel the aura. What a powerful sword concept! Su Li's eyes narrowed all of a sudden. As a sword cultivator, Su Li had a special sense for the sword concept. This was far better than Huang Dainyu and Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! At this moment, his attention suddenly shifted to the gigantic sword that was about to collide with the giant hammer. He could see that Duan Lingtian did not use any martial skill. The black-clad young man did not use any martial skill as well. It was more like a brute force battle between the two of them. They threw away all the cumbersome techniques and fought with pure strength. They completely displayed the passion of a martial artist. Boom! The giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was like the hammer of Thor. It fell with a loud bang, causing the airflow in the air to disperse continuously. It was like a giant rock that fell on a calm lake, setting off countless ripples that spread out. The strength of over 1,350 ancient horned dragons gave the giant hammer an extremely powerful strength and gave the black-clad young man a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! The giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword suddenly charged out and faced the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand that was smashing down. He faced it head-on without any fear. It was different from the 1,350 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that the black-clad young man gathered with the heaven and earth energy. From the moment Duan Lingtian made his move until now, only a blink of an eye had passed. The heaven and earth energy was still surging in the void where he passed, and it had yet to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Faced with the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword, the black-clad young man's face was filled with disdain. The khaki-colored energy surrounding the giant hammer in his hand continued to expand as it crossed the sky and smashed toward the giant sword. Boom! The giant hammer once again broke through the sky and fell from the sky. It was only a foot away from the giant sword. Whoosh! The giant sword faced the hammer head-on without any fear. The skyrocketing sword ray and the giant hammer collided violently, emitting a series of deafening loud noises. Boom! 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 The sword ray on the giant sword seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. When it was in a stalemate with the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand, it continued to surge out. On the other hand, the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand also surged with a rolling khaki-colored energy when it smashed down. The third-level advanced Earth concept that was supported by the Earth energy swept out without any reservation. However, the black-clad young man's expression changed very quickly. This was because he noticed the energy on the giant sword that Duan Lingtian transformed into with his sword was rising and becoming stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it suppressed the energy that was contained in the giant hammer in his hand. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that had finally formed above Duan Lingtian's head, horror dawned on him. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Being distracted was a taboo in a battle between powerhouses. At this moment, the black-clad young man had undoubtedly committed a taboo. It caused the giant hammer in his hand to lose its momentum temporarily. Whoosh! When the black-clad young man was distracted and caused the giant hammer's energy to change, the rising energy on the giant sword swept out in an unstoppable manner and collided violently with the giant hammer. It enveloped the black-clad young man's entire body. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black-clad young man was sent flying along with his hammer. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, he crashed into the wall at the side of the cave and was directly embedded in it. Naturally, it was mainly because the giant hammer in the black-clad young man's hand was embedded in the cave wall. His entire body was hanging on the giant hammer. Barf! The black-clad young man felt his vital energy and blood surging. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who knew that the mouthful of blood would go out of control? Every time he opened his mouth, he would spit out a pool of dazzling blood. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a small stream on the ground. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in the distant sky. It was Duan Lingtian. When the black-clad young man was sent flying, the giant sword that was formed by Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword had already disappeared. Not only that, but he had also put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword away. Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The heaven and earth phenomenon above his head gradually disappeared. The heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually disappearing had a total of 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Compared to the black-clad young man's strength, it was more than 140 ancient horned dragon strength. Overpowered. Absolutely overpowered. This was the strength that Duan Lingtian did not use his earth concept to communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy to display his strength. Otherwise, it would not be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were gradually disappearing. It would be 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons instead. However, even if it was only 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, it still brought great shock to Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons? Huang Daniu's eyes were wide open and his entire body was in a daze. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were similar. They were both stunned. Duan Lingtian's strength had completely stunned them. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped out in the air. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black-clad young man who was holding a giant hammer and was hanging on the cave wall. He looked at him calmly. Horror dawned on the black-clad young man's face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment before he was sent flying, he saw the 1,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were condensed above Duan Lingtian's head. At that moment, he already knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Why, you're really a disciple of a third-rate force, the Five Element sect? The black-clad young man's facial muscles were trembling non-stop. His tone was filled with disbelief. Dead man, there's no need for you to know my identity. Duan Lingtian returned the black-clad young man's words to him in full detail. It caused the black-clad young man's face to change drastically. The khaki energy on his body was rolling as he still wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, when Duan Lingtian spoke, one of his hands was already accumulating strength. The moment his words left his mouth, a palm that contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons swept out and landed on the black-clad young man's body. Boom! At once, the khaki energy that had just risen on the black-clad young man's body was shattered. He was slammed into the cave wall by Duan Lingtian's palm. He was embedded on the wall as though he had turned into a mural. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the spatial ring from the black-clad young man's hand. Without any hesitation, he performed the blood ownership claim on it. The 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Chapter 977. Soon after, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian saw a fragment shining with a green energy in the spatial ring. It was the Wind Profundity Fragment. This Wind Profundity Fragment is surrounded by a green energy that's much more profound than the one I obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian raised his brow and thought to himself. Previously, he had obtained a total of 3 profundity fragments from the Sword Monarch's treasure. All of them were 3rd-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. One of them was a 3rd-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. However, compared to this 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was nothing. Now that I've obtained this 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, I can use the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to deal with the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. After entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, any 5-element sect's disciple who obtained a profundity fragment would have to hand it over to the sect. If they obtained a 2nd profundity fragment or even a 3rd profundity fragment, they could keep it for themselves. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was preparing to hand over the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure to the sect as a form of repayment for the sect's help in nurturing him. Since he had obtained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment did not matter to him at all. Duan Lingtian. Since when did you become so powerful? At this moment, Huang Daniu was the first one among the 3 people who were stunned at the entrance of the cave. He was the first one to regain his senses. As he walked towards Duan Lingtian, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Everything that had just happened was simply like a dream to him. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong were also awakened by Huang Daniu's voice. They walked into the cave together and walked towards Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed was too exaggerated. It was completely beyond their imagination. Duan Lingtian only smiled in the face of the trio's surprise and did not say anything. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clothed youth that he had killed and embedded into the cave wall. His gaze then fell on the giant hammer at the side. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and pulled out the Grade 1 spiritual weapon giant hammer from the cave wall. He weighed it in his hand. It's quite heavy, Duan Lingtian, look at all the swords you use. As for this gigantic hammer, it doesn't seem to suit you at all. Otherwise, you. Hee. Unknowingly, Huang Dania had arrived beside Duan Lingtian. He stared at the huge hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand and couldn't help but rub his palms together. What? Are you trying to say that this giant hammer doesn't suit me but suits you? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. How could he not tell what Huang Dania was thinking? He was obviously interested in this Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer and wanted to obtain it. Hee. Huang Dania smiled awkwardly when he was exposed by Duan Lingtian. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and revealed a rare honest expression. Take it if you want it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually tossed the giant hammer in his hand to Huang Dania as though he was throwing trash. Huang Dania did not expect Duan Lingtian to give the Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer to him so readily. He panicked and took the giant hammer. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian, this Grade 1 spirit weapon, are you really giving it to me? Why? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll give it to Big Brother Zhang. I'm sure Big Brother Zhang would be interested in this Grade 1 spirit weapon giant hammer as well. Duan Lingtian teased with a smile. I want it. Of course I want it. How can I not want it? Huang Dania panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Zhang Shouyong, who was walking over slowly with his gaze fixed on the giant hammer in his hand. He was really afraid that Duan Lingtian would take the giant hammer back and give it to Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang, I'll help you upgrade your wine gourd to a Grade 1 spirit weapon later. The Grade 1 spirit weapon that I refine is much more powerful than this hammer. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was interested in the giant hammer, and said to him through voice transmission. Whether it was Huang Dania or Zhang Shouyong, they were both his friends. He did not want to favor one over the other. When Zhang Shouyong heard Duan Lingtian's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he asked through voice transmission in shock, Brother Lingtian, you can refine Grade 1 spirit weapons already? Naturally, he knew what it meant to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon. It meant that Duan Lingtian was now a Grade 1 weapons craftsman. A Grade 1 weapons craftsman, let alone a third-rate force like the Blades sect that he was currently in, even those second-rate forces did not have one. Even first-rate forces might not necessarily have a Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Based on this, one could imagine how honorable a Grade 1 weapons craftsman was on Cloud Continent. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is the Grade 1 spirit weapon that you'll refine for me stronger than the hammer in Dania's hand? Zhang Shouyong's breathing quickened. He could not help but ask through voice transmission. That lousy hammer? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and shook his head. Big Brother Zhang was underestimating him. Lousy hammer? Zhang Shouyong was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. When he regained his senses, the corner of his mouth twitched. That was a Grade 1 spirit weapon. However, it became a lousy hammer in the mouth of Brother Lingtian? Even if he wanted to attack someone, he did not have to attack like this, right? It's only a Grade 1 spirit weapon with an 88% boost. If it's not a lousy hammer, then what is it? Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly. You mean you can refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon that has an amplification of more than 88%? Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. If I can't refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% boost, I'd be embarrassed to call myself a grade 1 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian continued to speak through voice transmission. A 90% boost? Zhang Shouyong was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although the grade 3 spirit weapon, wine gourd, in his hand, was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% amplification that Duan Lingtian had refined back then, and it was the best grade 3 spirit weapon among the best grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, he was already shocked that the grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian had such a powerful boost. However, it did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 90% boost. A grade 1 spirit weapon like that could be considered the best grade 1 spirit weapon among the best grade 1 spirit weapons. However, when Zhang Shouyong saw the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he did not doubt his words at all. After laughing heartily, he no longer looked at the gigantic hammer in Duan Lingtian's hand. In his opinion, the gigantic hammer was only trash that was not worth mentioning compared to the grade 1 spirit weapon, the wine gourd, that he was about to obtain. Duan Lingtian. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile crept up the corner of Su Li's mouth as he looked at Duan Lingtian. This man whom he had known since he was 18 years old had already grown to such an extent. Initially, in his opinion, it was already considered heaven-defying for him to be able to walk out of a small kingdom in the Darkhan dynasty and achieve what he had today. However, compared to the purple-clad young man before him, his achievements were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and called out to the three of them. They continued to make their way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Whoosh! 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 The four of them were extremely fast. It was as though they had transformed into 4 bolts of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the entrance of the cave. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other 3 left, another 3 swift figures passed through the cave. Their destination was the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was obvious that they were heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure just like Duan Lingtian and the other 3. When the 3 of them passed through the cave, they seemed to have noticed something. All of them came to a halt and revealed their true identities. They were 3 young men who looked to be around 35 years old. Soon after, the 3 young men discovered the corpse that was embedded in the wall of the cave. Their eyes narrowed immediately. To be able to press a corpse into such a thick cave wall. I'm afraid that person's strength is at least equivalent to the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons. One of the young men exclaimed with a shocked expression. When the other 2 young men heard this, their faces turned solemn as well. Soon after, another young man muttered to himself in shock, even among the most outstanding young powerhouses in our Izumo sect, and Nika sect, and North Nether sect. I don't think there are more than 10 of them who possess such strength even if they use their spirit weapons, right? Based on the young man's words, it was obvious that he and the other 2 young men beside him were disciples from the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izumo sect. This person seems a little familiar. The last young man's gaze landed on the corpse of the black-clad young man that was embedded in the cave wall. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows. He had a feeling that this black-clad young man was a little familiar. You know him? At once, the other 2 young men looked at the person who spoke. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Soon after, the person who felt that the black-clad young man embedded in the cave wall was a little familiar approached the black-clad young man's corpse step by step out of curiosity. The closer he got, the more familiar he felt the black-clad young man was. When the other 2 saw this, they immediately followed the young man and walked step by step to the front of the cave wall. They looked at the black-clad young man's corpse that was hanging on the wall like a mural. After taking a closer look at the corpse's face, the young man who took the lead could not help but narrow his eyes. This is Leng Ji. Chapter 978. What did you say? Leng Ji? Why you said he's Leng Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized the black-clad young man embedded on the wall asked in shock. The moment his words left his mouth, the other two Izumo sect's disciples narrowed their eyes immediately. Did you get the wrong person? Leng Ji. How could Leng Ji be killed? Leng Ji is ranked in the top 6 among the younger generation of the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The other person also had a look of disbelief on his face. It's impossible for me to get the wrong person. I've met Leng Ji once before. He might not know me, but I know him. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Leng Ji shook his head and said with certainty. Seeing how certain this Izumo sect's disciple was, the other Izumo sect's disciple who suspected he had the wrong person completely dispelled his doubts. He could not help but frown as he muttered, among the people who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm afraid only our Izumo sect's senior brother Mo and the 2 from Anika sect and North Nether sect have the ability to kill him. That person from North Nether sect came from the same sect as Leng Ji, so it's impossible for him to kill him. Could it be that senior brother Mo or that person from Anika sect killed Leng Ji? The Izumo sect's disciple could not help but speculate as his eyes flashed. That's the only possibility. Other than senior brother Mo and that person from Anika sect, I can't think of anyone else who can kill Leng Ji. The last Izumo sect's disciple agreed. After all, even our Izumo sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, senior brother Lei Jun, and Peng Bao, the second strongest person among the younger generation from Anika sect, are no match for Leng Ji, who has comprehended the earth concept in this place where we can borrow the earth energy at will. I can't believe that the North Nether sect's second strongest person among the younger generation, Leng Ji, would die here just like that. The Izumo sect's disciple who recognized Leng Ji could not help but sigh. He deeply felt the fragility of life. Duan Lingtian, who was heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, naturally, did not know that 2 idiots had become his scapegoats. I wonder how Chen Wei is doing now. Huang Dainyu, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian and the other 2, frowned slightly and said worriedly. Chen Wei? Hearing Huang Dainyu's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. He then muttered, he is already dead. What? Although Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Huang Dainyu. His expression couldn't help but change. Duan Lingtian, you're telling the truth? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he spoke of the matter of him encountering Chen Wei's corpse and burying Chen Wei without holding back in the slightest. Damn it. Huang Dainyu's face was ashen, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red. He couldn't help but wave his fists in anger. If I find out who killed Chen Wei, I, Huang Dainyu, will definitely not let him off. His relationship with Chen Wei surpassed the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei. When he saw Chen Wei's corpse earlier, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be enraged, let alone Huang Dainyu, who had a violent temper, so his rage naturally skyrocketed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He knew clearly in his heart that it was practically impossible to find Chen Wei's murderer. Not to mention they didn't know if that person was still alive. Even if that person was still alive, if that person didn't take the initiative to mention it, they would utterly have no way of knowing who killed Chen Wei. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued on their way, and they were getting closer and closer to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure vault. Brother Ling Tian. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had just entered a spacious cavern when they heard a voice that contained slight pleasant surprise sound out from the other end of the cavern. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he only felt that it was a little familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. When he turned his head around and saw one of the 2 young men flying towards him from afar, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Peng Bao. The person who called him was none other than the Anika sect's disciple, Peng Bao, whom he had met once before. At that time, although he had only made a deal with Peng Bao once, the magnanimity that Peng Bao revealed inadvertently made him have a good impression of him from the bottom of his heart. Huh. Soon after, the smile that appeared on Duan Lingtian's face froze again. This was because at this moment, he noticed that the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. In the depth of this sturdy young man's eyes, there was a hint of greed mixed in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could faintly guess something. It seemed like this sturdy young man had also heard about the news that was purposely spread out to frame him. He said that he had obtained a piece of news about a profundity fragment. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to look at him with such a gaze since it was their first meeting. Since the sturdy young man knew about it, Peng Bao must have known about it as well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Peng Bao again. He purposely focused on Peng Bao's gaze when he looked at him. However, he noticed that there was no malice in Peng Bao's gaze. Looks like I didn't misjudge you after all. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Perhaps Peng Bao had also heard about him obtaining a profundity fragment, but he did not harbor any greed because of it. It could be said that this was extremely rare. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't expect to meet you here. Who are these three? Peng Bao greeted Duan Ling Tian as he looked at Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong who were standing next to Duan Ling Tian. They're my friends. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Peng Bao nodded and smiled at Huang Dainu and the other two in a friendly manner. He did not have any sense of superiority just because he was a disciple of a second-rate force, Izumo sect. This made Huang Dainu and the other two feel much better. This is... Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sturdy young man next to Peng Bao again. His eyes gleamed as he asked Peng Bao. His spiritual energy that he had just extended told him. This sturdy young man was similar to Peng Bao and the black-clad young man he had killed not long ago. They were all at the third-level void transformation stage. Anika sect is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Other than Peng Bao, they actually have a disciple who's not inferior to Peng Bao. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh inwardly. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had misunderstood. Brother Ling Tian, this is Lei Jun from Izumo's sect. He's also the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. Peng Bao smiled as he introduced Lei Jun to Duan Ling Tian. Izumo's sect's disciple? When Duan Ling Tian heard Peng Bao's introduction of Lei Jun, he knew that he had guessed wrongly. This sturdy young man was not Anika sect's disciple but Izumo's sect's disciple. When Duan Ling Tian saw Peng Bao introducing Lei Jun to him, he still smiled at Lei Jun out of courtesy for the sake of Peng Bao even though he did not really want to pay attention to Lei Jun. He considered it as a greeting. However, the smile on his face quickly froze again. This was because Lei Jun completely turned a blind eye to the smile on his face. It was as though he did not see it at all. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel dissatisfied. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, a clear voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell that this was Peng Bao's voice transmission that entered his ears. Huh. The moment Duan Ling Tian heard the voice, he immediately looked at Peng Bao with a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea why Peng Bao suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I heard that you obtained a profundity fragment. Peng Bao's voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears. There was a hint of urgency in his tone now. Profundity fragment? Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. The first thought that came to his mind was that Peng Bao had also believed the rumor that framed him and was coveting the profundity fragment in his hands. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized that he had misunderstood Peng Bao. Brother Ling Tian, please don't misunderstand. Peng Bao seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian's thoughts when he saw Duan Ling Tian frowning. He immediately explained through voice transmission, I just want to know what kind of profundity fragment you obtained. It just so happens that I have an 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment with me. The senior officials in our Anika sect have no use for it. I'm thinking that if the Profundity Fragment in your hands is useful to the senior officials in our Anika sect, perhaps we can make another trade. Peng Bao revealed his plan in one breath. Trade? Duan Ling Tian could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard Peng Bao mentioning the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Extreme desire filled the depth of his eyes. His interest was piqued when Peng Bao finished his words. I have a total of 5 profundity fragments with me. However, the 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment and the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment definitely can't be exchanged with him. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. In that case, I'm only left with the 3 profundity fragments that I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. The 3 profundity fragments are 3rd level Monarch stage profundity fragments. Perhaps, I can try to exchange the 3rd level Monarch stage wind profundity fragment with him. As long as he's willing, I'll obtain the 8th level Monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in his hands. At that time, the 3rd level Monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in my hands is dispensable. I can hand it over to the sect. At that moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao immediately and said through voice transmission, "I'm just worried that you won't be willing to exchange. The profundity fragment that I obtained is only a 3rd level Monarch stage profundity fragment." 3rd level Monarch stage profundity fragment? As expected, Peng Bao could not help but frown when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. The difference between a 3rd level Monarch stage profundity fragment and an 8th level Monarch stage profundity fragment was extremely huge to a martial Monarch stage martial artist. Chapter 979. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he saw Peng Bao frowning. Although he was confident he could kill Peng Bao and snatch the 8th level Monarch stage thunder profundity fragment in his hand, he had never thought of doing so. When he first met Peng Bao, he knew he would not be a match for him if he did not use the talisman. In Peng Bao's eyes, he was just an ordinary disciple from a third-rate force. It would be easy for him to kill him and snatch the concept fragment in his hand. However, Peng Bao did not do that. Instead, he exchanged the concept fragment with him openly. Due to this reason, he had a good impression of Peng Bao. Now that it was his turn, it was impossible for him to be biased and kill Peng Bao. Although he knew he was not a good person, he would not feel guilty even if he snatched a treasure from someone he did not know. However, the person he was facing now was Peng Bao, the Peng Bao who did not snatch the concept fragment from him just because he was a disciple from a third-rate force. Naturally, Peng Bao did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current strength and knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking at the moment, he would definitely feel lucky that he managed to escape. What kind of profundity fragment is the profundity fragment in your hand? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling anxious, Peng Bao's voice entered his ears clearly. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He knew Peng Bao was interested in the profundity fragment in his hand. Wind profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian stared at Peng Bao and said word by word through voice transmission. Soon, he saw the joy that flashed in Peng Bao's eyes. His heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He could not help but exclaim, "This is good." While joy flashed in Peng Bao's eyes, he could not help but feel conflicted. In terms of value, the 8th level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity fragment in his hand was undoubtedly more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch stage Wind Profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, none of the high-ranking officials in Anika sect had a use for the Thunder Profundity fragment because none of them had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept. Only a martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept would be able to comprehend the Thunder Profundity through the Thunder Profundity fragment and open the door to the martial Monarch stage. The Wind Profundity fragment belonged to the second strongest expert of Anika sect, the sect leader of Anika sect, who was also his teacher. Master will definitely break through to the martial Monarch stage in one fell swoop once he obtains the Profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. He will become the second Monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. The moment when he thought Bao Profundity fragment. However, at the same time, he recalled the grade of the Monarch stage Wind Profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Unknowingly, a bitter smile crept up on the corner of his mouth. In the end, Peng Bao made his decision. Exchange. The 8th level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity fragment in his hand was naturally more valuable than the 3rd level Monarch stage Wind Profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, there was a problem. Even if he brought the 8th level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity fragment back to Anika sect, it was impossible for Anika sect to produce a martial Monarch powerhouse in such a short time. By the time a 9th level Void Transformation stage martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Thunder concept and could comprehend the Thunder Profundity with the help of the Thunder Profundity fragment appeared in the Anika sect, who knew how long it would take. To Anika sect, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was much more valuable than the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Brother Ling Tian, I'd like to exchange my 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment for your 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. Are you willing to do it? Peng Bao looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly and asked through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything. He lifted his hand at lightning speed and a fragment with green energy shot out from his hand towards Peng Bao. He answered Peng Bao's question in the most direct way. Peng Bao did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so straightforward and trust him so much to throw the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to him. Was he not worried that he would take the Profundity Fragment for himself? Although Peng Bao thought so, he was not slow at all. As he caught the Wind Profundity Fragment, he took out a fragment with purple energy and tossed it to Duan Ling Tian. It was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had obtained. Slap! Duan Ling Tian reached out his hand at lightning speed and caught the Thunder Profundity Fragment. He held it tightly in his hand. What a great deal! At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian tried his best to remain calm on the surface, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He exchanged a 3rd level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment for an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment. If this matter were to spread out, who knew how many jaws would drop to the ground in shock? Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao exchanged the Profundity Fragment so quickly that even Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not see their movements clearly. However, other than the two of them and Huang Dainu's group of 3, there was another person present. It was Lei Jun, the 2nd most powerful person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Lei Jun had seen Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao's movements from the beginning until the end. Especially when Duan Ling Tian and Peng Bao exchanged the Profundity Fragment, the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian was even more greedy. If it was not for Peng Bao, he would have made his move long ago. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw Lei Jun's gaze, but he did not care about it at all. His mind was completely focused on the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his hand. He only put it away in his spatial ring after giving it a thought as though it was a treasure. Now, the 3 nature concepts that I've comprehended have their corresponding high-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. As long as I comprehend them to the 9th level advanced stage, I'll be able to use the 3 Profundity Fragments to further transform them into Monarch Stage Profundities. Duan Ling Tian was excited when he thought of this. Even if there was only one Profundity Fragment that he could use, it meant that he was one step closer to the martial Monarch stage. Currently, he had the corresponding Profundity Fragments in his hands for the 4 concepts he had comprehended. 7th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, 3rd level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity Fragment. As for the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll hand it over to the sect. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind. Initially, he planned to give the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment to the sect after he killed the black-clad young man who seemed to be a North Nether sect's disciple and obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. However, who would have thought that meeting Peng Bao would bring him another opportunity? He traded a 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment for Peng Bao's 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. It was a profitable trade. Since the 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment was in Peng Bao's hands, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over to the sect. Therefore, he could only hand over the other Profundity Fragment. Coincidentally, since he had obtained the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment that he had was dispensable now. It was time for him to hand it over to the sect. There are a total of 5 Profundity Fragments in the outer area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Now, 3 of them are in my hands. I wonder who obtained the other 2. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He could not help but feel curious. Brother Ling Tian, you guys must be heading to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure as well, right? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. When he snapped back to reality and looked at the source of the voice, he saw Peng Bao looking at him with a smile on his face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. If that's the case, let's go together. I'm going there anyway. Peng Bao suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed. However, Lei Jun, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face when he heard Peng Bao's words. The reason Peng Bao did that was to protect Duan Lingtian and prevent him from snatching the profundity fragment from Duan Lingtian. Peng Bao, since you've obtained what you want, there's no need for us to continue working together. A murderous gleam flashed in Lei Jun's eyes. He stared at Peng Bao for a while before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His killing intent was cold, as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! As soon as his words left his mouth, Lei Jun dashed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other four in just a blink of an eye. Peng Bao did not care about Lei Jun's departure at all. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. After calling out to Huang Daniu and the other two, he rushed toward the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure with Peng Bao. That would also be the destination of their trip. Naturally, it was not their final destination. They would go to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and search for treasures with the other young powerhouses. In the end, if they could survive, they would have to leave through the entrance they came from. Whoosh! 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 The five of them traveled at a fast speed. They were getting closer and closer to the central area. Peng Bao, since you're a disciple of Anika sect, you must know some of the North Nether sect's disciples, right? Duan Lingtian asked Peng Bao curiously along the way. If it's the North Nether sect's disciples, I only know a few of them who are more outstanding. Peng Bao asked, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you have friends in North Nether sect. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said casually, I'm just asking. Is there a young powerhouse in North Nether sect who has comprehended the third-level advanced earth concept and whose cultivation base has entered the third-level void transformation stage? You mean Leng Ji? Chapter 980. Leng Ji? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The figure of the black-clad young man whom he killed not long ago appeared in his mind. It seems like he's really a disciple of North Nether sect. Yes. Peng Bao nodded. Among the younger generation in North Nether sect, Leng Ji is the only one who has comprehended the third-level advanced earth concept and is a third-level void transformation martial artist. Leng Ji is the second strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. His strength is extraordinary. If we fight in the sky, we're on par. However, if we meet in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, I'm no match for him. Peng Bao's tone was filled with dread when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew why Peng Bao said that. The Martial Emperor's secret treasure was composed of numerous caves that were hidden deep underground. Every corner of the cave allowed a martial artist who had comprehended the earth concept to freely communicate with the earth and borrow the earth energy. So that fella's name is Leng Ji. At this moment, Huang Danian nodded in realization. He could not help but sneer, so what if he's the second strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, North Nether sect? He was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Huang Dania's face was filled with pride when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he was the one who killed Leng Ji and not Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong did not react to Huang Dania's words. However, when Peng Bao heard it, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and no longer flew forward. Seeing that Peng Bao had stopped, Duan Lingtian and the other three stopped as well. Brother Lingtian, why you killed Leng Ji? Peng Bao looked at Duan Lingtian with his eyes wide open. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When he found out Duan Lingtian had obtained a profundity fragment, he had faintly guessed Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he thought. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would have the ability to kill Leng Ji. Leng Ji's cultivation base was similar to his, and the concept he had comprehended was similar to his as well. However, if he were to fight Ling Ji in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely lose. What Ling Ji comprehended was the earth concept. He could freely borrow the power of the earth from Emperor Wu's secret treasure and increase the power of his earth concept by 50%. In response to Peng Bao's question, Duan Ling Tian nodded gently with a calm expression, as if killing Ling Ji was nothing to him. Of course, in reality, it wasn't much. If he chose to make the first move and unleashed all of his strength, he would be able to unleash an ancient horned dragon strength that was more than 200 times stronger than Ling Ji's. He only needed one move to kill Ling Ji. Monster. The corner of Peng Bao's mouth twitched when he saw that Duan Ling Tian only nodded casually in response to his question. This was the first thought that popped up in his mind. The third-rate force, five-element sect, actually had such a terrifying disciple. It made him feel inexplicably shocked from the bottom of his heart. No matter how he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him, he was only around 25 years old. Even if his cultivation base could suppress his aging and he paid attention to his body's maintenance, his real age would not exceed 30 years old. Peng Bao was certain about this. It was precisely because of this that he felt inexplicably shocked and even in disbelief. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's beckoning, Peng Bao continued to travel with Duan Ling Tian and the other three to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, along the way, he would occasionally look at Duan Ling Tian. This young man who could be called a peerless monster was able to kill Ling Ji, who had borrowed the power of the earth. Just how powerful was his strength? Fortunately, I didn't think of snatching the 9th-level saber concept fragment from him. Otherwise, I'd be the one who died instead of him. Peng Bao could not help but feel a lingering fear when he recalled the first time he met Duan Ling Tian and made a deal with Duan Ling Tian. He still remembered that transaction very clearly to this day. He used the 9th-level Earth concept fragment to exchange for the 9th-level Saber concept fragment with Duan Ling Tian. At that time, in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just a hothead from a third-rate force. He was weak and not worth mentioning at all. When he recalled that he was still teaching Duan Ling Tian when he left, he could not help but feel his face burning. And this time. Fortunately, I didn't covet the 3rd-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, I might not even be able to survive, let alone obtain the Profundity Fragment for the sect. Peng Bao felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. To think that I was worried that Lei Jun would covet the Profundity Fragment in Brother Ling Tian's hand and attack Brother Ling Tian. Lei Jun's ability is on par with mine, but he's no match for Ling Ji in this Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Peng Bao laughed at himself. He felt that he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian can even kill Ling Ji. If Lei Jun dares to offend Brother Ling Tian, he'll definitely die. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not know what Peng Bao was thinking. Currently, he was fully focused on the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure that he was about to reach. That place was an unknown place to him. The unknown was also the scariest, because anything could happen inside. According to the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse, there's a palace in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's where he died. Duan Ling Tian recalled the message left by the Emperor Wu powerhouse after he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It won't be easy to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body in that palace. Duan Ling Tian had a strong intuition about this. Naturally, he had such an intuition because he had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, if an Emperor Wu powerhouse really left his final resting place and Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment behind, it would not be easy for anyone to obtain it. In the eyes of a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only the most outstanding person was qualified to obtain his Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. 3 days later, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. The other 4 people by his side also came to a halt and stood next to him. This was because they realized there was no path ahead. Right now, they were in a spacious cave. There were 3 entrances to the left and right of the cavern that led to other caverns. They had a confused expression on their faces. They did not know which entrance led to the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Shall we split up and explore? Huang Daniu took the lead and suggested. That's the only way. Duan Lingtian nodded. His gaze then shifted to the innermost entrance on the left. I'll go there. Peng Bao, go there. Then, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the innermost entrance on the right and said to Peng Bao. Peng Bao nodded. He had no objections. Daniu, Suli, Big Brother Zhang. The three of you will enter one of the entrances to explore. No matter what the outcome is, we'll meet here one day later. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu, Suli, and Zhang Shouyong. The three of them were the weakest among the five of them. In consideration of their safety, Duan Lingtian allowed them to go together. All right. Huang Daniu and the other two responded immediately. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded at the four of them. Then, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and dashed into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. He dashed in quickly, intending to explore the situation inside. Peng Bao followed suit and dashed into the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. Huang Daniu and the other two entered the entrance as well. Just as the three of them made their move, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the entrance on the outer side of the cavern. Peng Bao. Let's see how you're going to protect Duan Lingtian this time. The owner of the sturdy figure was none other than Lei Jun. Ever since he parted ways with Duan Lingtian and the other four that day, he had gone all the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure and arrived here. After arriving here, he quickly found the correct path to the central area with the help of the speed boosted by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The correct path was behind the innermost entrance on the right side of the cavern. That entrance was also the entrance that Peng Bao had gone to explore. After confirming the correct path to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, a thought flashed in his mind when he was about to continue his journey. He realized this might be an opportunity for him. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. Lei Jun's eyes gleamed with greed. In the next instant, purple lightning surrounded his body as he dashed out and disappeared into the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern. His target was none other than Duan Lingtian. To be exact, it was the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Lei Jun was hiding here. He did not know that Lei Jun was chasing after him. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian entered the innermost entrance on the left side of the cavern, the origin energy in his body exploded. 4 types of concepts followed him like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword that was surrounded by khaki energy, purple lightning, and green wind. Whoosh! The gigantic sword pierced through the air and shuttled through the caverns one after another in an attempt to find out if this was the way to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half a day had gone by. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also figured out the situation here. This was a maze of death that he could not get out of. There was no other way except to go back. Let's go back first. Maybe they have some clues. With a thought, Duan Lingtian began to go back. Duan Lingtian's swift figure came to a halt when he was about to reach the cave entrance. His eyes were suffused with coldness as they descended onto the nearby robust young man. Chapter 981. Lei Jun was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. A few days ago, Lei Jun was with Peng Bao when he met him again. They had even formed a small group that specialized in searching for and snatching profundity fragments. When Duan Lingtian first met Lei Jun, he noticed the greedy look in Lei Jun's eyes when he looked at him. It was a greedy look that could not wait to kill him and take his spatial ring for himself. However, he did not care. In his opinion, Lei Jun was not a threat to him. Later on, Lei Jun saw Peng Bao standing on his side and deliberately protecting him. In his anger, he fell out with Peng Bao and left on his own. You're really haunting me. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared calmly at Lei Jun, who was standing in the distance. It seemed like he had been waiting for him for a long time. The corner of his mouth moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity fragment that Peng Bao exchanged with you. If you do that, perhaps I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Lei Jun's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. He flew out and approached Duan Lingtian in a short while. He confronted Duan Lingtian and spoke in a condescending tone. The arrogant look in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian did not seem like he was looking at a living person. It was more like he was looking at a dead person. Perhaps, in his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive today. Hand over the profundity fragment and leave me with a complete corpse. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lei Jun's words. Then, he smiled brilliantly. Lei Jun, since you said that, should I thank you for your kindness? Of course. Lei Jun did not seem to hear the sarcasm in Duan Lingtian's words as he said proudly, if an ordinary person is killed by me. If it's light, they would explode into a few pieces. If it's heavy, they would explode into minced meat. Of course, you should thank me for my kindness if I leave you with a complete corpse. As Lei Jun spoke, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, as if he was about to devour someone. Idiot. Duan Lingtian did not show a frightened look as Lei Jun expected. Instead, he looked at Lei Jun like looking at an idiot and spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot? Lei Jun was stunned. He was completely stunned. This Duan Lingtian, a mere disciple from a third-rate force, called him an idiot? You're courting death. The Lei army, who recovered his wits, suddenly roared. His rage soared to the extreme. At the same time, the origin energy on his body surged and swept out, and then it transformed into numerous bolts of violet lightning that were like numerous thick violet electric snakes that coiled and suffused around his body. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time that the essence energy on Lei Jun's body turned into purple lightning, a series of slight thunder sounds rang out. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered above the sky. They were lifelike, and they were ready to pounce on Duan Lingtian at any time. 3rd level Void Transformation Stage. 3rd level Advanced Thunder Concept. You only have this much strength? Duan Lingtian asked in a neither hurried nor slow manner in the face of Lei Jun's fusion of origin energy and thunder concept that caused his body to be filled with bolts of purple lightning and thunderbolts. Duan Lingtian's tone was laced with sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lei Jun was originally enraged by Duan Lingtian, and his restless emotions only calmed down when the energy swept through his entire body. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress his restless emotions that had just calmed down and completely vented them out. Bang! Lei Jun stomped both of his legs on the ground, causing ferocious cracks to appear on the ground. They spread out densely as though they were forming a gigantic spider web. In the next instant, he borrowed the force to fly out like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Wherever Lei Jun passed, the sound of thunder and air exploding was mixed together, and it was deafening. At the same time, waves of invisible airwaves spread out and set off gusts of violent wind that swept out in all directions, causing the nearby cavern to be filled with dust. Boom! Lei Jun arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Without using any spirit weapon, he punched out with his bare hands. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel at Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. The punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons smashed toward Duan Lingtian as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Rolling purple lightning enveloped him. At the same time, Lei Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was motionless in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, The reason why Duan Lingtian did not react was because his speed was too fast. In the face of his attack, this young disciple from a mere third-rate force did not even have time to react. A disciple from a third-rate force is indeed a disciple from a third-rate force. In front of me, you're just like an ant. Just when Lei Jun was feeling disdainful and thought that his punch was about to end Duan Lingtian's life, he was shocked to find that his punch had encountered an extremely terrifying resistance when it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian. Smack! A soft sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had made a move at lightning speed when Lei Jun's punch was about to land on him. He easily caught Lei Jun's menacing punch. Lei Jun's punch that contained the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons was like a falling meteorite. When it landed on Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had crashed into a cotton ball. It had no offensive power at all. Horror dawned on Lei Jun's face when Duan Lingtian easily caught his fist that he had thrown out in a ferocious manner. At that moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could clearly see that the strength possessed by the purple-clad young man before him was far from what he could compare to. Just when Lei Jun was about to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand that was like an iron clamp and was about to turn around and flee, his eyes could not help but narrow all of a sudden. At that moment, he was shocked to see that, unknowingly, the heaven and earth phenomenon had already appeared above the purple-clad young man's head. A total of 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were condensed. His eyeballs gave him a great shock. Without using any spirit weapon, he had the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the strength on his fist, it was 300 ancient horned dragons' strength more. After seeing the 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons before him, Lei Jun completely lost his temper. Oh no! Very soon, when Lei Jun realized that Duan Lingtian's strength could easily kill him, his expression changed again. It became extremely grave and filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to pull his fist away from Duan Lingtian's hand. However, when his fist was held in Duan Lingtian's hand, it was as though it had taken root and sprouted on his fist. He could not pull it out at all. Ah! The next moment, the sharp pain from his fist and the sharp pain all over his body made Lei Jun unable to help but let out a hysterical scream. The hysterical scream was so heart-wrenching that it made one's scalp go numb just by listening to it. Duan Lingtian's hand that was holding Lei Jun's fist suddenly trembled with the energy that was fused with 4 types of concepts. It shattered the purple lightning that was entwined around Lei Jun's fist as easily as breaking rotten wood. That was the energy that was formed by the fusion of Lei Jun's origin energy and thunder concept. After dispersing the energy entwined around Lei Jun's fist, the energy entwined around Duan Lingtian's hand swept out and pressed on Lei Jun's body. Barf! Lei Jun's body trembled violently. His face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No! When Lei Jun, who had just caught his breath, saw Duan Lingtian's next action, he realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Horror dawned on his face as he hastily shouted. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Jun's shout as though he did not hear it at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to hold Lei Jun's fist tightly. He lifted his hand abruptly and swung Lei Jun up. His pair of sharp eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at the cave wall not far away. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and spun him a few rounds in the air like a windmill before throwing him out of his hand, causing him to smash into the cave wall not far away like an arrow that was shot from a bow. Boom! A loud noise resonated in the air, and the stone chips on the cave wall flew everywhere. Lei Jun was smashed into the cave wall and turned into a pile of meat paste that hung on the cave wall. It was a ghastly sight. The scene before his eyes was extremely similar to an extremely abstract painting on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his previous life. Lei Jun was completely silent, and he could not be any more dead. Before Duan Lingtian swung Lei Jun up and threw him out, Lei Jun had mobilized his strength many times in an attempt to break free from his control. However, every time Lei Jun's strength appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Therefore, when Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out, there was no strength in his body that could be used to defend himself. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be able to block his strength? How could he go head-on against the cave wall that was as hard as iron? It was precisely because of this that Lei Jun was swung up and thrown out by Duan Lingtian without any surprise. He was smashed to death. From the beginning until the end, Lei Jun did not even have the time to take out his grade 1 spirit weapon glove from his spatial ring. Of course, even if he used his spirit weapon, it would still be difficult for him to escape the same ending. This was because he did not use his spirit weapon, and Duan Lingtian did not use it as well. I wonder how many people have been killed just because of the word greed. After putting away Lei Jun's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian continued to walk to the cave entrance that he came from without even turning his head back. He shook his head and sighed like an old man. Whether it was Lei Jun now or Ling Ji earlier, both of them ended up like this because they coveted the profundity fragment in his hands. Chapter 982. Not long after, 3 figures flew out from the left side of the cavern and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. They were none other than Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. How was it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. He asked in anticipation. The 3 of them shook their heads. It's a maze without a path. We've searched every corner but we didn't find a second exit. Huang Dainu smiled wryly. It was apparent that they had encountered the same thing as Duan Lingtian. It seems like we can only wait for Peng Bao. Upon hearing Huang Dainu's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in disappointment. If the path that Peng Bao went to isn't the path that leads to the central area, then we can only split up and explore the remaining 3 entrances. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the remaining 3 unexplored entrances on both sides of the cavern. Up until now, they still did not know what was going on inside these 3 entrances. An hour passed by very quickly. Why isn't Peng Bao back yet? Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong could not help but frown. He's here. Duan Lingtian focused his gaze on the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave. With his sharp hearing, he could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling coming from inside. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! Soon after, dust filled the air outside the entrance. Following that, a familiar figure flew out of the cave and appeared before Duan Lingtian and the other 3. It was none other than Peng Bao. That's the path that leads to the central area. As soon as Peng Bao appeared, he smiled at Duan Lingtian and the other 3. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the other 3's eyes lit up. At once, the 5 of them set off again. They entered the innermost entrance on the right side of the cave and continued their journey to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As time went by, they were getting closer and closer to the central area. At the same time, many people were approaching the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure from all directions of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. 2 days later. We're here. Looking at the empty cave entrance in the distance, Duan Lingtian slowed down. At the same time, he successfully arrived at the location of the cave entrance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was no longer the kind of cave that he had seen countless times before. The cavern before him was incomparably large and spacious. From the bottom to the top, it was like a whole new world. The cave entrance he was standing in was just a small hole high up in one of the walls of the huge cave outside. There were countless similar holes on the walls of this huge cave. However, Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about this. His gaze immediately fell on the central region of this huge cavern. There stood a palace, an enormous palace. The golden and dazzling palace stood there like a sleeping giant beast, emitting an intimidating aura from head to toe. Is this the palace that Emperor Wu mentioned in his message? The place where he died? Peng Bao had caught up to Duan Lingtian and stood next to him. He studied the enormous palace standing in the huge cavern in shock. That Emperor Wu's body is in this palace? Huang Dainu caught up as well. His eyes lit up as he looked at the palace in front of him. His breathing quickened involuntarily. According to Emperor Wu's message, there were a total of 3 profundity fragments in his body. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment, while the other 2 were Monarch stage profundity fragments. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments aside, just the Emperor stage profundity fragment alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. Although Su Li and Zhang Shouyong did not say anything, the burning desire in their eyes when they looked at the palace in front of them undoubtedly revealed their thoughts. The palace that stood in the huge cavern was like a giant. It exuded an ancient and weathered aura involuntarily. It was as if it was telling everyone that it had existed for a long time. There's someone over there. Su Li's eyes were sharp. Soon, he noticed 3 figures hovering in the air on the other side of the enormous palace. It was obvious that the 3 of them had arrived earlier than them. Since the palace mentioned in Emperor Wu's message had appeared, there was no doubt this was their destination. The central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Senior brothers Hua. Peng Bao's soft voice resonated in Duan Lingtian and the others' ears almost as soon as Su Li was done speaking. They followed Peng Bao's gaze and immediately saw a green figure hovering in the air far away. It was a young man in green. Initially, the green-clad young man was standing there quietly with his eyes closed. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others looked at him, he opened his eyes as though he had sensed something. His gaze that was as sharp as a sword instantly focused on Duan Lingtian and the others. Let's go. Let me introduce Senior Brothers Hua to all of you. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others were summoned by Peng Bao. They quickly arrived near the green-clad young man. Senior Brothers Hua. When Peng Bao greeted the green-clad young man, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. It was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. Junior Brother Peng. The green-clad young man nodded at Peng Bao. He did not pay much attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. Although he did not look down on the 4 of them, it still revealed his arrogance. Duan Lingtian and the others were not surprised by this. It seems like this is the Zuiyu that Peng Bao mentioned to us earlier. At this moment, Huang Daniu's voice transmission clearly entered Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong's ears. He was secretly communicating with Duan Lingtian and the others. I think so. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong nodded. Zuiyu. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. The words that Peng Bao said to them earlier seemed to echo in his ears. My strength can only be ranked second among the younger generation in our Anika sect. The strongest person among the younger generation in our Anika sect is my senior brother's Hua. His full name is Zuiyu, and he's the only direct disciple of our Anika sect Supreme Elder. Our Anika sect Supreme Elder is the only martial monarch powerhouse in our Anika sect. Zuiyu. The strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. The direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. Either one of these 2 titles was enough to shock anyone. The combination of the 2 made Zuiyu the brightest pearl in Anika sect. When Peng Bao saw that Zuiyu did not even look at Duan Lingtian and the others, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others smiled back, indicating that they did not care. If the other party was really Zuiyu, he definitely had the right to be so arrogant. Senior brothers Hua, they're my friends. This is Duan Lingtian, this is Huang Daniu, this is Su Li, and this is Zhang Shouyong. Peng Bao introduced Duan Lingtian and the others to Zuiyu. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, Zuiyu, who stood there arrogantly, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not hear a single word that Peng Bao said after that. You're Duan Lingtian? Zuiyu stared at Duan Lingtian. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of his eyes despite his arrogance. The disciple of the third-rate force, the 5-element sect? That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed in Zuiyu's eyes, he did not even need to think about it to conclude that Zuiyu must have heard about the news of him obtaining the profundity fragment. Peng Bao's expression changed when he sensed the hostility between Duan Lingtian and Zuiyu. Although Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong knew that they were no match for Zuiyu even if they joined forces, they still stood behind Duan Lingtian firmly and glared at Zui Yu with hostility. Zui Yu's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head and looked at the two young men standing in the distance. When he noticed the two of them looking at him from time to time, he did not attack Duan Lingtian. He knew very well that if the two of them found out about Duan Lingtian's identity, it would be difficult for him to obtain the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hands even with his strength. Duan Lingtian could clearly see Zui Yu's little movements. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the two young men in the distance. Among the two young men, one of them was tall and muscular. His body size was similar to Huang Daniu's. The other one was dressed in green and carried a sheathed spirit sword on his back. He was a sword cultivator. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and swept it toward the two of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. A hint of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, realization dawned on him. I see. It seems like they're the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect and North Nether sect. Duan Lingtian was certain of this after he probed their cultivation base. Their cultivation base was not inferior to Zui Yu's. Duan Lingtian noticed the concern that flashed in the depth of Zui Yu's eyes when he glanced at the two of them. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Zui Yu's thoughts. Elder brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice that sounded like an aureole clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. For a moment, Duan Lingtian stared at the source of the voice. Over there, a figure that looked like a fire spirit was flying out, heading straight for him. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian could not help but show a gentle smile when he saw the person. He flew out and greeted her. The figure that looked like a fire spirit was none other than Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian had been worried about Feng Tianwu's safety throughout the journey. Chapter 983. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face could not help but blush as she stared at the purple-clad young man before her. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. Presently, Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate all living beings revealed a trace of shyness, and she looked lovely and moving, causing others to have the impulse to hold her in their arms and properly cherish her. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the red-clad young lady before him. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Currently, when he faced Feng Tianwu, even he did not know what kind of feeling he had. It was no longer the unfamiliarity he had in the past. Instead, it seemed as though there was a sense of closeness. However, it was still a distance away from the feelings between lovers. However, every time he recalled the time when he and Zishang fell into the bottomless abyss at the side of the high platform when they had just entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Feng Tianwu had also jumped down without any regard for her own safety. His heart could not help but throb again. His heart wasn't made of iron and stone, so he was naturally able to deeply feel the kind of sacrifice that Feng Tianwu had made for him that exceeded her life. One had to admit. After that time, Feng Tianwu's position in his heart had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. It was as if only the last layer of membrane was poked open, and their hearts would be able to completely merge together. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy involuntarily extended out and landed on Feng Tianwu's body, he seemed to have discovered something and could not help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th level void interpretation. Compared to the 3rd level void interpretation from before, although there was a huge improvement, it was still not enough to make him stunned. What really made him stunned was the waves of scorching aura emitted from Feng Tianwu's body. This scorching aura was hidden in Feng Tianwu's body and was ready to burst out at any time. It was as though it wanted to ignite his spiritual energy. What happened? For a moment, Duan Lingtian, who had retracted his mental strength, had a serious expression on his face. His mental strength gave him the feeling that there was a terrifying flaming demonic beast sleeping in Feng Tianwu's body. Once that flaming demonic beast woke up, Feng Tianwu would be dead for sure. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. Could it be the power of the fire spirit body? Soon, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the reason. This was the only reason. However, Tianwu is only 26 years old this year. It seems like there's still 4 years before the fire spirit body's true strength erupts. Duan Lingtian was rather puzzled by this. It seems like Tianwu must have encountered some accident in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. That's why the fire spirit body's energy in her body is becoming more and more unstable. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more serious. What a beautiful woman. Feng Tianwu's appearance successfully attracted the attention of Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and the other 2 young men who were standing not far away. At this moment, the 4 of them were stunned when they looked at Feng Tianwu. They had seen many beautiful women before. However, it was their first time seeing someone with such a temperament. They could not help but be tempted. Brother Ling Tian, you're so lucky. While Peng Bao was stunned by Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face, he also noticed the way Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a look of adoration. Upon seeing this, he could not help but be envious. At the same time, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had already become a true friend of Duan Lingtian due to their similar temperaments. Humph. Zuiyu could not help but snort coldly. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. After knowing Duan Lingtian's identity, his first thought was undoubtedly to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, due to the presence of the other 2 people who were equally as famous as him in the northern desert, he did not make a move at that moment. He knew that if he attacked Duan Lingtian, he would definitely attract the attention of the other 2 people. At that time, the other 2 people would definitely join the fight. In that case, in the end, it was very likely that he would end up with nothing. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to ask Feng Tianwu if something had happened to her fire spirit body in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian, you're really still alive. A loud voice resonated from afar, breaking the silence. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a bald young man in a kasaya flew out from a hole on one side of the huge cave wall at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. Xianbei. Looking at the young monk who appeared in front of him, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. You haven't fulfilled the agreement between us. Of course, I'll be alive and well. Xianbei was the strongest person among the younger generation in Empyrean Temple. He was the young monk who had challenged Duan Lingtian to a battle in Skywolf Fort. How about we fulfill the agreement now? Xianbei narrowed his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. He said slowly, I'm very interested in the profundity fragment in your hand. Profundity fragment. Hearing Xianbei's words, Zuiyu, whose expression had changed when he heard Xianbei call out Duan Lingtian's name, became gloomier and gloomier. Just now, when Xianbei called out Duan Lingtian's name, he found that the 2 fellows from Izumo's sect and North Nether sect, who were equally famous as him, had their eyes fixed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. But they didn't seem to react for a while. Now, when Xianbei called out the profundity fragment without any scruples, he clearly saw the sudden realization on the 2 fellows' faces and their eyes suddenly lit up. Oh no. Zuiyu's heart sank. The thing he didn't want to happen the most still happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Xianbei's voice died away, the 2 young men standing in the distance finally moved. Their robes fluttered, and in the next moment, they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already near Duan Lingtian, staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. At this moment, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely bright. It didn't seem like they were sizing up a person, but more like they were sizing up a peerless treasure. You're Duan Lingtian? The disciple from a third-rate force who obtained the profundity fragment? Both of them stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke almost at the same time, interrogating Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu was originally quietly looking at her sweetheart. She only felt that she was extremely happy at this moment, but the 2 voices that suddenly rang out were like the cries of crows, breaking this short moment of silence and causing her beautiful face to change. Just when Feng Tianwu was about to explode, a gentle voice entered her ears through voice transmission and calmed her restless emotions. Tianwu, did something happen to you in Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Why do I feel like the fire spirit body's energy in your body isn't as peaceful as before? A gentle voice that was filled with concern completely suppressed Feng Tianwu's restless emotions, causing her pretty face to redden even more. It was as though blood was about to drip out of her cheeks. It felt good to be cared for by someone. Let alone being cared for by her sweetheart. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded and replied to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I obtained a 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment not long ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when Feng Tianwu reached this point. He was still curious earlier. There were 5 Monarch Stage Profundity fragments in the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Apart from the 3 that he obtained, he did not know who had obtained the other 2. He only found out now that Tianwu had obtained one of them. Not only that, it's a 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian was shocked. One must know that even among the 3 Monarch Stage Profundity fragments that he obtained, the best one was only an 8th level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. It was far from a 9th level Monarch Stage Profundity fragment. Just as I was holding it in my hand, it separated from my palm and turned into a liquid energy that merged into my body. Feng Tianwu continued to speak. Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and snapped back to reality. He listened attentively to Feng Tianwu's detailed experience in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was Feng Tianwu's biggest secret. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. She did not hide anything at all. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn as he listened to Feng Tianwu's story. Tianwu. She can actually mobilize and cast the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. If it was an ordinary martial artist, perhaps it would be a good thing if they could mobilize and cast the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. However, this person was Feng Tianwu, the owner of the fire spirit body. If it's just an ordinary martial artist, it's impossible for the 9th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity fragment to react like that. The profundity fragment must have reacted like that because Tianwu has the fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. I wonder if there's any record of Tianwu's experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Duan Lingtian, who was so concerned that his mind was in a mess, anxiously searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of the 2 lives in an attempt to find the answer. He had a feeling that the change in the concept fragment in Tianwu's body and her ability to mobilize the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity were not good news for her. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu communicated through voice transmission. They stood there quietly, completely ignoring the questions from the 2 people from Azumo's sect and North Nether sect. At this moment, the burly young man from Azumo's sect and the green-clad young man from North Nether sect could not help but turn gloomy. Ha! Lei Zhong, Su Qing, I can't be bothered with both of you. At this moment, Zuiyu could not help but laugh out loud. He looked at his 2 old rivals with a mocking expression. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Azumo's sect. He was also the direct disciple of the only martial monarch powerhouse in Azumo's sect. Chapter 984. When Su Qing heard the sarcasm in Zuiyu's words, he realized Zuiyu was trying to sow discord. Therefore, he quickly returned to his normal state, neither happy nor angry. Whoosh! Unlike Su Qing, Lei Zhong's expression changed drastically. How could he, who had a bad temper, hold himself back when he heard Zuiyu's sarcasm? With a flash of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ferocious goshawk in an instant as he flew out and pounced towards Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! When Lei Zhong flew out, a milky white flame rose from his body. As soon as the milky white flame appeared, it transformed into a fiery red flame that covered the sky. It made him seem like he had transformed into a vast and swollen flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to devour Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Lei Zhong, who was covered in flames, looked like the god of fire that had descended to the world. When he punched out, it was like a big burning fireball that caused the air to compress and set off a series of air explosions. When the air explosions sounded, a scorching airwave spread out. The heaven and earth energy above Lei Zhong's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. First, 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Subsequently, another 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Fourth level void transformation stage. Fourth level advanced fire concept. The gap between the fourth level of the void transformation stage and the third level of the void transformation stage was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. A third level void transformation stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. On the other hand, a fourth level void transformation stage martial artist's full origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the former, it was an extra 200 ancient horned dragon strength. Whoosh. 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 The airwave that swept out from the compression of the air set off a series of scorching gales. It caused the people present to feel waves of heat hitting their faces. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Currently, Lei Zhong was attacking Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He did not even use his spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, a mere young disciple from a third-rate force was not qualified enough for him to use his spirit weapon. As for Duan Lingtian obtaining the profundity fragment, in his opinion, it was purely due to Duan Lingtian's good luck. Whoosh. With 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head, Lei Zhong punched out his fist. It was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel and filled the sky with flames. It flew straight towards Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to smash Duan Lingtian into pieces with one punch. Elder brother Duan, be careful. In a hurry, Feng Tianwu reacted. Her expression changed greatly as she cried out in alarm. At the same time as she reminded Duan Lingtian, her eyes turned red, and her body emitted a terrifying burning aura that continued to rise. When flames rose from Feng Tianwu's body, the heaven and earth energy above her head stirred, and it seemed like it was about to condense into 1,000, or even 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Don't worry, I can handle him. When the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose up and she was slightly unable to control them, a voice transmission entered into her ears, and it caused her to be completely at ease. She trusted the owner of the voice unconditionally. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be absent-minded and unguarded, turned around in an instant. He raised his hand and threw a punch out to meet Lei Zhong's punch that was filled with flames that covered the sky and was coming at him with a fierce momentum. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian smashed out with his fist, and his milky white origin energy skyrocketed to instantly transform into a vast earthen yellow energy that was coiled with deep violet-colored lightning bolts and material azure-colored strong winds. That was not all. When he punched out, there was even a sword energy that followed him like a shadow. It contained an extremely terrifying sword concept. Boom! 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 When Duan Lingtian punched out, the air was compressed once again, and it gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds that sounded like thunder. Not only that, the air wave that was filled with an extremely strong impact force spread out in all directions and gave rise to waves of piercingly cold gales that collided with the scorching gales that Lei Zhong gave rise to. Following that, another series of explosions rang out, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. The robes of the people present fluttered in the wind, making flapping sounds. However, none of them paid attention to all of this. Their gazes were locked tightly onto the two people that were about to collide. More precisely speaking, it was the two fists that were about to collide. Whoosh! The flames on Lei Zhong's body skyrocketed and raged as he punched out. It was like the fury of the god of fire that tore through the sky and gave rise to a scorching aura that covered the heavens and the earth that enveloped Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered and swelled as he punched out. The punch that contained his origin energy and 4 types of concepts that were mixed together met Lei Zhong head-on without holding back. Bang! Both of their fists collided in an instant. The two forces collided with each other and gave rise to a deafening loud bang. In the air, waves of air could be clearly seen spreading out like ripples, spreading out in all directions. Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, whose cultivation base was weaker, changed their expressions. They could only feel the qi and blood in their bodies surging as they were faintly affected. So powerful. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was not at a disadvantage when he punched out with his bare hands and collided with Lei Zhong's fist, Huang Daniu and the other two calmed down the surging qi and blood in their bodies. Their eyes lit up. Bang! 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 With the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided as the center, the air wave that was like a ripple spread out like a ripple. Gusts of wind that were even more powerful gushed out. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the hair bands on Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's heads broke almost at the same time. Their long hair fluttered in the wind like tiny black snakes dancing in the air. Bang! 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 At the point where Duan Lingtian and Lei Zhong's fists collided, both of their energies continued to collide and collide, setting off a series of deafening explosions. They were evenly matched. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, Zhuiyu's eyes narrowed. Disbelief was written all over his face. He found it hard to believe that everything before his eyes was real. That Duan Lingtian, a young disciple from a mere third-rate force who looked like he was only 25 years old, was actually able to fight Lei Zhong to a draw and be evenly matched with him? This Duan Lingtian is even more powerful than Lei Zhong? Su Qin, who was originally calm, could not help but be moved. He muttered to himself, in the fight between them, Lei Zhong had the upper hand and made the first move. Even so, Duan Lingtian, who hurriedly punched out, was still able to take Lei Zhong's punch head-on. The energy contained in Duan Lingtian's punch is definitely more powerful than Lei Zhong's. If it's only evenly matched with Lei Zhong, it's impossible for him to be in a stalemate with Lei Zhong when he hurriedly punched out. Compared to Zhuiyu, Su Qin had a clearer understanding of the scene before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was even more powerful. As though it set off Su Qin's mutterings, at the same time, the rolling heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and descended in an imposing manner. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was undoubtedly telling the truth. The punch that Duan Lingtian threw out with his bare hands contained the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the 1,100 ancient horned dragons' strength contained in the Thunderbell Fist, it was 100 ancient horned dragons' strength more. 1,200 ancient horned dragons' strength. Duan Lingtian's third-level void transformation cultivation base was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons' strength. Third-level advanced wind concept was equivalent to 400 ancient horned dragons' strength. The 9th-level intermediate earth concept and sword concept combined was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragons' strength. Coupled with the first-level advanced thunder concept that was equivalent to 200 ancient horned dragons' strength, it was exactly 1,200 ancient horned dragons' strength. That was right. Duan Lingtian's thunder concept had made a breakthrough. On the same day that he killed Lei Jun, he successfully made a breakthrough from the 9th-level intermediate stage to the 1st-level advanced stage. Boom! Another loud explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time that the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head consolidated, the purple lightning on his fist became even more profound and raging. At the same time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath from the disadvantage of losing the initiative due to his hasty attack. His entire body erupted with the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons as he charged out. After turning the tables around, the result of the 1,200 ancient horned dragon's strength against Lei Zhong's 1,100 ancient horned dragon's strength was obvious. Crushing. It was a complete and utter suppression. Impossible. He was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. Lei Zhong did not scream when he felt a bone-piercing pain from his hand. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. A mere disciple from a third-rate force was actually able to suppress him in one fell swoop under the situation where he had the initiative and gained the initiative. Regardless of whether Lei Zhong was willing to believe it or not, his strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. It was an undeniable fact that he was sent flying and was heavily injured. Barf. Lei Zhong, who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch, finally managed to stabilize his body after flying for over 100 meters. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. I'm injured. I'm injured by a young disciple from a third-rate force. Lei Zhong wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. His eyes narrowed, and his face became a little stiff. However, soon after, he seemed to have noticed something. With a jolt, he regained his senses. This was because he noticed that Duan Lingtian, the disciple from the third-rate Force 5-element sect, did not seem to want to stop after sending him flying with just one punch. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold, and his face was covered with frost. He stepped out in the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as he flew towards Lei Zhong. A cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. In his opinion, he wanted to kill the #1 powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. Not only did he want to make his opponent pay for his rashness, but more importantly, he wanted to establish his dominance. At this moment, more and more people started to appear in this huge cave. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from Anika sect, North Nether sect, and Izumo sect. Bang! 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 At this moment, the scene was so quiet that it was terrifying. Every time Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the air would vibrate and emit a soft sound. Chapter 985. Bang! Bang! Every step that Duan Lingtian took was like a giant hammer slamming on Lei Zhong's chest, causing his breathing to quicken. He could not calm down for a long time. Lei Zhong's face turned grave when he noticed the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He quickly took out a healing pill and consumed it. However, with his current injuries, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time even if he consumed the healing pill. It affected his strength. Whoosh! A saber suddenly appeared in Lei Zhong's uninjured left hand. It was a thick saber. As the flame in his hand soared and merged with the saber, a saber ray bloomed. Whoosh! In the void above his head, the heaven and earth energy consolidated 1,100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons again. Then, more than 520 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons hovered in the void above Lei Zhong's head. They were ready to attack at any time. However, perhaps it was because he had not recovered from his injuries. The 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Lei Zhong's head were extremely unstable. In just a few moments, the number of silhouettes decreased to 1,500. Then, the number dropped to 1,400. After that, there were no more than 1,500 silhouettes. At this moment, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand as he took a step forward. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, along with Duan Lingtian's energy surging into it, another 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. 1,600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Such a heaven and earth phenomenon was enough to shock people. However, many of the people present could not help but be stunned. These people were Zhuyu, Su Qing, Peng Bao, and the other young disciples from the second-rate forces. Duan Lingtian only has the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons after using his spirit weapon? Compared to Lei Zhong, who used his spirit weapon in his prime, he's more than 20 ancient horned dragons weaker. However, without using his spirit weapon, his strength is more than 100 ancient horned dragons stronger than Lei Zhong. What's going on? Could it be that he's hiding something? That's the only way. Otherwise, wouldn't Lei Zhong be defeated in vain today? Due to the fact that Lei Zhong was severely injured by Duan Lingtian, it's difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Even if he uses his spirit weapon, his strength won't surpass the strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. The people who were discussing animatedly were the disciples of Anika sect and North Nether sect who had made it to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. There were no more than 5 of them in total. There was a hint of schadenfreude in their words. In their opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian dared to kill Lei Zhong would definitely die today. The 2 surviving Izumo sect disciples had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lei Zhong was the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. In their eyes, he was the invincible god of battle. However, today, the invincible war god in their eyes was at a disadvantage in front of a disciple from a third-rate force. Moreover, his life was in danger. At this moment, almost all of the disciples from the second-rate forces who had made it to this place knew the identity of Duan Lingtian. They had already heard of the name Duan Lingtian before they came here. The strongest person among the younger generation in the third-rate force, 5-element sect, had obtained a profundity fragment at the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. To think that I still wanted to encounter this Duan Lingtian and kill him to snatch the profundity fragment in his hands. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, the one who would die would definitely be me. One of the Izumo sect's disciples smiled wryly. Of course. Even senior brother Lei Zhong was severely injured by him. How can we compare to his strength? With such strength, it's no wonder that he could obtain the profundity fragment. The other Izumo sect's disciple agreed. Then, he added, however, as long as he's not crazy, I don't think he would dare to kill senior brother Lei Zhong. Otherwise, not only him, but even the third-rate force, 5-element sect, that he's in, would have to bear the wrath of our Izumo sect. That's right. Unless he can kill all of us who witnessed him killing senior brother Lei Zhong with our own eyes. Otherwise, even if he kills senior brother Lei Zhong, he won't be able to live. Not only that, but his sect will also be implicated. The Izumo sect's disciple in front agreed. At this moment, most of the other people also felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lei Zhong. After all, killing Lei Zhong was equivalent to offending Izumo sect. Izumo sect was one of the 3 most powerful second-rate forces in the northern desert. They only needed to send out a martial monarch powerhouse to remove the third-rate force, 5-element sect, from the northern desert without any effort. However, how could they guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts? When they saw Duan Lingtian increasing his speed and charging toward Lei Zhong again, and in just 3 moves, he sent the thick saber in Lei Zhong's hand flying and severely injured him again, they were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. This disciple from a third-rate force was actually so powerful? When they saw Duan Lingtian lifting his hand and leisurely swinging his sword to pierce Lei Zhong's throat and kill him, he's crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Isn't he afraid of Izumo sect's revenge? At this moment, other than the 2 young disciples from Izumo sect who were stunned, the disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect could not help but mutter to themselves. They felt their scalps go numb. Was this purple-clad young man really a disciple from a third-rate force? Since when did a disciple from a third-rate force become so bold? Duan Lingtian. Just when Zuiyu, Su Qing, and Peng Bao were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions, Peng Bao cried out anxiously, trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Lei Zhong. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only would he die, but the third-rate force, 5-element sect, would also be annihilated. As a disciple of Anika sect, he knew very well. The wrath of Izumo sect was no joke. If a disciple from a third-rate force dared to kill him, the result would be the same. The Anika sect that he was in would spare no effort to kill the disciple from the third-rate force before annihilating the third-rate force. The dignity of a second-rate force could not be blasphemed by a third-rate force. In the eyes of a second-rate force, a person from a third-rate force, or even the third-rate force, was like an ant that could not even withstand a single blow. Upon hearing Peng Bao's voice, Duan Lingtian's right hand shook and moved the sword away. However, his left hand did not remain idle as he slammed his palm down and heavily injured Lei Zhong again. Barf! Lei Zhong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless. His body swayed as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian reached out his left hand and grabbed Lei Zhong's throat, lifting him up forcefully. At this moment, Lei Zhong would definitely die if he exerted more force in his hand. As Duan Lingtian lifted Lei Zhong up by his neck, he looked at Peng Bao with a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian, you can hurt Lei Zhong if you want, but don't kill him on impulse. Everything will be fine if he doesn't die. If he dies, not only you, but even the 5 elements sect behind you will definitely be annihilated. Peng Bao did not beat around the bush and bluntly voiced his concerns. The reason he said all this was because he regarded Duan Lingtian as a friend. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian walk on the path of no return. 5 elements sect. Upon hearing Peng Bao's words, Duan Lingtian frowned and sighed. I forgot. It's difficult for 5 elements sect to deal with the wrath of Izumo's sect. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears. For a moment, almost everyone present, including Feng Tianwu, thought Duan Lingtian would not kill Lei Zhong anymore. This Duan Lingtian finally gave in. Of course. The wrath of Izumo's sect is not something he and 5 elements sect can handle. The few young disciples from Anika sect and North Nether sect whispered among themselves. They were not surprised by this outcome at all. As for the 2 young disciples from Izumo's sect, they smiled smugly. The fact that Izumo's sect had such a great deterrent force made them feel proud to be Izumo's sect's disciples. Cough. Duan Lingtian, you don't dare to kill me after all. Today, I'll definitely step into 5 elements sect and make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times for everything you've done to me today. Lei Zhong, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian and humiliated, stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of extremely cold eyes as he gritted his teeth and said with great difficulty. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear his words. He continued to frown as though he was thinking about something. Finally, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, hereby announce that from this moment onward, Duan Lingtian, am no longer part with 5 elements sect. From today onward, the matters of 5 elements sect have nothing to do with me, and my matters have nothing to do with 5 elements sect as well. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, he said something that was inexplicably shocking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. What is this Duan Lingtian trying to do? This was what most of the people present were thinking. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu was the first to react. She realized what Duan Lingtian was going to do next. Her beautiful face was filled with solemnity. Brother Lingtian, don't be rash. Even if you leave 5 elements sect, Izumo's sect will not attack 5 elements sect out of respect. However, you'll have to bear the wrath of Izumo's sect and be hunted down by them. It's not worth it to offend the entire Izumo's sect just because of Lei Zhong. Soon after, Peng Bao also reacted. His expression changed again as he hurriedly advised. Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would really kill Lei Zhong and bring trouble to himself. You're Lei Zhong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Zhong and asked in a calm tone. That's right. I'm Lei Zhong, the direct disciple of the only martial emperor in Izumo's sect. Chapter 986. Slap. Almost at the same time when Lei Zhong's words left his mouth, a clear sound of a slap reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and gave Lei Zhong a loud slap. A clear palm print was left on half of Lei Zhong's face, causing it to swell. For a moment, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian was too awesome, right? He even dared to slap Lei Zhong after he said he was the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse. They had to admit that they admired Duan Lingtian's courage from the bottom of their hearts. However, admiration was one thing, but it did not mean they agreed with Duan Lingtian's actions. You're seeking death. At the same time, many people felt that Duan Lingtian was seeking death, including Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. At this moment, Zuiyu looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's action was undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo's sect. Even if Duan Lingtian could make it out alive from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he would definitely die. It was impossible for the martial monarch powerhouse to let him go. I'm only asking if you're Thunder Bell. Did I ask whose direct disciple you are? After giving Lei Zhong a slap, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at Lei Zhong, who was glaring at him furiously. He could not wait to turn him into ashes. You, Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed. He wanted to say something. Slap. Another loud slap landed on the other half of Lei Zhong's face, turning his face into a pig's head. Did I ask you to speak? After giving Lei Zhong another slap, Duan Lingtian continued to look at Lei Zhong calmly. Lei Zhong was so humiliated that he glared at Duan Lingtian with even more hatred. However, he did not dare to say anything. He believed that if he dared to say a single word now, the other party would definitely not hesitate to give him another slap. This purple-clothed youth was simply a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian giving Lei Zhong another slap, they felt their scalps go numb again. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too bold. He did not even take a martial monarch realm expert seriously. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm as he stared at Lei Zhong and asked word by word. This time, Lei Zhong didn't say anything. However, the cold glint in his eyes undoubtedly showed what he thought in his heart. Smack. Another resounding slap rang out, shocking the onlookers to the point that their heartbeats quickened, and all of them felt a chill run down their spines. Didn't you hear me? Duan Lingtian, who gave Lei Zhong another slap, causing Lei Zhong's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets, spoke once more. His voice wasn't calm any longer, and it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Don't tell me you dare to kill me. Finally, Lei Zhong swallowed a mouthful of blood that he almost spat out and asked in a hoarse and cold voice. You're called Lei Zhong. I wonder, how is Lei Jun, the second strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect, related to you? Duan Lingtian ignored Lei Zhong and continued to ask. He had a feeling that both Lei Zhong and Lei Jun had the surname Lei, and they were both the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. He's my younger brother, and he's also the direct disciple of our Izumo sect leader. When Lei Zhong heard Duan Lingtian mentioning Lei Jun, his pale face was filled with pride. Your younger brother? What a coincidence. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was exceptionally radiant. In the end, his voice gradually turned cold as though it came from an ice cave. Do you think that since I dared to kill your younger brother, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had killed Lei Zhong's younger brother, Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo's sect. It's over. It's over. When Peng Bao heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned before a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that from the moment Duan Lingtian said those words, it was destined that Duan Lingtian and Izumo's sect would not rest until one of them was dead. No wonder I didn't see Lei Jun. He must have arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure earlier than us. I can't believe he's already dead. At this moment, it was not only Peng Bao. Even Huang Dainyu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong were struck by a realization. As for where and when Lei Jun died, it was not difficult for them to figure it out. Some time ago, Lei Jun had a falling out with Peng Bao and left on his own. They were on their way to the central area of the martial emperor's secret treasure with Duan Lingtian. During this period, they had only separated once. It was when they went their separate ways to explore the cave with 6 entrances. Come to think of it, Duan Ling Tian must have encountered Lei Jun at that time and killed him. This Duan Ling Tian is dead meat. Zui Yu sneered. He was clearly rejoicing in Lei Jun's misfortune. Su Qing's expression was calm, but he could not help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's boldness. It seems like Lei Zhong is dead meat this time. Su Qing sighed inwardly. Since Duan Ling Tian had publicly announced that he had killed Lei Jun, it was clear that he was determined to kill Lei Zhong. What? You killed my brother? Lei Zhong's eyes narrowed, and his pale face changed again. His body, which was held by Duan Ling Tian by the neck, trembled violently due to anger. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Lei Zhong roared in a hoarse voice. You won't have the chance to see if I'm dead meat or not. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly tightened his grip on Lei Zhong's neck. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking reverberated in the air. It sent chills down the spines of the onlookers as their scalps went numb. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Lei Zhong, whose eyes were wide open, did not even have the time to scream before his head swung to the side. He was no longer breathing. His eyes, which were originally filled with anger, became dull and lifeless. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian lifted his hand and removed the spatial ring from Lei Zhong's hand. At the same time, he released his grip and allowed Lei Zhong's body to fall. He fell from a height of hundreds of meters and turned into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Although everyone knew Duan Ling Tian would definitely kill Lei Zhong when he said he had killed Lei Jun before, they did not expect him to kill Lei Zhong as well. After all, after he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, even if he did not kill Lei Zhong, he would still end up the same way after he left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Since the outcome would be the same, and he had taken the initiative to admit that he had killed Lei Jun, it was only natural that he would not let Lei Zhong go. Due to this reason, Lei Zhong was dead. Although it was within their expectations, it still made them tremble with fear. This was especially true for the disciples from the three major second-rate forces. They knew very well the position of the two brothers, Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, in Izumo's sect. These two brothers were not only the leading figures of the current generation of Izumo's sect's young generation and the future pillars of Izumo's sect, but they were also the direct disciples of the two powerhouses in Izumo's sect. The strongest powerhouse in Izumo's sect was Lei Zhong's master. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo's sect, the Supreme Elder. As for the second strongest powerhouse in Izumo's sect, he was the current sect leader of Izumo's sect, Lei Jun's master. The fact that Duan Ling Tian had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun was equivalent to slapping the two powerhouses in Izumo's sect. He had completely disregarded their dignity. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a few more people arrived at the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure one after another. They just happened to see Duan Ling Tian killing Lei Zhong and smashing him into a pile of minced meat. Who's so unlucky to have the guts to provoke senior brother Ling Tian? Among this group of people, there was no lack of five-element sect's disciples. They could not help but mourn for Lei Zhong. Of course, the reason they thought so was because they did not know Lei Zhong's identity. Otherwise, they would not have taken it for granted. He's actually still alive? Among the few surviving five-element sect's disciples, one of them had a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a swift figure appeared in the sky above the central palace just in time. The moment Zhang Yan arrived, he saw the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing someone. That person doesn't seem to be the young powerhouse who came in from entrance number 2 with us. Looking at the corpse that was smashed into a pile of minced meat, Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Since he did not come in from entrance number 2, he could only come in from entrance number 1. During his journey here, he had a certain understanding of the group of young powerhouses who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He knew that other than entrance number 2, there was only one other person who came in from entrance number 1. The people who came in from entrance number 1 were the group of young disciples from the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. Duan Lingtian actually killed a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people? The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Although he had killed a few second-rate forces disciples along the way, it was under the circumstance that no one else knew about it. He knew he did not have the courage to kill a second-rate forces disciple in front of so many people. Although there was only a difference of one word between a second-rate force and a third-rate force like the emotion-severing sect that he was in, the difference in strength and foundation was like heaven and earth. Xianbei, what's going on? In the end, Zhang Yan could not help but look at the young monk standing nearby and ask through voice transmission. At this moment, the young monk looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance in a daze. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Zhang Yan's voice transmission caused him to shudder and regain his senses. He could not help but smile wryly as he replied through voice transmission, what else could it be? Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong from Izumo's sect. When Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, Zhang Yan knew what he was doing. He knew he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Lei Zhong? Where have I heard this name before? Chapter 987. Izumo's sect. Xianbei reminded him. In the northern desert, the 3 second-rate forces, Izumo's sect, Anika's sect, and North Nether sect, undoubtedly stood at the peak. As one of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although they did not have much interaction with the second-rate forces, they still heard about some of the things that happened in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo's sect? After Xianbei's reminder, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Soon, his face was filled with shock. His eyes could not help but narrow as he muttered, could this Lei Zhong be the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect? Then, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and felt his scalp go numb. This Duan Lingtian, his strength. How much has he improved? He can even kill Lei Zhong from Izumo's sect. He had long heard about Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect. According to the rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already entered the 4th level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th level advanced fire concept. In the entire northern desert, he was considered a top powerhouse among the young powerhouses. He was far from what he could compare to now. However, such a powerful young powerhouse had been killed by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. At the same time, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually dares to kill Lei Zhong. It's said that Lei Zhong is not only the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect, but he's also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo's sect. He had killed the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in front of so many people. Zhang Yan could almost foresee Duan Lingtian's fate in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo's sect? Duan Lingtian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tian Zhen, who had rushed to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, were all shocked by the news they heard from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Even though Nangong Chen's expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with fear. Tian Wu, the energy in your body seems to be extremely unstable. When you tried to mobilize and cast the fire profundity earlier, I could clearly feel that it was completely out of your control. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, did not care about the gazes of others. He once again returned to Feng Tianwu's side and spoke with a solemn expression via voice transmission. Not only that, once you cast the fire profundity, it might trigger the fire spirit body's energy in your body and cause it to erupt in advance. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of worry could be seen between his brows. Elder brother Duan, you don't have to worry. If it's not necessary, I won't cast the fire profundity. Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with warmth when she heard Duan Lingtian's concern. Her beautiful face blushed slightly as she replied softly and obediently. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not mobilize and cast the fire profundity by force, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that there were many more familiar faces at the scene. For example, Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tian Zhen, and the other 5 element sect's disciples, Empyrean temple's disciples, blade sect's disciples, and emotion-severing sect's disciples. Unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't make it here alive. The moment he thought of Chen Wei, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Looks like the show of strength earlier is still effective. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of young powerhouses around him and noticed that most of them had a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. Even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect, and Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, had a hint of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. Xianbei. You said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hand? Are you trying to snatch it away from me? As though he was reminded of something, Duan Lingtian suddenly looked at Xianbei with a faint smile on his face. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes shifted to Xianbei. This monk from Empyrean Temple suddenly became the center of attention. Ha! Bald donkey, didn't you want to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? You were interrupted earlier, so you didn't succeed. Now that nobody interrupted you, why aren't you snatching it away? Huang Daniu could not help but look at Xianbei when he recalled the earlier scene. He laughed mockingly. What? Senior brother Xianbei wanted to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? The few surviving Empyrean Temple disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Was senior brother Xianbei's head kicked by a donkey? When Duan Lingtian looked at him, Xianbei realized something was wrong. When Duan Lingtian repeated what he said earlier, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke! The reason he said those words earlier was because he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian with his strength. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he completely dispelled the thought of fighting with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be humiliated. Duan Lingtian, the agreement between you and me is over. I know I'm no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Xianbei no longer cared about his reputation. His expression was that of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianbei deeply. He did not intend to argue with him. He did not have a good impression of this little monk from Empyrean Temple, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. As for what the other party said earlier, he did not take it to heart. Even if Xianbei was in his position and possessed the profundity fragment, he would also say the same thing if he was in Xianbei's position. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, they would be interested in the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, after leaving Emperor Wu's secret treasure, run as far as you can. Since you've announced your departure from 5 Element Sect in front of so many people, I don't think Izumo's sect will attack 5 Element Sect for the sake of their reputation. However, you're different. A voice transmission that was filled with concern sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. For the sake of taking revenge for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo's sect will surely spare no expense to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't come in through the same entrance as us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika sect's disciple. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao, who was looking at him with concern. He felt warmth in his heart as he responded with a smile. Just like what he had said, he knew what he was doing. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, it meant he had prepared a way out for himself. Leaving 5 Elements Sect was only the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for leaving 5 Elements Sect was that he did not want to implicate 5 Elements Sect because of his own matters. He could leave without a word, but Five Elements sect could not. If Five Elements sect was annihilated by Azumo's sect because of him, he would not be at ease. Is this the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse? Was it the place where he died? Suddenly, someone said, "That's right." At this moment, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention away from Xian Bei to the gigantic palace. Their eyes shone brightly. They had come all the way here for the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse. Putting aside the other treasures in this palace, the profound profundity fragment contained the profound profundity fragment. Just the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body alone were enough to drive anyone crazy. One of them was an Emperor stage profundity fragment. The palace is surrounded by densely packed killing formations. How am I supposed to get in? Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy. The moment it shrouded the palace, he discovered the terrifying killing formations. The power of these killing formations was in no way inferior to the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Just when Duan Ling Tian was feeling wary, a Blade Sect's disciple exclaimed excitedly. He dove down and dashed toward the palace, wanting to be the first to enter. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a higher chance of finding Emperor Wu's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's body. Whoosh! The Blade Sect's disciple was extremely fast. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the palace and dashed toward the entrance. Haha! The Blade Sect's disciple stood outside the palace and laughed excitedly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward the entrance. When the young powerhouses from the other forces saw the Blade Sect's disciple making his move, they were eager to make their move as well. However, what happened in the next moment caused fear to appear on their faces. They immediately became obedient. The Blade Sect's disciple flew out. However, before he could even get close to the entrance of the palace, it was as though he was blocked by an invisible force. Boom! In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the Blade Sect's disciple's body mysteriously exploded and turned into a bloody rain that splattered in front of the entrance of the palace. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold air. It's an inscription formation. Soon after, someone regained his senses. The way he looked at the gigantic palace changed completely. The way everyone looked at the palace was no longer as though they were looking at a pile of rare treasures. Instead, it was more like they were looking at a ferocious and terrifying beast. Their eyes were filled with fear. There's a killing formation around the palace. How are we going to get in? Many young powerhouses frowned. They had a troubled expression on their faces. The treasure was right in front of them. However, it was still a problem whether they could make it in alive. Since that Emperor Wu left this place behind and asked us to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from his body, it's impossible for him to reject us. Chapter 988. Indeed. Since Emperor Wu left such a place behind, and his body is inside, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to not let us in. Many people agreed. Huh. Just when everyone was at a loss over the killing formation that enveloped the palace, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that he extended out discovered an inkling of something. He discovered something. After the Blade Sect's disciple was killed by the killing formation that shrouded the palace, the killing formation seemed to have completed its mission. It gradually faded away before it disappeared. Don't tell me that the killing formation that the martial emperor set up outside the palace can be broken as long as someone offers their life as a sacrifice? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was no stranger to the idea of breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation had the intention, he could set up the killing formation so that it could be broken with a blood sacrifice. As long as someone died under the killing formation would automatically be broken. Lucky young people, welcome. Just as Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their faces to turn slightly solemn. After the killing formation is broken, a polyphony formation has been activated. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force noticed this at the first possible moment. It's the voice of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. At once, the group of young powerhouses present recognized the owner of the voice. Ever since they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they had heard this voice a few times. Soon after, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse that left a message in the polyphony formation resonated again. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation is broken. Lucky young people, all of you can enter now. The voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse did not contain any emotions. It was extremely cold. The blood sacrifice is complete. When the group of young powerhouses present heard the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they were stunned before they regained their senses. Horror dawned on them one after another. If that's the case, does this mean that it was that blade sex disciple who used his own life to break the killing formation for us? According to the message left by the Emperor Wu, it was obvious that one of them had to die in order to break the killing array. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to go in just now. Otherwise, I might have been the one to use the blood sacrifice array. It's too cruel. A person's life is required to be sacrificed in order to activate the killing formation outside this palace. Perhaps, the inside of the palace is even more dangerous. The young experts present discussed animatedly. Their brows were filled with fear. They were afraid of the palace left behind by Emperor Wu. They were afraid of the dangers that might exist inside. Even Zuiyu and Su Qing didn't act rashly after hearing Emperor Wu's message. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled at Feng Tianwu, then called out to Huang Dainu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. He nodded at Peng Bao and took the lead to dive down. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she would not be afraid even if she had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. In her opinion, even if she had to die, she would have no regrets as long as she could die by the side of the person she loved. Let's go. Huang Dainu and the other two did not hesitate this time. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu moved, they followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and opened a path with his spiritual energy. He flew straight to the entrance of the palace and arrived in front of the magnificent door in just a moment. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the door. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the door. Suddenly, he exerted his strength. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the door opened slowly. It was majestic. Let's go. After opening the door, Duan Lingtian called out to the four people beside him and took the lead to fly in. Whoosh. 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 Feng Tianwu and the other three followed behind Duan Lingtian. Their figures instantly disappeared behind the door that was not fully opened. They completely disappeared before the eyes of the people outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Let's go in as well. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows. He flew out with Nangong Chen and entered the palace through the open door. Let's go. Zhang Yan and Xian Bei brought the surviving emotion-severing sex disciples and Empyrean temple's disciples and followed them. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zuiyu, and Su Qing also brought the Anika sex and North Nether sex disciples and followed them in. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy detected the dense aura fluctuations of inscription formations that were emitted from within. Among them, there was an inscription formation that practically enveloped the earth and sky regions that they had to pass through. Illusory formation. Duan Lingtian came to a halt. As he muttered to himself, his face turned solemn. This was because the inscription formation he discovered earlier was this illusory formation. If he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to go through it. As long as he entered the illusory formation, he would fall into an illusion. As for where he would end up after he passed through the illusion, it was not something he could control. Illusory formation? Feng Tianwu and the other three who were following behind Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and could not help but be shocked. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Yes, it's an illusory formation. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, this illusory formation does not have any lethality. It's similar to the illusory formation we've experienced earlier. It's only used to separate us so we can search for treasures in this palace. Illusory formation was the abbreviation of illusory formation. If we want to enter the palace, we'll have to go through it. Therefore, I'm afraid the four of us will have to part ways here. Duan Lingtian said. What's that Emperor Wu trying to do? He's always trying to separate us. I still want to be with you and reap more benefits. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. How would I know what he's trying to do? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Huang Daniu complaining to him. He rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. Then. Everyone has to be careful. Zhang Shouyong said. Yes. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was next to him and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, if it's not necessary, don't activate or cast the fire profundity again. Otherwise, the energy of the fire spirit body in your body will surely erupt and even harm your life. Okay. Feng Tianwu heard the concern in Duan Lingtian's words, and her drop-dead gorgeous face revealed a rare smile that could captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly absent-minded for a moment. Two wisps of crimson red suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. She was extremely embarrassed. Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. Then, he changed the topic. All of you can go in first. Let's go. Let's go look for that Emperor Wu's body. If I can find it, I'll be rich. Huang Daniu cried out excitedly and flew out. Almost at the same time when Huang Daniu flew out, his figure was concealed by clouds of black mist that appeared out of thin air and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. He had officially activated the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first. Su Li entered the illusory formation after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Then, Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Elder brother Duan, you have to be careful too. Feng Tianwu warned Duan Lingtian. She only entered the illusory formation after getting Duan Lingtian's promise. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two of them. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them as a greeting. Then, without waiting for their response, he flew into the black mist and disappeared before the eyes of the Nangong brothers. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned as he looked at the familiar black mist before him. Does this mean the two of us are going to be separated again? Earlier, when he first entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation at the bottom of the stone stairs on the side of the high platform. After that, they only met again after exploring Emperor Wu's secret treasure for half a month. Moreover, they had to rely on their telepathy. As twin brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen could sense each other's approximate location as long as the distance between them was not too far apart. Telepathy. Nangong Chen reminded him coolly. Yes, telepathy. How could I forget such an important thing? With our telepathy, we can definitely sense each other's location in this palm-sized palace. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Chen's reminder. Idiot. Nangong Chen replied coolly. Then, before Nangong Yi could react, he flew out and entered the illusory formation that was shrouded in black mist before he disappeared. You're the idiot. Nangong Yi snapped back to his senses and cursed before he followed in with a dissatisfied expression. Soon after, Zhang Yan and Xian Bei arrived as well. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were shocked by the illusory formation before them, the two of them did not hesitate and flew into the illusory formation directly. Then, the disciples from Five Elements Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect entered one after another. Among the disciples from the 6 major forces that entered from entrance number 2, only the disciples from the 4 major forces survived. As for the disciples from the other 2 major forces, they were all killed. After the group of people from entrance number 2 disappeared into the illusory formation, the group of people from entrance number 1 arrived late and appeared in the palace one by one. The leaders were Su Qing and Zuiyu. "Let's go." Su Qing called out to the 3 surviving North Nether Sect's disciples and flew into the illusory formation. "Duan Lingtian, I hope you're really hiding something when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out that the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons that you cast after using your spirit weapon is your full strength, I'll definitely kill you." After Su Qing and the others entered, Zuiyu's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 989. If Duan Lingtian used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. He was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. With the 4th level void transformation concept that he had comprehended and his cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation, his strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1,620 ancient horned dragons once he used his spirit weapon. In his opinion, his strength was more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he still could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would not deserve to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. When Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong, he seemed to have used a few types of concepts. Moreover, their levels were quite high. Zuiyu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene when Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong. He thought to himself, perhaps, it's because concept is more important than origin energy when he unleashed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons without using his spirit weapon. Therefore, after using a spirit weapon, the increase in strength from the spirit weapon is not strong. Zuiyu was even more certain when he thought of this. Now, I just need to confirm it. Once I confirm that Duan Lingtian's strength is only 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashes his full strength, I'll be able to kill him myself before the people from Izumo's sect kill him. Zuiyu's eyes were filled with greed when he thought of this. He was greedy for the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Zuiyu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by Zuiyu's judgment. Just as Zuiyu thought, Duan Lingtian's strength was indeed more important than origin energy. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons was the limit of the strength that Duan Lingtian could exert at this moment. First the grassland, and now the desert. In the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian was in a vast desert. All he could see was yellow sand. There was no green or blue at all. "Young man, head east." Just as Duan Lingtian was looking around, not knowing where to go, a familiar yet strange voice came into his ears. It was the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the secret treasure of the Emperor Wu. East. After the prompt, Duan Lingtian knew the destination of his trip. He stepped into the air and flew towards the east at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, where they would go all the way to the end. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. Young man, north. Young man, west. Young man, southwest. The message left by the Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation, coupled with the illusory formation that Duan Lingtian was in, was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be exhausted from running around. Finally, Duan Lingtian reached the end. Where did that Emperor Wu powerhouse lead me to? Why did I have to change directions so many times? Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation curiously. After walking out of the illusory formation, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a long corridor that was extremely spacious. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a row of neat stone rooms. There was a statue at the entrance of each stone room. It was either a human-shaped statue or a beast-shaped statue. They looked so lifelike that they could be mistaken for the real thing. These stone rooms, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian approached the first stone room and poked his head out to see what was inside. With just a glance, he saw that there was a stone platform in the stone room that was not very spacious. There was a sword on the stone platform. It was an extraordinary sword. A grade 2 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could tell the grade of a spirit weapon with just a glance. Ordinary people would need to test the grade of a spirit weapon to verify it. There's a grade 2 spirit sword here? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he strode into the stone room. Although this sword is only a grade 2 spirit weapon, the material used is not bad. I can keep it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was about to enter the stone room to keep the grade 2 spirit sword. As soon as he stepped into the stone room, horror dawned on his face. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling entered his ears in just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a thick and heavy fist. To be more precise, it was a stone fist. The human-shaped statue standing at the entrance of the stone room had moved. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the stone room, it threw a punch at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. The human-shaped statue's fist was surrounded by blue waves that contained a vast and rolling energy that seemed to be able to break everything. Whoosh! Unfortunately, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand at lightning speed, the human-shaped statue's stone fist was easily caught by him without any pressure. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! At this moment, the human-shaped statue moved again. It took a step forward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Subsequently, its other leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning and attacked towards Duan Lingtian's lower body. The blue ripple rose sharply and seemed to have transformed into a rolling and stormy wave that charged towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above its head stirred and finally gathered into 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the human-shaped statue's attack was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation. 1st level advanced water concept. Although the human-shaped statue's speed was fast, it was like the speed of a turtle in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was not worth mentioning at all. Duan Lingtian casually kicked out with only origin energy, and it easily broke the human-shaped statue's leg that was attacking him. Bang! The human-shaped statue's broken leg flew out and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of gravel and stone chips. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and punched back. The vast energy swept towards the human-shaped statue and shattered it, turning it into stone chips that filled the sky. At the same time, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The blue fragment was, naturally, the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the statue is hidden really well. I didn't intentionally use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, but I didn't discover anything. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. 10 mid-grade origin stones and a first-level water concept fragment. My gains are not bad. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he could obtain such gains with just a casual punch and kick. After taking the grade 2 spirit sword in the stone room, Duan Lingtian walked to the next stone room. There was a pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian ignored the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room and quickly rushed into the stone room to grab the pill bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he found that there were 3 pills inside. Grade 2 life recovery pills. The purity is less than 70%. Trash. Frowning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the pill bottle on the ground and looked at the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills in disdain. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. That was a grade 2 life recovery pill. A high-grade healing pill. Ordinary people might not even have it even if they wanted it. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the grade 2 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70% was a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash that was not even worth mentioning. He who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of refining medicine, had already condensed a grade 1 pill fire and became a noble grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, let alone a grade 2 life recovery pill with high purity, he could even make a grade 1 life recovery pill with high purity without any pressure. However, Duan Lingtian thought the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills were trash, but the beast-shaped statue guarding the entrance of the stone room did not think so. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian threw the pill bottle away, the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room moved. The flames on its body surged as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. This beast-shaped statue had the same strength as the human-shaped statue from before. It could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even need to use his concept. He merely swept out with his third-level void transformation stage origin energy, and it was enough to completely crush the energy on his body and destroy him. Boom! 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 The beast-shaped statue that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian turned into a pile of flying rocks and piled up into a small hill. Before this, Duan Lingtian had made his move at lightning speed and took the 10 mid-grade origin stones and the first-level fire concept fragment that dropped from the beast-shaped statue. Are there any treasures that are tempting? Duan Lingtian swept along the long corridor. All the statues at the entrance of the stone room were destroyed by him along the way. All the stone rooms were turned upside down by him. However, he only managed to collect some grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons. As for the pills, he threw them away casually. Even a precious healing elixir like a grade 1 life recovery elixir was no exception. It was thrown away by him like trash. According to Duan Lingtian, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons could not be refined. Even if a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit artifact was slightly inferior, it could still be reforged. However, it was impossible to reforge pills. Pills with low purity, even if they were grade 1 pills, were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to throw them into his spatial ring. Is this the end? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian found himself at the end of the long corridor. As he swept his way, the statues at the entrance of the stone room became stronger. However, in the face of his powerful strength, even the stronger statues could not withstand a single blow from him. They were all shattered by him easily. There's another stone room over there. When he reached the end of the long corridor, Duan Lingtian saw a stone room in front of him. It was an independent stone room. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked over. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sensed a slight fluctuation of an inscription formation. He knew that he must have activated one of the inscription formations. Young man, congratulations on entering the 4-entry 1 stone room. If you're the only one left in the circle of light after an hour, you can enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure you deserve. 4-entry 1 stone room? Chapter 990. Halo? What's a halo? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked around. However, he did not see the halo mentioned by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. However, at this moment, he noticed a faint light suddenly shot out from the stone room in front of him. It enveloped him and formed a halo. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by the halo. After an hour, I'll be the only one left in the halo. Then, I'll be able to enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure inside? Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere now that he had the halo. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Apart from the long corridor that he had walked through, there was another long corridor in each of the other 3 directions of the 4-entry 1 stone room. Don't tell me there's another 3 people? At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the origin of the name 4-entry 1 stone room. 4-to-1. 3 out of 4 would be eliminated and 1 would enter. It seems like I'll have to wait for an hour when there's only 1 person left in the halo. Then, the 4-entry 1 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I wonder who the other 3 people are. Duan Lingtian looked at the other 3 long corridors with a gleam in his eyes. They're not here yet. It's obvious that they're not strong. It's impossible for them to be Su Qing, Zuiyu, and Peng Bao. It's a good thing that I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my reputation would have been completely ruined. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated from one of the long corridors and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression turn strange. What a coincidence. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he looked towards the corridor where the voice came from. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian? After the tall and sturdy young man walked out of the corridor, he saw the purple-clothed young man standing not far away. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Dainyu, we are really fated to meet. Seeing the sturdy young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than Huang Dainyu. Ha! Duan Lingtian, it seems that my luck is not bad. Even the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet you here. Let's go. Help me get rid of those broken stone men. I want those spirit artifacts and those bottles of pills. Huang Dainyu said with shining eyes. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew what the stone man Huang Dainyu was talking about was. It was none other than the human-shaped statues that he had destroyed along the way from the long corridor behind him. Those statues couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, to Huang Dainyu, some of the statues were existences that were hard to defeat. Let's go. Thinking that there was still almost an hour before the opening of the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Dainyu and entered the long corridor that Huang Dainyu came from. Once again, Duan Lingtian destroyed the human-shaped and beast-shaped statues that Huang Dainyu couldn't handle one by one. As for Huang Dainyu, he was enjoying the fruits of Duan Lingtian's labor. He kept the spirit artifacts and pills in the stone rooms one by one with a smile on his face. Dainyu, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing how happy Huang Dainyu was, Duan Lingtian decided to pour cold water on him to wake him up. Huh? Huang Dainyu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. It's the independent stone room at the end of the long corridor. Only one person can enter. Including you and me, there are a total of 4 people competing. Duan Lingtian told him everything he knew. F***CK. What kind of F***king luck do I have? I can't believe I'm assigned to compete with you. I wonder who are the other 2 unlucky fellas like me? Huang Dainyu could not help but curse after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. Dainyu, you've changed so quickly. Who was the one who said he's lucky and that even God is helping him by allowing him to meet me here? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dainyu with a faint smile on his face. He clearly remembered what Huang Dainyu said when they first met. Well, I didn't know there was a special stone room at that time. I'm so unlucky to be assigned to the same room as a freak like you. Huang Dainyu smiled wryly. Very soon, he recovered. Fortunately, there are 2 unlucky fellas accompanying me. Let's go and see who the other 2 unlucky fellas are. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu returned to the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, they noticed 2 young men standing there. The atmosphere was heavy. The 2 young men stood facing each other. The smell of gunpowder could be felt coming from them. It was only when Duan Lingtian appeared that both of them shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, their faces changed completely. Duan Lingtian. One of them gulped hard, and his face was pale. The other person was not any better. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as though he had encountered a ferocious beast. How boring. I thought it would be someone from a second-rate force. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. Huang Dainyu was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel disappointed when he saw the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew why Huang Dainyu said that. He wanted to see a second-rate force's disciple being humiliated in front of him. Who knew the person who was assigned to the same room as them was not a second-rate forces disciple? Duan Lingtian had some impression of the two people in front of him. One of them was an emotion-severing sex disciple, and the other was a secular disciple from the Empyrean temple. What? Are the two of you going to compete with me? Duan Lingtian walked into the light circle around the independent stone room at a leisurely pace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two people in front of him with a faint smile. No. No. Of course not. I'll leave now. The two of them waved their hands hurriedly and retreated out of the light circle around the independent stone room as though they were escaping. Their figures disappeared into the long corridor that they came from. What a joke. This person was someone who could kill the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo's sect. How would they dare to compete with him? At once, only Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu were left outside of the four-entry, one stone room. Huang Dainiu retreated out of the light circle tactfully. Duan Lingtian, you're going to be rich this time. The treasures in this independent four-entry, one stone room, must be extraordinary. Huang Dainiu stood outside the light circle and looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. However, his sparkling eyes showed that he was looking forward to the treasures in the stone room. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed by quickly. Whoosh. 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 As the light circle around the stone room flashed, a layer of light shield rose around the light circle and shrouded Duan Lingtian and the four-entry, one stone room. It seemed to have formed an independent space. Dainiu, don't touch that light shield. That's a killing formation. Almost at the same time when the light shield rose, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed it and warned Huang Dainiu immediately. Huang Dainiu nodded solemnly and said, "The door of the stone room is open. Go in quickly." Upon hearing Huang Dainiu's reminder, Duan Lingtian noticed that a stone door had appeared at the side of the four-entry, one stone room that was originally closed. The stone door was pushed open and opened. After informing Huang Dainiu, Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the stone room. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Unlucky, I'm really unlucky. Huang Dainiu shook his head, turned around, and left in search of another opportunity that belonged to him. Duan Lingtian passed through the stone door and entered the spacious stone room. The stone room that entered his eyes was not much different from the stone rooms that he had entered before. If there was a difference, it would be that there was no spirit weapon here, nor was there a pill bottle that stored pills. Rumble. All of a sudden, a soft sound came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. The moment Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered that the stone door behind him had closed again, trapping him in this airtight stone room. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to break through the door, rumble. 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 A series of loud noises came from above, causing Duan Lingtian to raise his head involuntarily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the ceiling of the stone room move and open by itself, opening up a way for him to leave the stone room. Young man, congratulations. You're one step closer to my corpse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed again. When the ceiling moved, it activated the polyphony formation in the stone room, allowing the voice of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, to enter his ears again. One step closer. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the message left by the powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Soon after, he recalled his experience of advancing to the next round and seemed to have understood something. It seems like when I'm advancing to the next round, other places are also advancing to the next round. Only the person who makes it to the end will be able to see the body of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. The treasure in this stone room, now that Duan Lingtian knew he was not trapped in the stone room, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the treasure on the stone platform not far away. It was a plant that was planted in a flower pot. It was completely green and shone with a faint green light. To be more precise, it was a blade of grass. When Duan Lingtian saw the shimmering green light on the blade of grass, he knew it was not simple. However, he could not recognize it. All he could do was search through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Immortal Spirit Herb. Chapter 991. Immortal Spirit Herb, it's an immortal spirit herb. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Quan's Dantian can be repaired. Xiong Quan's Dantian can be repaired. Duan Lingtian, whose face was filled with wild joy, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement and joy. Xiong Quan. That year, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiong Quan was someone who followed him silently and did his best for him without any complaints. Even to the extent that when he was in danger many times, it was Xiong Quan who helped him out and protected him. A few years later, in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiong Quan, in order to protect him, had his Dantian crippled by a void initiation stage martial artist and left his side to return to his hometown. Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about the crippling of Xiong Quan's Dantian all these years. Even to the extent that as time passed, he felt more and more guilty in his heart. He owed Xiong Quan too much. Last time, when the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition ended and he returned to his hometown, he did not see Xiong Quan because of his guilt. At that time, he made up his mind. When he saw Xiong Quan again, Xiong Quan's Dantian would be repaired. I originally thought that I would have to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu to obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan repair his Dantian. But I never imagined that I would encounter an immortal spirit herb here. Looking at the plant with 3 leaves before him, the excitement in Duan Lingtian's eyes was indescribable. Immortal Spirit Herb, a legendary medicinal herb. Even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. He had only heard of it but never seen it. Today, Duan Lingtian was able to recognize the immortal spirit herb because of the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen an immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about it. He even knew some of the characteristics of the immortal spirit herb. Immortal spirit herbs had upright roots and leaves that flickered with a green glow. Most importantly, the veins on its leaves were completely different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The veins on the leaves of ordinary herbs were straight in the middle and bifurcated on both sides. The patterns on the immortal spirit grass were in the shape of a whirlpool. Strands of green light extended from the center of the whirlpool, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Because of this, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the plant with 2 leaves in front of him was the immortal spirit herb that he had been dreaming of. In the past, he knew about the existence of the immortal spirit herb and knew that it could help Xiong Quan repair his Dantian. However, because the immortal spirit grass was too ethereal and illusory, he never thought that he would be able to obtain it. He thought he would only be able to use the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or even the royal grade resurrection pill to heal Xiong Quan's Dantian after he found the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Now that I have this immortal spirit herb, I don't need to wait for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan recover his Dantian. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. This immortal spirit herb has a total of 3 leaves. I only need one of them to heal Xiong Quan's Dantian. As for the other 2 leaves, I'll give one to brother Zhang so that he can heal sister-in-law's Dantian. Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong, also had her Dantian damaged and could not cultivate. Perhaps Zhang Shouyang's current strength was far from his, but it was Zhang Shouyang who had saved his life in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, Zhang Shouyang had saved his life. If brother Zhang knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the immortal spirit herb as though it was a treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from ordinary herbs. Ordinary medicinal herbs withered easily. However, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb. Even if it left the soil, it would not wither. Looks like I'll have to change my plan after I leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I'll return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and sister-in-law's Dantian before I look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he no longer planned to stay in the Five Elements sect, nor did he plan to stay in the northern desert. He was prepared to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu during his second life. Although he did not know the exact location until now. As long as he could find a rough map of the Cloud Continent, he would be able to confirm the location of the place and retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, now that he had unexpectedly obtained the immortal spirit herb in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, it disrupted his plan. He decided. After leaving the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he was not in a hurry to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He would return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and Wang Qiong's Dantian. As for the rest, he would make other plans later. I wonder what's up there. After putting away the immortal spirit herb, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lifted his head to look at the open ceiling. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he leaped into the air. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and left the four-entry, one-stone room beneath his feet. He arrived at another place. This seems to be another level of the central palace. Duan Lingtian looked around for a while. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed. The central palace was located in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. His body was stored there. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Lingtian, had come for the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Especially the Emperor Stage profundity fragment. It was a first-rate treasure even in the entire Cloud Continent. One could imagine. After obtaining the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, even if he did not use it himself, he could still find a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and do him a favor. He could even make that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation to protect him for life. Once that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse obtained the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. In that case, it would be equivalent to having an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer. With an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer, would he not be able to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent in the future? If I'm not mistaken, this palace where the Emperor Wu powerhouse died has a total of 5 floors. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment as he recalled carefully. Although the palace he was in now only had 5 floors, each floor was much taller than an ordinary palace. Therefore, although this palace only had 5 floors, it was exceptionally tall. Young man, welcome to the 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace. Since you're able to come here, you're qualified to know my title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu is my title. Just as Duan Lingtian took a step forward and realized he had activated another polyphony formation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Qing Feng Palace? Qing Feng Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. From the moment he found out about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure to the moment he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, until just now, he knew nothing about the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, now that the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Duan Lingtian was finally able to learn his title. As Duan Lingtian who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he naturally knew that the Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent had an honorific title that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. For example, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was an honorific title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu was the honorific title of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This is the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. I should have been on the 1st level previously. Qing Feng Palace has a total of 5 levels. Don't tell me we have to go up 1 level at a time. Duan Lingtian guessed. As though he was supporting Duan Lingtian's guess, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice continued to reverberate. I've set up the 9-9 wood person pass on the second level of Qing Feng Palace. The first person to pass the 9-9 wood person pass will obtain a copper key and be able to ascend to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. After 10 breaths, the mirror image illusory formation will disappear, and the 9-9 wood person pass will be opened. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He immediately extended his spiritual energy and realized that everything around him was actually an illusion. It was all an illusory mirror image formed by the mirror image illusory formation. It did not really exist. He could only see but not touch. 9-9 wood person pass? What's that? Wood person? In the next 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian pondered. If it's just wood person, so what if there are many of them? If I force my way through with all my might, they'll all turn into dust. Duan Lingtian was still very confident about his current strength. However, subconsciously, he felt that the 9-9 wood person pass was not that simple. After all, it was a test left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the 9-9 wood person pass should be stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. After comparing his experience on the first level of Qing Feng Palace, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. On top of that, the person who passes the 9-9 wood person pass will only obtain a copper key? Isn't that Qing Feng Emperor Wu too stingy? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. On second thought, he felt that something was amiss. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the value of the reward obtained from passing this level would definitely not be lower than the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps, there's a secret behind the copper key that I don't know about. Chapter 992. 10 breaths of time was neither long nor short. 10 breaths of time passed quietly as Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed through his mind. After 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the mirror image illusory formation around him had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in a long corridor again. Compared to the corridor on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace, the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace seemed to be narrower. Not only that, but there were also wooden figures standing in the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace. They were particularly eye-catching. These wooden figures were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either standing on the ground or in the air. They completely blocked the path to the other end of the corridor, not allowing anyone to pass. The group of wooden figures that appeared in the corridor were particularly dull. They did not move at all for a long time. So this is the 9-9 wooden figure stage? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy, he soon discovered the details of each and every one of the wooden figures that blocked his way. These wooden figures were no different from the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. There was an inscription formation set up in their bodies. There were origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies as well. Although Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy could not detect the exact strength of the concept fragments in the wooden men's bodies, he was still able to do so. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that these wooden figures were much stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. If that was not the case, there would be no need for them to be divided into the first and second floors. The wood that made them. It's not simple. Soon after, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and discovered the density of the wood that formed the wooden figures was much higher than ordinary stones. So that's how it is. Although these guys are made of wood, their bodies are much stronger than the statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. Once they attack, their movements will be more agile. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Right. Qing Feng Emperor Wu once said that only the first person to clear the 99 wooden person stage would be able to obtain the copper key and ascend to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. With a flash of inspiration, Duan Lingtian recalled the content of the message left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu. His expression abruptly changed. Damn it. I actually forgot about this. Thinking that he had wasted so much time, Duan Lingtian suddenly became anxious. Why was he attracted by those wooden figures at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, he had even used his spiritual energy to investigate the background of those wooden figures. It was simply superfluous and did not distinguish between the importance of the matter and the importance of the matter. To the current him, the most important thing was to pass the 99 wood puppet stage, obtain the copper key, and ascend to the third floor of Qing Feng Palace. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian no longer dared to hesitate. His body flew out and seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged to the other end of the long corridor. Just as Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shuttled through the long corridor, he was about 10 meters away from the 3 wooden figures standing at the front. Crack. 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 The 3 wooden figures' stiff bodies suddenly trembled and produced a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they had been completely activated at this moment. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. When he approached the wooden figures, his sharp spiritual energy had already discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated the inscription formation that activated all the wooden figures in the long corridor. Whoosh! 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 The 3 wooden figures that were closest to Duan Lingtian made their moves almost at the same time. They charged at Duan Lingtian aggressively. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed and merged with their concepts. The moment they made their moves, they unleashed a powerful force that enveloped Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 wooden figures. Subsequently, they charged at Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept would only have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The 3 wooden figures that possessed the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons made their moves. Their strength tore through the sky and caused the air to tremble before it set off a series of ear-piercing air explosions. As the air explosions exploded, a series of airwaves swept out and transformed into a violent wind that blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe and caused it to flutter loudly. Faced with the attack of the 3 wooden figures, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He did not even look at them. Destroy! A cold voice came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Nobody knew when, but a 3-foot-long blade that was completely condensed from khaki energy appeared in his slightly raised hand. He suddenly shook it. Whoosh! 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 The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a series of swift sword whistles that sounded like a storm resonated one after another. They rose and fell one after another without stopping. Whoosh! When the sword whistles disappeared, Duan Lingtian's other hand swept across the sky and easily grabbed the dozens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to charge towards the next wave of wooden figures. As soon as Duan Lingtian charged out, the 3 wooden figures that were originally charging towards him in a menacing manner exploded in the air and transformed into pieces of wood that fell down like rain. Smack! 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 As soon as the hundreds and thousands of pieces of wood that the 3 wooden figures transformed into fell to the ground, another rain of wood began to fall not far away. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh! 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 The swift purple figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in the depths of the long corridor in the next moment. Whoosh! 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 Every time he appeared, there would be a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sounds. Immediately after, a rain of wood would fall from the sky. Everywhere he passed, the long corridor was covered with countless pieces of wood. I've already killed 78 of them. 3 more to go. 99 wooden stages, 9981. So that's how it is. As soon as he came to a realization, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he charged towards the last 3 wooden figures that were charging towards him. Once again, he transformed into an extremely swift purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above each of their heads exploded with the power of origin energy and concept on their bodies. Their thunderous attacks blasted towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Just in time. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use the 3-foot-long sword that was condensed from the khaki energy to deal with them. Instead, he used the most direct method. He punched out with both of his fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian punched out with both of his fists at full force. 2 waves of khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and green wind swept out. On top of that, it also emitted waves of sharp aura that belonged to the sword concept. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the narrow long corridor, and a series of obvious echoes reverberated in the air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. At the same time, the energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's fists swept out without any reservation. It carried an overwhelming force as it annihilated the 3 wooden figures' attacks easily. Wherever the energy passed, the 3 wooden figures' attacks were completely crushed. Even the 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust and completely disappeared from this world. Boom! 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 When the last 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air, causing the entire second floor of Qing Feng Palace to tremble. It was as though the ground was shaking. Whoosh! 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 The airwaves that rolled out in all directions set off gusts of strong wind. The broken wood in the long corridor was lifted up, and a long rain of wood began to fall again. At the end of the long corridor, a purple figure stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man with a cold gaze. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Copper key. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately fell on a stone platform outside the long corridor. The stone platform stood there alone, and it faintly revealed a sense of desolation. On the stone platform, there was a copper key lying there all by itself. The copper key was crescent-shaped. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was completely different from an ordinary key. The long years did not seem to have left any traces on it. The 3rd floor. I have to go up from here? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the top of the high platform. The ceiling there was exactly the same as the one he saw in the 4-way stone room on the 1st floor of Qing Feng Palace. The surroundings were not sealed, and it was obvious that it could be moved. It hasn't opened yet? Don't tell me the ceiling will only open the way to the 3rd floor of Qing Feng Palace if I take the copper key away? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He no longer hesitated and flew out like a goshawk before landing steadily on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian casually lifted his hand and grabbed the copper key. It hasn't opened yet? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the ceiling. However, he noticed that the ceiling did not move at all. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, he noticed that an inscription formation had been activated on the stone platform beneath his feet. Not only that, but the inscription formation also released a strange energy that swept towards the long corridor that he came from. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. The stone platform flew out from the ground and rushed into the long corridor that he came from as soon as it left his feet. This is Chapter 993. The stone platform was not big. In just a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by thousands and thousands of wood shards. The wood shards kept rolling around before they finally transformed into a human shape and formed a brand new giant wooden man. What kind of inscription formation is that? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked. He could clearly sense it when he extended his spiritual energy earlier. As the inscription formation on the stone platform released a strange energy, the thousands and thousands of wood shards that were piled up on the long corridor began to move restlessly. When the stone platform flew closer, the wood shards seemed to be summoned by something as they rushed toward the stone platform and formed a giant wooden man. This wooden man was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. Its entire body was uneven, but it could not hide the majestic aura that was emitted from its body. There's no origin stone in the stone platform. There's only a concept fragment. The wood shards came from the previous wooden men. They were tainted with origin energy from the mid-grade origin stones that were originally in the wooden men's bodies. But now, the sparse and extremely weak origin energy in these pieces of wood seems to be drawn into the stone platform by something. It's that inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian, who was puzzled, was shocked when he discovered something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform actually emitted an extremely terrifying suction force that absorbed the traces of origin energy on the thousands upon thousands of pieces of wood. In just a short moment, the origin energy on the wood shards was completely absorbed by the stone platform. It seemed to have become the giant wooden man's heart as it continued to grow stronger. Boom! Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out suddenly discovered the origin energy that was being absorbed by the stone platform. It trembled before it completely exploded. In just an instant, a milky white flame surged out of the giant wooden man that was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. It was as though it could burn everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons clearly appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with just his origin energy. It's equivalent to the strength of a third-level void transformation martial artist using just his origin energy. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. As far as he knew. If it was only mid-grade origin stones, then no matter how many there were, the inscription formation formed from them would at most be able to mobilize the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. It was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stones in its body was able to exert origin energy that was comparable to a 3rd-level void transformation stage martial artist. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel astonished from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was completely illogical. The origin energy in the giant wooden man's body came from the broken pieces of wood. The origin energy accumulated in the broken pieces of wood came from mid-grade origin stones. Logically speaking, even if all of the origin energy in the broken wood were to fuse together, it would still be impossible to display such a powerful strength. After all, the origin energy came from mid-grade origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones have a huge restriction. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for them to display such a powerful strength through an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only attribute this to one reason. It seems like it can only be because of the inscription formation in the strange stone platform. That mysterious and strange inscription formation is not even in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have any records of the inscription formation in his memory, he could find out about it from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the inscription Dao. The inscription formation in the strange stone platform was extremely powerful. To be able to combine the weak origin energy in thousands of broken pieces of wood and accumulate it into such a powerful origin energy. That inscription formation is simply heaven-defying. There was a hint of dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although he did not understand the inscription formation at the moment, he had an extremely crazy idea based on the theory of the inscription formation that was currently displayed. If such an inscription formation can be used on a human martial artist, Let a human martial artist master the inscription formation and absorb the origin energy of other human martial artists and accumulate the origin energy of all human martial artists. Then, after the origin energy of all human martial artists has been greatly enhanced, it can be unleashed. How terrifying would that be? Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His scalp went numb. If this idea could really be realized according to his idea, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Cloud Continent. At that time, the iron law that no matter how many people there were on Cloud Continent, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong would be completely broken. For example, if the origin energy of 101st level void transformation stage martial artists could be gathered together through an inscription formation like this, and the accumulated origin energy would be raised to the limit to the 7th level void transformation stage. A 4th level void transformation stage martial artist who could normally easily kill 101st level void transformation stage martial artists would be instantly killed by the 101st level void transformation stage martial artists who were raised through the inscription formation in just a blink of an eye. If this inscription formation can really be realized on a human martial artist, I only need to gather 109th level void transformation stage martial artists and accumulate their origin energy. Through this inscription formation, I'll definitely be able to raise the accumulated origin energy to the martial monarch stage. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation stage martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Such a crazy idea rose in Duan Lingtian's mind, and his mood swayed along with it. In fact, based on the current situation, although 109th level void transformation stage martial artists gathered together sounded terrifying, the deterrent force was far inferior to a first level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Once a first level martial monarch stage powerhouse was faced with 109th level void transformation stage martial artists, he could choose to defeat them one by one and kill all of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists. However, if he could use the inscription formation in the strange stone platform on one of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, he would be able to gather the origin energies of the other 99 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, accumulate, and raise their strength. At that time, it might not be a dream for his origin energy to be raised to the 3rd level martial monarch stage or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. Such strength was enough to kill a 1st level martial monarch stage powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This was undoubtedly an iron law on Earth in my previous life. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, I would definitely die if they threw kitchen knives at me at the same time. When he was at his peak in his previous life, although he was known as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives that were flying at him from all directions. However, on Cloud Continent, there's strength in numbers, but it's only limited to martial artists with similar strength. It's undoubtedly a big joke to want to defeat someone stronger as the weak. For example, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be fearless even if he were to face 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only be the 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists who would die and not the first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In terms of cultivation base, the martial artists on Cloud Continent would experience a huge leap every time they advanced to a new level. Wanting to rely on numbers to defeat someone stronger as the weak was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, if this inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists to join forces to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as flames of desire and desire rose within them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift and ear-piercing sound of wind whistling came and instantly woke Duan Lingtian up. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, a gigantic fist had already arrived before his eyes. It was just inches away. This made it impossible for him to defend with all his strength. He could only mobilize as much strength as he could to defend himself. Boom! The result was self-evident. Although Duan Lingtian, who was unprepared, managed to mobilize the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons in a hurry, he he was still crushed by the strength contained in the gigantic fist. After the terrifying strength suppressed Duan Lingtian's strength, it landed on Duan Lingtian's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It mercilessly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Barf. Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying, felt his internal organs tremble. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow. It was only after he mobilized his origin energy with great difficulty that he managed to slow down the speed of his flying. Boom! Even so, he still crashed into the wall on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace. His internal organs trembled violently again from the impact, and the blood in his body kept churning. Barf barf. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The origin energy in his body was agitated and somewhat out of control. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of air exploding due to the compression of the air flow entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with it, there were gusts of wild wind that swept across the ground in all directions. Whoosh! At the same time, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard. It swept towards Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. The gigantic fist appeared again. It was the gigantic wooden figure that attacked Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face changed. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slammed the body of the sword against the wall behind him, and the strength that he mobilized in a hurry swept out. In an instant, Duan Lingtian was pushed back by the rebounding force, and he barely dodged the gigantic wooden figure's punch. Boom! Chapter 994. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qing Feng Palace's walls was apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons smashed on the wall forcefully. Not only did it not penetrate the wall, but it did not even leave a fist mark on the wall. It was obvious that the walls of Qing Feng Palace were made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. 7th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lingtian, who dodged the giant wooden figure's punch with the rebounding force, could only feel fear in his heart. When he looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above the giant wooden figure's head, his eyes could not help but focus. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The giant wooden figure had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Right now, it had merged its wind concept into its origin energy and transformed it into a gust of green wind that twined around its body. It displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. In other words, its wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. It was the 7th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lingtian took out a life recovery pill that he refined himself and consumed it. The high-purity life recovery pill allowed his injuries to recover by more than half in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries in his body, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he used his full strength to crush the giant wooden figure. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the giant wooden figure that was charging at him again, Duan Lingtian had a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and suddenly charged out. In an instant, the 3 divine dragons that were formed from the origin energy that had fused 4 types of concepts whizzed out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed as 6 beams of extreme light shot out and left 6 holes on the gigantic wooden figure. Whoosh! However, the giant wooden figure was not a real human after all. After being pierced by Duan Lingtian, it was still so fierce and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. I almost forgot. It's just a wooden figure. It doesn't have any vital points at all. Duan Lingtian, who mistook the wooden figure for a human martial artist, could not help but smile wryly. He no longer used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Instead, he charged at the giant wooden figure in a flash. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sword howls that sounded like a storm resounded out of nowhere. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shot out at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic wooden figure was broken into countless pieces of wood and separated again. For a time, only the strange little stone platform was left floating in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had been vigilant all this while trembled slightly. He immediately noticed that the inscription formation in the strange stone platform had a strange movement again. It was trying to pull the broken wood on the ground again. It was obvious that it wanted to reassemble into a new, giant wooden man and attack him again. Humph. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson, naturally would not allow it to succeed. With a raise of his hand, a vast energy shrouded the stone tablet as it ruthlessly landed on it. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and the stone tablet trembled. Although it wasn't destroyed, the energy from the inscription formation on it slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Lingtian quickly put the stone platform into his spatial ring. After the stone platform was put into the spatial ring, the broken wood that had just risen from the ground fell back to the ground. At once, the scene returned to its original calm state. I'll put the stone platform away first. I'll study it when I have the time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was secretly making plans. If the inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists and achieve the effect of winning with numbers and defeating the strong with the weak, perhaps I can consider establishing a force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As he thought about it, his eyes gleamed brightly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to envision himself leading tens of thousands of void transformation stage martial artists everywhere. Even a martial monarch powerhouse would have to retreat. Just the thought of such a scene made his blood boil. Rumble. 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 Not long after Duan Lingtian put away the strange stone platform, a series of loud noises resonated and entered his ears clearly. At the same time, the ceiling above his head opened, and the path to the third level of Qingfeng Palace appeared before his eyes. There's still no movement in the other two long corridors. It seems like the two of them can't make it here. Duan Lingtian rose into the air. When he left the second level of Qingfeng Palace, he purposely glanced at the other two long corridors other than the one he came from. It was quiet there, and he could not hear any movement at all. It was apparent that the two young powerhouses did not have the ability to make it through the long corridors filled with wooden figures. To think that I was worried that someone would beat me to it and obtain this copper key and the opportunity to go to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. It seems like I was overthinking. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hand. His tone was filled with emotion. A moment later, he left the second level of Qingfeng Palace and appeared on the third level of Qingfeng Palace. Rumble. 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 When Duan Lingtian arrived at the third level of Qingfeng Palace, the ceiling of the second level of Qingfeng Palace closed again with a loud noise as though it was preventing someone from coming up again. Young man, congratulations on coming to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. Once you pass the test on the third level of Qingfeng Palace, you'll obtain a silver key. When Duan Lingtian realized that he had activated the polyphony formation again, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key. Upon hearing Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. First, it's the copper key, and now it's the silver key. I wonder if there's a gold key. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice but to follow Qingfeng Emperor Wu's instructions. Unless he did not want to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. While Duan Lingtian was making his way up level by level in Qingfeng Palace, the situation of the other people in Qingfeng Palace was similar. Naturally, most of them were eliminated on the first, second, and third level of Qingfeng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to having to pass a specific test, one would have to risk one's life to fight in the end. Only the person who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully advance to the next level. In a spacious hall on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 figures stood facing each other in a corner. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong, as though they were ready to attack each other at any time. Among the 3 of them, there was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. The young woman in red had a face that could topple a country. She stood there like a delicate fire elf, attracting everyone's attention. Kill! Suddenly, one of the young men shouted. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept followed like a shadow as it merged with the spirit weapon in his hand. He immediately pounced toward the red-clad woman and released the energy from the spirit weapon in his hand. In his opinion, including him, the red-clad woman, who looked like she was in her early 20s, was definitely the weakest among the 3 people present. She was the easiest target. In order to fight the last person without holding back, he decided to eliminate the red-clad woman first. The woman's appearance made him drool, but he was not in the mood to do so. I'm determined to get the silver key. The young man's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with confidence. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and condensed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of about 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were formed. Whoosh! The other young man seemed to have discussed it with the former. When the former pounced toward the red-clad woman, he pounced as well. About 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared above his head and pounced toward the red-clad woman aggressively. Whoosh! Faced with the 2 people's attacks, the woman stood still on the spot. Her red dress fluttered. In this windless environment, the woman's red dress fluttered loudly due to the airwaves and strong wind caused by the air explosion caused by the 2 young men's attacks. Die! The 2 young men were from Izumo sect and North Nether sect respectively. The Izumo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman with extreme ferocity and ruthlessness. Among the people from Izumo sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, only he and another person were left before they entered Qing Feng Palace. The 2 most outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were killed by the same person. The murderer was none other than Duan Lingtian. A young powerhouse from a small third-rate force caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. Before the red-clad woman in front of him entered Qing Feng Palace, he had already discovered that she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons why he attacked her. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu separated from Duan Lingtian, she had gone all the way from the 1st level to the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace and passed the test. After passing the test, Emperor Wu's message clearly entered her ears. At this time, she found out that the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace required 2 people to sacrifice their lives in order to open the entrance to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. Faced with the attacks from the left and right, Feng Tianwu remained calm. Her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Feng Tianwu still did not make any move until the 2 of them were close to her. Boom! However, a monstrous flame rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused the heaven and earth energy in the air to stir before it finally gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meandered down. They were lifelike. S9th level advanced fire concept. Chapter 995. Whether it was the North Nether sect's disciple or the Izumo sect's disciple, both of them saw the scene clearly. The red-clad lady whom they regarded as a pushover did not use any origin energy at all from the beginning until the end. Without using any origin energy, just by communicating and mobilizing the fire concept, she was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the moment Feng Tianwu cast her fire concept, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons was none other than 9th level advanced fire concept. Whoosh! Whoosh! After discovering the level of the fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, horror dawned on both the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples' faces. The 2 of them slowed down when they were flying towards Feng Tianwu. They looked at each other tacitly and could see the indescribable fear in each other's eyes for a moment. Run! In the next instant, both of them came to a halt near Feng Tianwu and hurriedly turned around, preparing to flee. In their opinion, since Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must not be too weak. 9th level void transformation concept. Even the most powerful person among the younger generation in Izumo's sect and North Nether sect had never comprehended such a high level of void transformation concept. For this reason, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was even more terrifying than the most powerful person among the younger generation in their sect. Just as both of them were about to turn around and flee, Feng Tianwu made her move. The long red whip flew out like a venomous snake that had transformed into a red lightning bolt and bit both of them. Whoosh! The long whip pierced through the air and set off a swift whistling sound. The ear-piercing whistling sound entered the Izumo sect's and North Nether sect's disciples' eyes clearly. It caused both of them to tremble. Horror dawned on them as they hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long whip that was as swift as a red venomous snake pierced through the bodies of the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples. In just a blink of an eye, they were killed one by one. Before they could even increase their speed to flee, they were killed by Feng Tianwu's long whip in just a blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! As the two bodies fell to the ground, the long whip that was dancing like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the flame that was raging on top of her body was extinguished. The 1,100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above her head also gradually disappeared without a trace. If the North Nether sect's disciple and Izumo sect's disciple on the Yellow Springs Road saw this scene, they would definitely regret their decision to flee in the face of Feng Tianwu. Why, Feng, Nether sect's disciples you, Nether sects, Nether. The reason they fled was because they thought Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had also broken through to the void transformation stage when she comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept. If they knew earlier that Feng Tianwu was only a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, they would absolutely not be frightened to the point of fleeing in panic by Feng Tianwu's 9th level advanced fire concept. Although Feng Tianwu, who possessed the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons, was still stronger than them, they were still willing to fight it out with her. This was because the gap between them and Feng Tianwu was not that big. They could see hope. The reason they chose to flee was because they thought there was no hope at all. Looks like my fire concept is still capable of scaring others. Feng Tianwu glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground and muttered to herself. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no emotions could be seen. If these two people fought with her, she would have to spend a lot of effort even if she could kill them in the end. However, when they saw her mobilizing the 9th level advanced fire concept, they did not have any intention to fight at all. They only cared about fleeing in a wretched manner, allowing her to chase after them and kill them easily. It could be said that the reason the two of them died so quickly was entirely because of their cowardice. Soon after, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed softly. In the next moment, she saw it. The blood that continued to flow out of the two corpses on the ground like a small stream seemed to have activated something, causing waves of inscription formation aura to rise out of thin air in the surroundings. Blood sacrifice. When she recalled the message from Qing Feng Emperor Wu, Feng Tianwu did not have to guess to know what had happened. Rumble. 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 Subsequently, loud noises resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. The sound came from above her head. At that moment, Feng Tianwu's attention was attracted. She lifted her head slightly and saw the ceiling above her head gradually moving and opening up a path to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace to welcome her. Where's the silver key? Feng Tianwu did not get carried away by the pleasant surprise before her eyes. Her thoughts quickly shifted to the reward that Qing Feng Emperor Wu left on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu, the reward for the 3rd level was the silver key. She had no idea what the silver key was used for. Of course, although she did not know what the silver key was used for, she could faintly guess its significance. Otherwise, it would not have been placed on the third level of Qingfeng Palace by Qingfeng Emperor Wu as a reward for passing the test. However, now that the door to the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace had opened, the silver key reward for the third level of Qingfeng Palace had yet to appear. She could not help but feel anxious. Rumble. At that moment, another soft sound resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. Subsequently, she saw a green brick on the ground not far away. After being illuminated by the light from the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, it suddenly trembled violently and rose slowly. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu lifted her hand and took the green brick. A quaint little box appeared before her eyes. Pa! Feng Tianwu picked up the small box and directly opened it. The thing within the small box was reflected in her eyes, causing her eyes to brighten, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Inside the box that she opened, there was a crescent-shaped key lying quietly. It looks exactly the same except for the color. At the same time, Feng Tianwu took out another crescent-shaped key. This key was copper in color and was in stark contrast to the silver key in the box. The fourth level. After obtaining the silver key, Feng Tianwu did not linger on the third level of Qingfeng Palace. She leaped into the air and landed steadily on the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. When Feng Tianwu reached the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, many people passed the third level's test and opened the door to the fourth level just like her. This is the silver key. It looks exactly the same as the copper key. Peng Bao's eyes lit up as he looked at the silver crescent-shaped key in his hand. Peng Bao was not the only one. Many people had obtained their own silver key and successfully reached the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. Each of them was in a different place. However, as they went up, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. On the first level of Qingfeng Palace, 4 people would advance to 1 person. Only 1 person could reach the second level of Qingfeng Palace. On the second level of Qingfeng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. On the third level of Qingfeng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. Therefore, among the group of people who entered Qingfeng Palace, only 1 out of 8 people could successfully reach the 4th level. The 7 people who reached the 4th level were eliminated one after another. What's on the 4th level? After Duan Lingtian obtained the silver key, he left the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace where 2 bodies were lying and successfully reached the 4th level. He still felt strange when he recalled his experience on the 3rd level. This was because the test he went through on the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace was much easier than the test he went through on the 2nd level. The strongest puppet he encountered on the 3rd level was only comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons when it unleashed its full strength. It was much weaker than the giant wooden puppet he encountered on the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace. Perhaps the 3rd level's test is easier than the 2nd level because I still have to kill the other 2 young powerhouses and use their lives as a blood sacrifice to open the door to the 4th level. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Congratulations, young man. As long as you can pass the test on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, you'll be able to obtain the golden key and another reward. Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through the polyphony formation again. As expected, there's a golden key. If I can obtain it, it means I'll have the gold, silver, and bronze keys. Could it be that these 3 keys can be used to open something? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he could not help but speculate. Soon after, the test on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace began. The test on this level was no longer to deal with statues, wooden puppets, or puppets. Instead, it was to fight with the endless nature energy in the long corridor. The force of nature also included wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. At this moment, the energy swept out through the offensive type inscription formation and blocked Duan Lingtian's footsteps. It did not allow him to pass through easily. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian charged forward violently. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. His hands did not stop moving from the beginning until the end. His fists and palms swept out and repelled the nature energy that seemed to have transformed into a flood of beasts. The strongest of these force of nature was only extended out from the 9th level concept fragments in the inscription formation, and it contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Originally, this kind of energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 996. The test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace is called the Bumpy Road. Only the person who passes through the bumpy road first will have a chance to obtain the golden key. As long as the person passes through the bumpy road, even if they don't obtain the golden key, they'll still have a chance to obtain the other reward I left behind. These were the original words left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu in the Polyphony formation. For this reason, what Duan Lingtian had to do now was to pass through the bumpy road as soon as possible and arrive at the other end to obtain the golden key and obtain the other reward. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu's message, there will be people competing with me this time, just like when I was on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Qing Feng Palace. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hands began to move even faster as he moved at lightning speed. His fists and palms contained his entire body's strength as they swept out and opened up a path in front of him. He swept away all the obstacles without holding back. When Duan Lingtian made his move, other than triggering a series of ear-piercing wind-whistling sound, it was also accompanied by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Boom! 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 The sound of air explosions continued to rise and fall, setting off a series of airwaves that swept out in all directions, triggering gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. The wind rose and the punch was thrown out. Boom! Duan Lingtian's punch was like a landslide. Although the turbulent waves that were charging at him contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons, they were still pushed back by his punch, causing a series of loud noises to ring out. The turbulent waves, which were the water energy transformed from the water concept through the inscription formation, were pushed back by Duan Lingtian's punch. At the same time, his entire body moved and flew out rapidly. Whirlwind. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed through the turbulent waves and continued to fly to the other end of the long corridor. Whoosh! This time, he was met with a raging and soaring flame. When the flame shrouded Duan Lingtian, it was like a giant flame beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. In the face of the flame that covered the sky and covered the earth, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He threw out another punch and temporarily suppressed the flame that covered the sky so it would not be able to reignite in a short period of time. Whoosh! The purple figure that was as fast as lightning charged forward again and faced with the earth energy that was rolling towards him. When the earth energy shrouded Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have merged perfectly with the earth. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Not. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy immediately noticed this subtle change. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Not only can the 9th level earth concept fragments within the inscription formation condense the energy of the earth, they can even communicate with the earth and rely on the energy of the earth. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the earth energy that was surging towards him. When the earth energy shrouded him, the heaven and earth energy in the air stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 1,500 ancient horned dragon strength appeared in a menacing manner. It was as though it wanted to completely crush him. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He swung it out and welcomed the attack. Whoosh! Wherever the short-lived sword ray passed, the earth energy was split into half. Duan Lingtian seized this opportunity to fly out and pass through the earth energy. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. When he encountered the earth energy, he would use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand to open a path. As for other times, it was more straightforward to use his fists and palms. After all, not all nature energy was like the earth energy. As long as he slashed it into half, he could easily open a path. For example, water and fire would split apart wherever the sword ray passed. However, the gap between the cracks could not allow Duan Lingtian to pass through. This was because no matter if it was water or fire, they would merge together again in an instant when they were slashed apart by the sword ray. On the other hand, slashing apart the earth energy was like slashing apart a thick and heavy rock. With a single slash of the sword, it would split into half and open a path. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian charged all the way to the other end of the long corridor. Everywhere he passed, his fist and palm prints filled the air. At the same time, it set off a series of thunderous explosions. Whoosh! 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 When he encountered the earth energy, Duan Lingtian immediately used his quasi-royal grade spiritual sword to open a path. Wherever the sword ray pointed, the earth energy would be split into half. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was charging all the way, could clearly see the end of the long corridor. As long as he arrived there, he would be considered to have passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. He would then be able to obtain the golden key. With my current speed, the people who are competing with me should not be as good as me. Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. Finally, with his powerful strength, Duan Lingtian successfully passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. He appeared at the end of the long corridor. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor, he came to a halt. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian came to a halt, 2 swift whistling sounds resonated in the air. 2 figures stood in the distance and revealed themselves. Huh! Duan Lingtian was surprised that someone could appear at the same time as him. He could not help but stare at them. With just a glance, he recognized both of them. Su Qing and Zuiyu. Both of them were young powerhouses from second-rate forces in the northern desert. Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he recognized both of them. I didn't expect to meet them here. I thought I'd have to go to the 5th level to meet them. Whether it was Su Qing or Zuiyu, they might not be as good as him if they did not use their spirit weapons. However, once they used their spirit weapons, whether it was Su Qing or Zuiyu, their strength would be stronger than him. If there were no accidents, their strength would exceed his by more than 20 ancient horned dragons. Su Qing and Zuiyu were as famous as Lei Zhong, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had killed, among the young powerhouses in the northern desert. Their strength should be about the same as Lei Zhong. A 4th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 4th-level void transformation concept. Without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Once he used a grade 1 spirit weapon, he would be able to increase his strength by 87% or 88% based on his origin energy at the 4th-level void transformation martial artist's strength. It was equivalent to the strength of more than 520 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of more than 1,620 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recognized Su Qing and Zuiyu, Su Qing and Zuiyu also saw Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with surprise. They did not expect to meet Duan Lingtian here. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. They had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He had killed Lei Zhong, who was as famous as them in the northern desert and whose strength was on par with theirs. At this moment, they were unsure if Duan Lingtian had held back when he activated the heaven and earth energy and displayed the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of them after using the spirit weapon. If he had held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass theirs. If he had not held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would be inferior to theirs. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw their fearful eyes. He could guess what they were thinking. However, although he maintained a calm expression, he could not help but feel anxious. Now that I've unleashed my full strength and used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. It was pure luck that I was able to kill Lei Zhong earlier. That Lei Zhong underestimated me too much. He dared to attack me without using a spirit weapon, allowing me to take the initiative and severely injure him. Later on, even when he used his grade 1 spirit weapon, he couldn't unleash his full strength due to his injuries and died in my hands. It's also because he was injured. If he wasn't injured, his strength would be more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than mine. Although I'm not afraid of him, it would be extremely difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He could not help but feel lucky when he recalled the scene of him fighting Lei Zhong earlier. Being able to kill Lei Zhong so cleanly was mostly due to his good luck. Otherwise, the battle between him and Lei Zhong would most likely end in a tie. This was because he did not have the confidence to defeat Lei Zhong, who was using a grade 1 spirit weapon at his peak. No matter if it's Su Qing or Zuiyu, their strength is on par with Lei Zhong. If it's just one of them, I'm not afraid at all. However, if both of them attack me at the same time, I'll definitely lose. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. His eyes were filled with dread. Now, he could only hope that Su Qing and Zuiyu would not join forces. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. I must think of a way to deal with this situation. There's a high chance that both of them will join forces. Duan Lingtian gasped once more, and his thoughts spun as he started to think of a way. However, he still could not come up with anything even after thinking for a while. What should I do? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. His eyes began to scan his surroundings. He instantly discovered the other 5 long corridors. There are a total of 6 corridors on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, including the one I came from. In other words, other than me, Su Qing, and Zuiyu, there are 3 other people who have arrived at the 4th level? Chapter 997. Of course. If Tian Wu takes the risk to cast the fire profundity, she can also crush the earth energy that contains the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. After all, even the lowest level of the 1st level fire profundity would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons once it's unleashed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of Feng Tianwu. If Feng Tianwu completely ignored the backlash from the fire spirit body's energy in her body, she could take the risk to cast the 1st level fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the price she had to pay was extremely high. She might explode and die because of that. The might of the fire spirit body that was hidden in her body was not a joke. Including Su Qing and Zuiyu, if the 5 young powerhouses who came to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace have the same experience as me. Based on the number of young powerhouses from various forces who entered Qing Feng Palace, this should be the only place on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace that leads to the 5th level. After all, the 5th level is the last level of Qing Feng Palace. If I'm not mistaken, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th level. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He was looking forward to finding Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. He was eager to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Especially the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted to obtain it even in his dreams. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Su Qing and Zuiyu looked at each other in unison. It was as though they had discussed this beforehand. They did not move for a long time. Both of them could be considered as old rivals. They were not strangers to each other. Now that both of them appeared on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace together, even they were taken aback. Su Qing. Zuiyu narrowed his eyes and said slowly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Su Qing to determine the winner. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Su Qing, he would become the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the northern desert. There was no need for him to be on par with Su Qing. At this moment, Zuiyu had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zuiyu. As a sword cultivator, Su Qing was much calmer than Zuiyu. Faced with Zuiyu's intense battle intent, he didn't comment at all and responded casually. Zuiyu's expression changed when he saw the casual look on Su Qing's face. Just as he was about to flare up, a voice was transmitted into his ears, causing him to feel as though he was struck by lightning. He completely suppressed the rage in his heart. Zuiyu, don't you think we should wait until after we kill the Duan Lingtian? What entered Zuiyu's ears was precisely Su Qing's voice transmission. Right now, neither of us can be sure if he was holding back the strength he displayed back then. But regardless of whether he was holding back or not, we shouldn't leave him until the end. Once we make the first move, the final outcome will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Could it be that you want to wait for him to take advantage of the situation? I suggest that we join forces and kill him first. When Su Qing reached the end of his voice transmission, a hint of seriousness could be heard in his voice. I have a feeling that this Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. I feel extremely uneasy knowing that he's still alive. After Su Qing's reminder, Zuiyu could not help but jolt back to his senses. He finally remembered the existence of the Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had almost forgotten about the Duan Lingtian. We can join forces. However, the profundity fragment in his body belongs to me. Zuiyu looked at Su Qing and raised the price. However, Su Qing could not help but sneer when he heard his words. Zuiyu, have you forgotten the most important thing? Today, you and I will fight here, and we will definitely decide the victor. In the end, one of us will definitely be killed by the other party. Only then will the person who survives obtain the golden key and another reward left behind by the Qing Feng Emperor Wu on the 4th level. Only then will he be able to ascend to the 5th level and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Qing Feng Emperor Wu. Since one of us will die in the end. Don't you think your request is a little superfluous? Su Qing finished his sentence in one breath. Zuiyu could not help but be stunned by Su Qing's words. After a while, he regained his senses and completely agreed with Su Qing's words. If that's the case, let's join forces and kill the Duan Lingtian first. Zuiyu took a deep breath as he stared coldly at the purple-clad young man standing not far away. When he saw the Duan Lingtian looking left and right as though he was looking for something, he could not help but sneer. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said fearlessly, Duan Lingtian, take a few more glances. From today onwards, you're destined not to see anything in this world. When Zuiyu's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to turn grave immediately. Zuiyu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zuiyu, he could clearly sense Su Qing's cold gaze. It was a gaze as cold as a sword that was about to devour a person. Are they really joining forces? His heart could not help but skip a beat. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart clench when the moment came. His face turned grave, and a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if you held back when you killed Lei Zhong earlier. Today, Su Qing and I will join forces. You'll definitely die. When Zuiyu saw the dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he could not help but laugh maniacally. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a certain understanding of his and Su Qing's strength. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that Zuiyu wanted to join forces with Su Qing, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he was not confident he could deal with Zuiyu and Su Qing. Zuiyu, I realize. You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Su Qing said coldly. His gaze was as cold as his voice when it landed on Duan Lingtian. You better not be careless before you kill this Duan Lingtian. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard that Su Qing wanted to kill him, his expression turned ugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Qing was in cahoots with Zuiyu. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Su Qing and Zuiyu joining forces was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him. He knew he would make the same choice if he was in Su Qing's position. He would kill Zuiyu first, then fight it out with Zuiyu. The person who survived would be the biggest winner. Not only would he be able to obtain the golden key and another reward, but he would also be able to enter the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Su Qing, do it. At this moment, Zuiyu, who had been reminded by Su Qing, suddenly shouted and charged at Duan Lingtian together with Su Qing. Zuiyu moved like the wind. When he was still halfway there, he took out the grade 1 spirit weapon he had obtained in the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was an ancient-looking full moon saber. Whoosh! As soon as Zuiyu made his move, he exerted all his strength without holding back. Waves of solidified green wind swept out from his body, emitting a vast and sharp aura. It merged with the full moon saber in his hand. Suddenly, the saber ray on the full moon saber skyrocketed and charged at Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was so fierce as though it was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons flew out together with Zuiyu. When the full moon saber in Zuiyu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian, the speed of the ancient horned dragons accelerated. The speed of the over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons suddenly increased. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. 4th level Void Transformation. 4th level Advanced Wind Concept. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. This was the strength of Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, Zuiyu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. In addition to his strength, he had also cultivated a set of heaven-grade saber martial skill to an extraordinary level. Aurora Mirage Saber. When the full moon saber in Zuiyu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian and approached Duan Lingtian, the skyrocketing saber ray converged around the full moon saber and returned to its original state. Its speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! A saber shadow flashed in the air as an extreme saber ray flashed out and went straight for Duan Lingtian's vital point without mercy. At this moment, the speed of the full moon saber in Zuiyu's hand was more than 50 times faster than before. It only left a saber shadow in Duan Lingtian and Su Qing's eyes. The power of the Aurora Mirage saber was clearly displayed. As soon as Zuiyu's body moved and charged at him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Origin energy rose and merged with the 4 concepts that followed him like a shadow before surging into the sword. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sword ray skyrocketed and emitted a series of sword chimes. In just a blink of an eye, Zuiyu's saber only left a saber shadow before it disappeared before his eyes. *T. Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy to surround his body. He intended to use his spiritual energy to capture the trajectory of the saber in Zuiyu's hand. When his spiritual energy captured the trajectory of the full moon saber, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand shook and disappeared into the air. Sword drawing technique. Whoosh! Accompanied by a short-lived sword chime, an extreme sword ray shot out. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resonated. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that blocked Zuiyu's menacing full moon saber in time. Whoosh!